Location: Marble Mountain Wilderness Area, California. Date: October 27, 2015. The October fog rolled down from the higher elevations like something alive, swallowing the granite peaks whole and reducing visibility to perhaps 30 yards. Kevin Summers had been monitoring the weather on the station radio since dawn, watching the pressure system collapse across the northern California wilderness. Unseasonable cold was moving in behind it, the kind of cold that made bones ache and turned breath to visible ghosts within seconds. By nightfall, the overnight low would drop below 20 degrees. Already at 4 in the afternoon, frost was forming on the south-facing rocks, glittering like scattered diamonds before fading back to gray stone. He stood at the ranger station's weathered wooden porch, thermal mug of black coffee warming his palms, and surveyed the landscape that had been his responsibility for 6 seasons. Marble Mountain Wilderness stretched across 241,744 acres of remote backcountry, jagged peaks, cirque lakes frozen solid by December, and deep valleys where sunlight seemed to give up the effort of reaching the forest floor. The nearest town was 50 miles west. The nearest ranger station besides his own was 60 miles south. In late October, his territory was nearly empty. The summer crowds had fled back to the valley towns, seeking easier trails and cell phone coverage. What remained were the hardcore hikers, the people who came to these mountains specifically because the wilderness demanded respect. The radio crackled. All stations, be advised. We've got a late hiker registered for Marble Mountain Trail System. Solo female, age 29. Registered for 2-night backcountry permit. Departure date yesterday, October 26th. She's expected back at the Lovers Cove trailhead by late afternoon today, October 27th. Owner of a 2008 Subaru, California plate Baker Charlie 5372, is reporting the vehicle still in the parking area. Last location check with dispatch was this morning at 0800 hours. Kevin lowered his coffee. It was already past 4 o'clock. If she'd planned to return by late afternoon and her car was still sitting in the lot, the timeline was becoming uncomfortable. He keyed the radio. Dispatch, this is Unit 3 at Marble Mountain Station. I'll head to the trailhead and check for any recent sign, requesting hiker's name and physical description. The response came back promptly. Unit 3, registered hiker is Sophia Chen, female, age 29, Asian descent, approximately 5'4", brown eyes, black hair, experienced hiker. Permit shows 5 years of backcountry experience in California, Oregon, and Washington. Vehicle registered to her address in Redding. Recommend attempted callback at the emergency contact number we have on file. Kevin set down his mug and grabbed his jacket from inside the station. A weathered green ranger uniform jacket with faded patches, lined with fleece. The evening was turning cold faster than the forecast had suggested. As he pulled on the jacket, he ran through the mental checklist that had become automatic after 6 years. Flashlight with fresh batteries, charged radio with the frequency already set, knife on his belt, headlamp in the pack, emergency blanket, basic first aid. The autumn trails could be treacherous even without weather complications. Leaves obscured drop-offs. Rocks turned slick with frost overnight. The drive to Lovers Cove trailhead took 40 minutes on the winding mountain road. Kevin knew every curve, every pothole, every turnout where winter snow would eventually make the route impassable. The fog thickened as he climbed higher, pressing against the windshield until the world beyond the hood of his truck became just diffuse gray. Radio signals were weakening, normal for the elevation and weather. He heard dispatch attempting to reach other units, voices fragmenting and cracking with interference. The Lovers Cove parking area was nearly empty, 6 spots, all unmarked except for Sophia Chen's Subaru. The car sat in the second space from the road, facing out toward the valley below, which was now completely obscured by fog. Kevin parked beside it and approached on foot, noting immediately that the vehicle had been here for at least 24 hours. Frost coated the windshield. The driver's side window was cracked open by about an inch, which meant someone had deliberately left it that way to prevent glass fogging. Standard practice for leaving a car unattended in autumn weather. He looked at the parking area. 1 vehicle, no other hikers visible. The trailhead bulletin board showed the day's date and offered warnings about the incoming weather system and early snow at elevations above 9,000 feet. Below the official notices, someone had carved into the wooden frame, "Do not go past Marble Peak after dark." The carving looked old, the letters darkened with years of weather exposure, but the message was clear. Kevin tried the radio. "Dispatch, Unit 3. I'm at the Lover's Cove trailhead. Vehicle is present and consistent with the description. No visual sign of the hiker. Fog is now at approximately 100%. Visibility near zero. I'm going to attempt a search of the trail corridor with emphasis on the first mile. Requesting backup if available." Static bloomed, then fragmented. Unit 3. Copy on vehicle. No units. Available. Weather. All personnel. Contingency protocols. Contact you 30 minutes. Dispatch, I didn't copy that. Say again. More static. Then nothing except the soft rush of wind through the pines and the distant, constant whisper of fog against the mountain. Kevin keyed the radio once more. "Dispatch, Unit 3 attempting search. Will advise." The trail entrance was marked with a weathered wooden sign showing mileage. Marble Peak, 4.2 miles. Lover's Cove Lake, 6.1 miles. Paradise Valley, 9.8 miles. All three destinations were high-elevation destinations. The most likely scenario was that Sophia had gotten a late start yesterday, camped on the trail, and overslept this morning. The fog made hiking slow and dangerous. She could simply be moving carefully down the mountain in low visibility, unaware that she was now several hours behind her planned return time. The trail immediately disappeared into dense forest. Douglas fir, white pine, and scattered whitebark pines that had begun their slow decline from high-altitude drought. The fog was so thick that Kevin's flashlight beam seemed to stop about 8 feet ahead, as if the light was being absorbed by something rather than reflected back. He moved carefully, watching for recent boot prints, disturbed vegetation, anything that would confirm that Sophia had come this way. The forest smelled of autumn, decay, moisture, the mineral scent of stone and frost. But underneath that, something else. Something faint that made Kevin's hindbrain register an alert that his conscious mind wasn't ready to acknowledge. The smell of something old. Something that had been in the forest for a very long time. He walked for perhaps a quarter mile, moving slowly. The trail was well maintained and clearly marked with old white blazes. He saw a few recent boot prints in the soft earth, consistent with a hiking shoe, size small, depth indicating someone relatively light. Sophia's prints, probably. The prints were there on the way up the trail. He photographed them with his phone, evidence that she had indeed started the hike. Then the prints simply stopped. Kevin stood where the last visible print ended, looking ahead at the trail that continued, unmarked by any recent foot traffic. He looked back. The prints disappeared approximately 1.3 miles from the trailhead, according to his GPS. The GPS also showed him the trail continued another 200 yards before switchbacking up the next incline. But here, where the trail straightened through a flat section of dense forest, the evidence of Sophia Chen's passage simply ceased. Kevin looked left and right. The forest here was dense, but not impenetrably so. No major brush barriers. No obvious reason someone would leave the established trail. He called out, "Hello? Park Service? Is anyone out here? Sophia?" His voice seemed to be absorbed by the fog. No echo. No response. He keyed the radio again, the transmission crackling immediately with static. "Dispatch, I've got something. Last sign of the hiker approximately 1.3 miles up the Lover's Cove trail. Boot prints end abruptly in the middle of the trail corridor. No apparent deviation from the marked route. I'm going to do a grid search of the immediate area." The response came back broken. 3. Copy. Proceed with caution. Weather deteriorating. Kevin turned on his headlamp in addition to the flashlight, creating a pool of doubled light that still seemed inadequate against the fog. He began a systematic search pattern, moving in widening circles from the point where the prints had ended. The forest here was mostly open, with thick ground cover and scattered fallen logs. Easy walking, for the most part. Easy place to spot someone who had strayed off trail or become injured. He found nothing. No backpack, no blood, no torn clothing, no body. What he did find, after perhaps 30 minutes of searching, was something stranger. A rock formation. 3 boulders stacked roughly on top of each other, perhaps 7 feet tall, that seemed to have been deliberately assembled. It wasn't natural. The rocks were positioned too precisely, the smaller stone balanced on top of the 2 larger ones in a way that would take intention and effort. Kevin had been hiking these mountains for 6 years and had never seen this formation before. At the base of the stacked rocks, he found a single hiking boot. The boot was oriented perfectly, placed carefully, not dropped or lost in a struggle. It was a woman's size 7 Merrill hiking boot, mud-caked from recent use, the laces still tied. Kevin knelt and examined it without touching. The boot was here. Sophia's boot must be, but the owner of the boot was not. He looked around the immediate area, searching for anything else. The other boot, a trail of disturbed earth, anything that would suggest where the rest of her might be. The forest had swallowed her. The radio crackled urgently. Unit 3, dispatch, respond. Kevin grabbed the radio. Dispatch, this is Unit 3. I've located evidence. 1 hiking boot, confirmed to match the description of the hiker's footwear. Location approximately 1.4 miles up the Lover's Cove Trail from Trailhead. I'm marking the location with GPS coordinates now, requesting immediate backup and expanded search parameters. This is now a missing person situation. The response took longer this time. When it came, the voice sounded distant, not just from signal degradation, but as if speaking from very far away. Unit 3, copy on missing person. We are implementing SAR protocol. Nearest available unit is 45 minutes from your location. Remain at scene and maintain order of the evidence. Do not disturb the boot. Await backup. Kevin acknowledged and sat down on a fallen log near the stacked rocks. His flashlight beam pointed at the single abandoned boot. The forest around him was absolutely silent. No wind, no birds, no insects. Just the soft sound of his own breathing and the occasional crackle of static from the radio on his belt. He was still sitting there, watching the boot, when he heard the voice calling from somewhere deeper in the fog. Kevin. It wasn't dispatch. It wasn't anyone on the radio. It was a human voice, clear and distinct, calling his name from somewhere in the darkness beyond the trees. A voice he recognized, which made no sense because the person who owned that voice had no reason to be in the Marble Mountain wilderness on this particular evening. It was his brother, Michael. Michael, who lived in Los Angeles. Michael, who had last spoken to Kevin 3 days ago over the phone, confirming Thanksgiving plans. Michael, whose voice was somehow coming from the fog-shrouded forest like an invitation. Kevin, you need to come find me. I'm lost. Kevin stood, his hand instinctively moving to the radio, then stopping. What was he going to say? That he was hearing his brother's voice in the woods? That dispatch would believe? He knew better. He knew the mountains well enough to understand that sound behaves strangely in fog and cold air. Sound could carry for miles. Voices could travel in unexpected directions, bouncing off stone and through dense forest. But Michael's voice was coming from deeper in the wilderness. It was coming from the direction Sophia had gone. Kevin picked up the boot, protocol be damned, and secured it in his pack. He marked the coordinates carefully on his GPS and began walking deeper into the forest, following the direction of the voice that kept calling his name. Arar. What Kevin couldn't hear, what no radio could capture, was happening to Sophia Chen 6 miles away in the high country above Paradise Valley. She had been walking for 18 hours straight, though her mind insisted it had only been 4. Time felt strange in the fog. Her feet moved on their own, following a path that she didn't remember taking. The trail she had planned to follow, the Lover's Cove Trail that would eventually loop back to the parking area, had somehow inverted itself into something else entirely. The first sign that something was wrong had come yesterday afternoon, just as she was approaching Paradise Valley Lake. The lake was supposed to be her destination for the night, a high alpine cirque lake surrounded by granite walls, accessible by a well-maintained trail. She had consulted her map obsessively throughout the day, comparing the terrain to the topographic lines. Everything had matched perfectly until she arrived at what should have been the lake. It wasn't. Instead, she found herself in a valley that didn't exist on her map. The valley was real enough. There was a lake, certainly, though it was wrong somehow. The water was dark, too dark, reflecting the fog-covered sky in a way that made it impossible to tell where water ended and air began. The stone walls surrounding it were smooth and black, volcanic in nature, nothing like the pale granite she had expected. Sophia had checked her GPS. The coordinates made sense. According to the device, she was where she should be. But the landscape disagreed fundamentally with that assessment. She had spent the night in that valley, sleeping fitfully in her tent, listening to sounds that she couldn't quite identify. Not animals, something else. Something that seemed to walk around her tent at intervals throughout the night, circling, never approaching too close, never going away. When she had finally emerged from her tent at dawn, exhausted and uneasy, she had discovered that everything had changed again. The valley was gone. The black lake had vanished. The stone walls had been replaced by dense forest. Sophia was in a place that she didn't recognize, holding a map that no longer seemed to correspond to the world around her, and she had no idea where she was. The panic had come in waves, then receded, then come again. She was an experienced hiker. She knew the protocols: stay put, make yourself visible, keep your whistle handy. Her whistle had been in her pack. She had blown it, 3 long blasts, the universal distress signal, and listened for the echo. There was no echo. The forest had absorbed the sound completely, as if her distress signal had been carried away and deliberately silenced. After that, Sophia had made the choice to walk. Staying put might be the right decision in a normal emergency, but the forest around her didn't feel normal. It felt active. It felt aware. Every rustle, every shift in the fog seemed purposeful and directed toward her specifically. Staying put meant remaining stationary while something moved around her unseen. Walking, at least, was doing something. She had taken off one of her boots to help mark her trail and placed it deliberately on a stone formation that seemed significant. A stack of rocks that looked almost like a marker for something. A signal. She didn't remember building that formation, but she had been moving half awake through the forest for hours. Memory felt unreliable. Reality felt negotiable. For hours after that, she had walked through forest that seemed to repeat itself. The same tree would appear twice in different clearings. The same cluster of stones marked the boundary of the same stretch of trail, looping back on itself. She would navigate to what she was certain was a clearing, only to find herself walking back into the same exact stretch of forest she had just exited. And then, as the afternoon had begun to fade, she had started hearing the voice. It was calling her name. Sophia. 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 But not just a single voice. It sounded like multiple voices, all speaking in unison, all perfectly synchronized, all saying her name with a kind of hunger that made her chest tight and her breathing shallow. The voices had become clearer as the hours had passed. Now, in what felt like early evening, though she had completely lost track of time, she could make out that they were using language. Not English. Something older. Something with a shape to it that her mouth wouldn't be capable of producing, even if she tried. Sophia sat with her back against a large pine tree, her single remaining boot pressing into the soft earth beneath her, and listened to the voices circling through the fog. They were close now, very close. She could hear them moving through the brush, could hear what sounded like feathers rustling, could sense the displacement of air around her. They were calling her name. She pulled her knees up to her chest and made herself small, pressed against the ancient wood of the pine tree. The bark dug into her back. Her breath came in small, controlled gasps. She had read once that predators respond to fear. She had read that you should appear larger, more threatening, when facing something dangerous. But the thing about these voices was that they already knew she was afraid. They had been cultivating her fear for 18 hours. Fear was the only thing keeping her alive, and she suspected that on the other side of this fear was a fate worse than anything she could currently imagine. A shape moved through the fog to her left. Not human. Not quite animal. It was too tall, with limbs that bent at angles that no creature she knew should bend at. Its silhouette seemed to flicker when she tried to focus on it, as if it existed partially in a different light spectrum. When it turned toward her, she saw what might have been eyes. Enormous, unblinking, luminous in the gathering dark. The shape made a sound, a ululation, a sound like wind moving through a cave, like the call of an enormous owl, like a woman's scream reversed and played at an impossible pitch. When it opened what might have been a mouth, Sophia saw inside, and what she saw was a darkness so complete that her mind refused to process it. She wanted to run. She wanted to scream. She wanted her mother. She wanted anything except what was happening in this moment, this terrible moment where the fog was parting like a curtain and revealing something that had been waiting for her since she entered the forest. More shapes emerged from the fog. 3 of them. 4. Sophia stopped counting when she realized they had no definite number. They seemed to multiply the longer she looked at them. Or perhaps there had always been this many, and her perception simply couldn't hold them all in focus at once. They circled her. They waited. And Sophia, pressed against the bark of the pine tree, realized that they had been herding her toward this exact spot the entire time she had been in the forest. Everything had been leading here. The valley that didn't exist, the loop of forest that repeated, the voices calling her name. It had all been a slow dance toward this moment, this inevitable confrontation with something that existed in the old places of the world, in the cracks between civilization and true wilderness. One of the shapes reached toward her with what might have been a wing. One of them opened its mouth and made a sound that was almost, but not quite, like her own voice. They were trying to mimic her, learning her frequency, learning how to call to her, so that when they were done with Sophia Chen, they could use her voice to call others deeper into the mountains. Sophia closed her eyes and waited. Kevin was lost, but he didn't fully realize it yet. He had been following the sound of Michael's voice for almost 2 hours, and the voice had led him deeper and deeper into terrain that didn't match any of the official trail systems. The fog had grown so thick that his headlamp and flashlight were now nearly useless. They simply illuminated about 5 feet of opaque gray, beyond which was nothing. The voice called from deeper in, always just at the edge of hearing. Michael's voice. Definitely. But something was wrong with the inflection. It would say Kevin's name correctly, but then the emphasis would be slightly off. The pauses in the wrong places. It was like someone had recorded Michael speaking and then played it back at a fractionally different speed. Kevin's radio had stopped working somewhere around the time he had started following the voice. The last transmission he'd received before the static took over was fragmented. Unit 3, we have SAR teams, standing by, location, repeat, location. He wasn't sure where he was anymore. His GPS still worked, but it seemed to be displaying impossible information. According to the device, he was walking in a straight line directly south of the trailhead, but his compass disagreed. It spun lazily, unable to find magnetic north, as if the Earth's field was distorted in this particular patch of wilderness. The temperature had dropped precipitously. Kevin could see his breath now, bright crystalline clouds in the beam of his headlamp. His fingers were numb. The fog had become almost solid, pressing against him like a living thing, carrying with it that old smell he had noticed before. The smell of something ancient, something that had been waiting in these mountains since before the name California existed. Michael's voice came again, clearer this time. Kevin, you're so close, just a little farther, I can see you. Come see me. Come see what I've become. Kevin stopped walking. He looked around at the fog, at the indistinct shapes of trees that might or might not be trees, at the absolute absence of any landmark that could orient him. He reached for the radio and was not surprised to find that it was no longer on his belt. He had no memory of dropping it, but it was gone. Without the radio, he was completely isolated. He was still standing there trying to process the implications of that realization when he heard something other than Michael's voice. It was a sound like wind moving through a canyon, like the call of a great owl, like a woman screaming in a place where screams went to die. The sound came from multiple directions simultaneously, which was impossible. But then again, everything had been impossible since he left the trailhead. Kevin realized in that moment exactly what had happened to Sophia Chen. She hadn't gotten lost on the trail. She hadn't wandered off the marked path and fallen. The mountains hadn't claimed her through any natural cause. Something had taken her. Something intelligent and patient and cruel. Something that understood how to use the isolation of these peaks to separate people from the world, and how to use a person's own connections, family, love, concern, as a lure. He looked down at the hiking boot he had been carrying in his pack since he had found it at the rock formation. He had somehow forgotten about it. Now he pulled it out and looked at it in the beam of his headlamp. The boot was real. Sophia Chen's boot was real. But Sophia Chen herself was no longer available to claim it. The shapes emerged from the fog. They were enormous, with wings that seemed to exist partially outside the visible spectrum, with heads that were too large and eyes that reflected his headlamp light like 1,000 points of luminescence. They moved with a predatory grace that suggested they had been hunting in these mountains since long before there were rangers to protect them, since long before there were trails marked for human hikers, since long before the Yakama people had warned travelers about the Tata Klea, the owl women who lived in the high places and fed on solitary travelers. Kevin understood as the nearest one reached toward him with a limb that was neither exactly a wing nor exactly an arm, that the boot in his hand was not evidence. It was an invitation. It was a message that said, "You have entered our domain, you have followed the calls that we sent you, and now you belong to us. Just as your brother belonged to us, just as Sophia belongs to us, just as all the others who have ever gone missing in these mountains belong to us." Michael's voice came one final time, and now it wasn't Michael's voice at all. It was a chorus of voices, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, all saying Kevin's name in perfect unison. All the voices of all the hikers who had ever disappeared in the Marble Mountain wilderness. All the voices preserved, stored, imitated perfectly. Kevin dropped the boot and tried to run. The fog swallowed him immediately. He could no longer see his headlamp's beam. He could no longer see his own hands in front of his face. He could only hear the sound of his own footsteps on the earth, and underneath that, the sound of things moving. Many things, all moving toward the same place he was moving toward. When the trees opened up into what felt like a clearing, Kevin understood that he had arrived at the place where Sophia was waiting. He could hear her breathing, rapid and shallow, pressed against something solid. He could hear the sound of feathers, so many feathers all moving at once. He tried to call out to Sophia, to say something that might constitute a final moment of human connection, before whatever happened next happened, but his mouth wouldn't cooperate. His throat had closed. All he could produce was a sound like wind moving through a canyon, like the cry of an enormous owl, like his own voice transformed into something other. The transformation, when it came, was not painful. It was merely inevitable. Like water flowing downhill, like autumn following summer, like the turning of the seasons that no human agency could prevent. Kevin felt himself changing, his perspective shifting, his senses recalibrating to perceive a world that humans were never meant to see. Around him in a circle stood other figures. Some of them were relatively fresh, still maintaining something of human shape, though the shape was wrong in multiple dimensions. Some of them were ancient, worn down to their essential predatory form, all wing and hunger and the terrible patience of things that lived for centuries. One of them had Michael's face. One of them had Sarah Martinez's face, a hiker who had disappeared in 2003. One of them had James Whitfield's face, missing since 1997. Kevin counted 17 faces before his ability to count things in the human way began to dissolve, and then, from deep in the fog, he heard the voice of dispatch calling his name, calling him back to a world he could no longer reach, to a place where he had existed only hours before but which now seemed as distant as a childhood memory. The search and rescue teams arrived at the Lover's Cove trailhead just after midnight. They found Kevin's truck parked beside Sophia Chen's Subaru. The ranger station was dark. No sign of Unit 3. The search perimeter was expanded immediately to include the full trail system and surrounding backcountry. 48 hours later, with nearly 60 searchers working the terrain, they had found Kevin's radio at a location 2.3 miles up the Lover's Cove Trail. Its battery dead. Its final transmission received by dispatch at 8:47 p.m. the previous evening. They found Sophia Chen's other boot, the one Kevin had discovered, carefully preserved in the station's evidence locker, marked with coordinates and a date, waiting to be processed. They found no bodies, no sign of struggle, no indication of what had happened to either hiker. The official report concluded that both Kevin Summers and Sophia Chen had become disoriented in the fog and unseasonably poor weather, that they had likely left the marked trail system and become lost in terrain that claimed the lives of experienced hikers with depressing regularity. The case was classified as a missing persons incident with probability of fatal accident. Search and rescue operations continued for 2 weeks and then were suspended. The Marble Mountain Wilderness was returned to the Park Service's standard patrol schedule. Winter storms moved in early that year, and by November, the high country was buried under 3 feet of snow, making further search efforts impossible. In January of the following year, a new ranger was assigned to the Marble Mountain Station. His name was David Martinez, and he had no connection to Marble Mountain beyond the rotation schedule that assigned him to the station. He was a competent ranger, well-trained, experienced in remote wilderness operations. On his 3rd week at the station, David began hearing voices on the radio frequency during his evening patrols. Voices that didn't belong to dispatch. Voices that called his name in a way that made his chest tight and his hands cold. One of the voices sounded like his sister Sarah, who had gone missing from these mountains in 2003. David reported the phenomenon to his supervisor, who suggested that perhaps the radio was experiencing some kind of malfunction. Or perhaps, the supervisor speculated, David was stressed from the transition to a new station and could benefit from a few days off. David accepted the suggestion and took a long weekend in the valley town. When he returned, the voices were still there, and on the evening of his 5th day back on duty, David Martinez took his patrol radio and his hiking pack and followed the voice of his sister deeper into the fog-shrouded wilderness, toward the place where the old things were waiting, toward the place where Kevin and Sophia and Michael and 17 others had become additions to a collection that had been assembling itself for centuries, one hiker at a time, one voice at a time, growing and learning and becoming more perfect at the act of luring humans deeper into the mountains. The Marble Mountain Wilderness had finally learned to speak in human tongues. It had learned to imitate not just voices, but the emotional weight behind the voices. It had learned that the deepest hungers, the need for family, the pull of connection, the desperate human hope that a lost loved one might somehow be out there, waiting to be found, were far more effective lures than any physical trap could ever be. And so it waited in the fog, the Tataklea, the owl women, the things that had lived in this place since before language existed. It waited for the next hiker, the next solitary person drawn to the mountains by the beauty of wilderness and the seductive promise of solitude. It waited with the patience of something that had centuries to perfect its hunting technique. It called from the fog. It imitated the voices of the dead. It gathered them one by one, season by season, year by year, building a chorus that grew more sophisticated and more hungry with each edition. And in the valley below, in the ranger station that sat silent through the cold night, the radio on the desk crackled softly with a voice that wasn't quite dispatch, calling out to anyone who might be listening, speaking in English that was almost perfect, inviting new rangers to come deeper into the mountains, to answer just one more call, to follow just one more voice into the fog. The Marble Mountain Wilderness had finally learned to hunt in the language of men. Location: Honey Hole Canyon National Monument, Arizona. Date: August 14th, 2015. The heat of the Arizona high desert in August was a living thing. It didn't just surround you, it infiltrated, claimed you, made you question whether your body was even yours anymore. Tyler Reeves had been the primary ranger at Honey Hole Canyon National Monument for 4 years, and he'd learned to respect the heat the way you respected a dangerous animal. You didn't fight it. You worked with it, understood its patterns, and made sure you were inside before it became truly lethal. This morning had started like most August mornings. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue that would deepen as the day progressed. The monsoon season in Arizona meant thunderstorms in the afternoon, usually violent, always brief, and absolutely unpredictable in where they'd strike. The weather radio on Tyler's desk at the ranger station crackled with warnings. Flash flood watches for all arroyos, severe thunderstorm watches, dust storm potential. Standard August fare. The monument stretched across 14,000 acres of high desert canyon country, with Honey Hole Canyon itself a 4-mile deep cut through rust-red sandstone that ran seasonal water only during the heaviest rains. Tyler filled his coffee mug at the station's small kitchenette, lukewarm water that would stay warm in the thermos even as the day heated up, and checked his equipment. Radio on the Ranger frequency, GPS unit with fresh batteries, flashlight, first aid kit. The usual items that a ranger carried, most of them never needed, but all of them critical on the day when they were actually required. The work itself was simple. Patrol the access roads, maintain the 3 marked trails, monitor the water at the canyon's base for flash flood potential, and manage the small number of visitors who came to the monument seeking something quieter than the national parks. The landscape around the ranger station was stunning in its austerity. The monument consisted primarily of high desert, scrub brush, yucca, the occasional ponderosa pine on the higher elevations. The canyon itself cut through this landscape like an afterthought, a massive scar in the earth that revealed millions of years of geological history in its walls. Layer upon layer of red, orange, brown, and rust-colored sandstone, each stratum representing different geological epochs. The canyon had been carved by water, though it rarely flowed now except in monsoon season when the rains came, and Honey Hole Canyon became a torrent that would sweep away anything in its path. Tyler checked the visitor log as he did every morning. Yesterday had brought 6 hikers, 3 in the morning, 3 in the late afternoon. All had checked out. All had signed back in. The monument kept detailed records because people could disappear in places like this, and had historically. Tyler had read the old incident reports, the stories of visitors who'd wandered off trail in the 1970s and 80s, who'd never been found. That was why the ranger station existed now. That was why Tyler was here. The morning patrol was routine. He drove the access road that ran along the canyon's east rim, checking for downed trees, washouts, and any signs of recent visitor damage. Everything was in order. The trails, Crimson Overlook, Canyon Bottom, and the challenging rim-to-rim descent were clear and marked with the standard Forest Service blazes. No recent storm damage, no apparent issues. By early afternoon, Tyler was back at the station eating a sandwich when the visitor check-in occurred. A young woman in her early 20s with a day pack and hiking boots, wanting to do the Canyon Bottom Trail. Tyler remembered the moment clearly because she'd been particularly striking. Dark hair, pale skin that clearly didn't spend much time in the desert sun, and eyes that held that specific kind of curiosity that meant she was a serious hiker, not just a casual tourist wandering through for the photo opportunity. "How long have you been hiking?" Tyler asked, filling out the check-in form with her information. "About 5 years," she said. Her name was Harper Caldwell. She lived in Phoenix. She'd done most of Arizona's major trails and wanted to experience some of the lesser-known monuments. "I know about the monsoon risk. I'll be back by 5 o'clock. I'm fast." Tyler studied the sky. The heat was building. That particular pressure in the air that meant the monsoon was developing somewhere north, somewhere over the Mogollon Rim. Storms probably not here until late afternoon, but the moment you see clouds building, I want you off that trail and heading back up. Understood? This canyon floods fast. "I understand," Harper said. She signed the check-in form, noted her entry time, 1:47 p.m., and headed for the Crimson Overlook parking area where the Canyon Bottom Trail began. Tyler watched her go. He'd done this hundreds of times, checked in hikers, explained the hazards, sent them off into the monument's interior. Most came back. Some came back with stories. A very few didn't come back at all. Harper Caldwell had been hiking the Southwest for 5 years, ever since a college geology class had sparked something in her that all her other academic pursuits had failed to ignite. There was something profound about reading stone that had been exposed for millions of years, about walking where water had carved its path through ancient rock, about feeling yourself as part of a geological timeline that made human concerns seem appropriately small. The canyon bottom trail was challenging but manageable, a steep descent from the rim down to where water sometimes flowed, then a return along the canyon floor if you wanted to see the geological layers in detail. Harper had brought water, electrolyte tablets, and a sun hat. She'd checked the weather. She was prepared. The descent took 45 minutes. The trail was well marked, the switchbacks carefully engineered, and the views got better as she descended. The canyon walls rose on either side of her, each one displaying a fascinating cross-section of time. Bands of Supai group formation, rust-red and orange layers that told a story of ancient seas and deserts. Red wall limestone above it. The views were worth every breath of exertion. At the canyon bottom, the trail leveled and she could see the seasonal water channel, dry now, but showing signs of previous flooding. Large boulders had been rolled and repositioned by water. Sand and silt lined the arroyo. Everything here was shaped by the occasional violence of flowing water. Harper checked her watch. 2:35 p.m. She'd been on the trail for less than an hour. The ranger had said she'd be back by 5, and she would be, easily. She decided to walk a bit further along the canyon floor, to see how the geology changed at different points in the canyon. The walk was peaceful. The heat was intense, but it was a dry heat. Her sweat evaporated as fast as it formed, and the canyon's depth provided some shadow from the afternoon sun. She could hear the wind moving over the rim far above, a distant whisper, but here in the canyon, there was almost no wind. The silence was complete except for the occasional sound of her own footsteps on the stone. It was around 3:15 that Harper first noticed something wrong with the light. The canyon around her was getting darker. She looked up, expecting to see clouds building, but the patch of sky visible at the canyon's rim was still relatively clear. Yet the light filtering down into the canyon was distinctly dimmer, more orange-tinted, carrying that particular quality that meant dust in the atmosphere. Harper checked her phone. 2 bars of signal. 3:17 p.m. She could still see maybe 2 hours before sunset, and the hike back up would take 45 minutes. Even if a storm was developing, she had plenty of time. She continued walking. The color of the light got stranger the further she walked. More orange now, almost rust-colored, as if the world itself was filtering through oxidized metal. Harper had never seen light quite like this. It was beautiful but deeply unsettling, like watching a sunset in real time while the sun was still high. Then she heard the sound. It came from above, a cry that was almost like a bird call but larger, deeper, carrying frequencies that didn't sound entirely natural. Harper stopped and looked up. At the rim of the canyon, perhaps 100 meters above, she could see something moving. Large, dark against the orange-tinted sky. A hawk, probably. Or a raven. Arizona had large birds of prey. She'd heard the ranger mention mountain lions and bears, but birds were less concerning. Still, the size of what she'd seen seemed wrong. Whatever it was had been much larger than any hawk she'd ever encountered. Harper started walking back toward the trailhead. The light continued to deteriorate. By 3:45, it was so dark that Harper had to turn on her phone's flashlight to see the trail clearly. The sky above the canyon rim was now a deep orange-brown, the kind of color you saw just before a major dust storm arrived. Harper had been in Phoenix during monsoon season. She'd experienced haboobs, the massive walls of dust that could reduce visibility to nothing, but she'd never seen the precursor light quite like this. The wind started then, sudden and strong, coming in hard gusts down the canyon. It carried the smell of dust and heat and something else, something that reminded Harper of old feathers, of something that had been dead for a long time. Harper walked faster. The trail up the canyon was steeper going up than coming down, and the increasing darkness made it harder to see the switchbacks clearly. Harper's phone light caught rocks and shadows in ways that made her depth perception uncertain. Several times she had to pause, get her bearings, and make sure she was on the actual trail and not scrambling up loose rock. By 4:15, Harper could see that the sky above the rim had become genuinely dark. Not the natural darkness of approaching evening, but something darker, something wrong. The clouds that had been building must be massive. They'd filled the entire sky, and the wind was getting stronger, gusting hard enough now that Harper had to brace herself against the canyon wall to keep from being blown off her feet. She was still maybe 20 minutes from the rim, still on the marked trail, still safe, technically. But something in the way the light was failing, in the way the wind was behaving, in the smell that kept hitting her on the harder gusts, was telling her that she needed to move faster. Harper started climbing harder, her legs burning from the exertion, her breath coming in gasps in the thin, high desert air. The phone light bounced wildly with her movement, making the shadows dance. And in those dancing shadows, Harper became certain she saw movement. Large movement, keeping pace with her as she climbed. She didn't stop. She didn't look back. She just climbed faster, and the sound came again from above. That cry that was almost a bird call but wasn't quite. Something that had a layer of intelligence to it. Something that sounded like it was hunting. Tyler was monitoring the weather when the light changed. He was at the ranger station, watching the computer screen displaying the latest satellite imagery and radar data. The monsoon was developing rapidly, moving in from the north faster than the morning forecast had suggested. What had been a general storm watch was becoming a specific storm warning. He checked the visitor log. Harper Caldwell had checked in at 1:47 p.m. It was now 4:30 p.m. If she'd done the canyon bottom trail as marked, 2.5 hours round trip, she should have been back by 4:30. She wasn't at the station. She wasn't answering her checkout form. Tyler stepped outside. The light was definitely wrong. The sky was a sick orange-brown and the wind was beginning to gust, the precursor to the main storm. Dust was in the air, blown from somewhere north, turning the world into something that looked more like dusk than late afternoon. The temperature, which had been holding around 104 degrees, was dropping noticeably as the storm approached. He keyed his radio. Visitor checkout at Crimson Overlook. Vehicle is still in parking area. Visitor hasn't returned yet. He was speaking to himself, but it was protocol to log these observations. Monitoring situation. Will advise if assistance is needed. Tyler got in his truck and drove to the Crimson Overlook parking area. The wind was stronger here, at the canyon's edge. He could see Harper's car, a red Honda Civic, parked in one of the spots. The parking area was otherwise empty. It was 4:35 p.m. The hike was supposed to take 2.5 hours. The storm was building rapidly overhead. Tyler checked the weather again on his phone. The radar showed a severe thunderstorm developing directly over the monument. Lightning was already occurring, and hail was possible. The storm was maybe 30 minutes away from the parking area, but much closer to the canyon itself. He keyed the radio again. Dispatch, this is Honey Hole Canyon Ranger Station. I have a missing visitor situation developing. Female hiker, name Harper Caldwell, checked in at approximately 1:47 p.m. on the Canyon Bottom Trail. Standard route should have her back by 4:15. It's now 4:35 and she hasn't returned. Storm is moving in. I'm going to conduct a search. Static. Then dispatch came back, her voice carrying that particular quality of controlled concern that meant she understood the situation. Copy, Honey Hole. What's the visitor's experience level? Moderate to high, Tyler responded. She knew about the weather risk, but the storm moved in faster than forecast. I'm starting a search up the Canyon Bottom Trail. Copy. Weather Service is issuing a flash flood warning for all Arizona arroyos. Be aware of water movement. What's your ETA for completion of initial search? 2 hours maximum. If I don't locate her, I'll need SAR mobilized. Understood. We'll put out an alert. Stay in radio contact. Tyler grabbed his gear from the truck, a heavier flashlight, additional water, first aid kit, and a rope. The Canyon Bottom Trail was descended via switchbacks, but if he needed to move quickly, he could rappel down sections of it. He didn't think it would come to that, but it was good to have the option. He started down the trail at a jog. Harper's last moment of certainty came at the place where the canyon widened slightly, where she could see the arroyo on both sides of the rock formation she was climbing. She could see the canyon floor now despite the darkness, and she could see that the dry arroyo was beginning to have a sheen on its surface. Water, the rain that was building above the rim, the rain that hadn't reached the canyon floor yet, was starting to run down from somewhere upstream, beginning the slow accumulation that would become a flood. She was roughly halfway up the trail, still 20 minutes from the rim, but the water was coming. Harper climbed harder, her legs screaming, her lungs burning, but she pushed through it. She could see the switchbacks ahead, could almost see the rim. The light was so dark now that her phone light was the primary source of illumination, and everything outside its beam was shadow. The cry came again from above. Much closer now. Not a hawk. Definitely not a hawk. The size and the quality of the sound made it clear that whatever was hunting her wasn't any ordinary bird. Harper looked up and she saw it. At first it was just a shape against the dark sky, a silhouette that was wrong, proportioned in ways that nothing natural should be proportioned. But as it moved, the light of her phone caught it more clearly, and Harper's mind struggled to process what she was seeing. It was massive, at least as tall as a man, if not taller. But that was where the resemblance to anything ordinary ended. The body was avian but exaggerated, twisted into something that combined bird and human anatomy in ways that made no evolutionary sense. The head was the worst. It was almost human. She could see the suggestion of a face, of eyes that looked at her with intelligence. But it was also entirely bird-like, with a beak that curved and long ears that rose from the sides of the head like horns. The wings, when the creature spread them against the wind, spanned what looked like 12 feet or more. Harper tried to scream, but the sound that came out was something less than a scream, something that her throat produced almost involuntarily, a sound of pure animal terror. The creature threw its head back and made its hunting cry again. This close, Harper could hear layers to it that she hadn't detected before. There was something almost like laughter in there, something almost like hunger. Harper turned and ran up the trail without any sense of where she was going, trusting only that upward was better than being on the canyon floor where the creature could reach her more easily. Her phone light bounced wildly with her movement, creating shadows that seemed to pursue her more aggressively than the creature itself. Behind her, the creature descended, not flying. It moved like it was crawling through the air, using its wings like limbs, moving in ways that nothing with wings should be able to move. Harper reached the next switchback and threw herself around it, risking a look back. The creature was maybe 50 meters behind her now, descending the trail, moving with surprising speed and grace. It was hurting her, she realized, not trying to catch her on the canyon wall where it might be difficult. Driving her. Toward something. Toward where? Harper's thought fractured as a flash of lightning illuminated the entire canyon. Thunder followed immediately. The storm was nearly overhead now. And in that flash of light, Harper saw what the creature was herding her toward. Further up the canyon, at a point that should have been the start of the climbing trail, there was an overhang. A cave or shelter of some kind that Harper hadn't noticed on her descent, because the light had been different, and at the entrance to that shelter there were things, objects arranged in patterns. Harper's mind, even as it was processing the presence of a creature from nightmare, recognized what those objects were. Remains. Clothing. Bones, possibly. The remains of other hikers who had come to Honey Hole Canyon and never made it out. Harper screamed then, a real scream that echoed off the canyon walls, and she ran with everything she had left. Tyler was halfway down the canyon when he felt the first drops of rain. Not a gentle beginning to a storm. These were large drops, spaced apart, the kind that usually meant the main deluge was seconds away. He increased his pace, moving down the switchbacks faster than was entirely safe, because he understood what was about to happen. Flash floods in arroyos didn't begin with water at ground level. They began upstream, built momentum, and became a wall of water moving at tremendous speed. The arroyo's water was already beginning to move. He could see it accumulating, hear it rushing from upstream in the distance. "Dispatch, I'm in the canyon," he radioed. Rain starting. Water movement in the arroyo. Continuing search, but will need to abort if conditions deteriorate. Copy, Honeyhole. National Weather Service has elevated the flash flood warning to critical. Any sign of the hiker? Negative, still searching. The rain intensified. It went from scattered large drops to a genuine downpour in the space of maybe 30 seconds. Tyler could barely see 10 meters ahead. The canyon walls around him became suggestions, glimpses between sheets of rain. The water in the arroyo was definitely moving now, and the sound from upstream was becoming louder. The sound of a major volume of water accumulating and beginning to flow toward lower elevations. Tyler was so focused on the increasing danger of the water and the degrading conditions that he almost missed the sound. But it cut through the rain and the increasing roar of the arroyo. A scream. A human scream, coming from somewhere further up the canyon. Dispatch, I have audible indication of the hiker. Continuing search up canyon. Tyler started climbing, moving faster now, not bothering with the switchbacks, just scrambling directly up the canyon wall. His hands found purchase on the stone, his feet found ledges. The rain was making everything slippery, but the urgency overrode the danger. He heard the sound again. Not a scream this time, but a sound of pure terror, wordless and animal. And then he heard something else. A cry that was almost a scream itself, but came from a throat that wasn't human. A hunting cry. Tyler froze for just a moment as his brain tried to process what he'd heard. That wasn't a cougar. It wasn't a bear. It was something else. Something he'd never heard before, but something his body recognized as fundamentally wrong. Tyler reached for his radio. Dispatch, I'm hearing unusual animal sounds in the canyon. Something large, not a known species. Continuing search. He pulled himself up over another ledge, and that's when he saw her. Harper Caldwell was climbing toward him, her clothes soaked through, her face running with rain and tears. She was maybe 30 meters above him, moving with the desperate energy of something being pursued. And behind her, descending the canyon wall with a grace that nothing natural should possess, was something that Tyler's mind refused at first to acknowledge. His training said cougar, mountain lion, predatory mammal. His eyes said something else entirely. The creature was massive, avian, wrong in every way that Tyler understood natural order. It moved with intelligence, with purpose, herding Harper towards something rather than directly attacking. And when it turned its head to look in Tyler's direction, its eyes held a clarity that said it understood he was there, that it was aware of him, that he was part of whatever calculation it was making. Get up here, Tyler yelled at Harper, extending his hand toward her. Now, come on. Harper scrambled toward him with renewed energy, seeing a different way out, seeing rescue. She reached his position and Tyler grabbed her arm, pulling her up beside him. The creature on the wall below them paused, and the sound it made was that hunting cry again, that almost laughter that suggested intelligence and hunger combined in a way that nature had no business creating. Lightning struck somewhere nearby. Tyler felt the hair on his arm stand up with static, and the canyon flooded with light. In that light, he got his first clear look at the thing that was hunting them. It was like nothing in any field guide, any biology text, any ranger training. The body was avian, massive wings, feathered, obviously adapted for flight. But the head was wrong. The face was wrong. There was intelligence there, malice there. And as he watched, the creature opened its mouth and made a sound that was less cry and more language, something with layers and meaning, something that almost sounded like speech. Tyler grabbed Harper and pulled her toward the canyon wall, moving along a narrow ledge toward the shelter he could now see. The overhang he'd noticed earlier, the place where the creature seemed to be herding them. But as they reached it, Tyler understood what the shelter actually was. It wasn't just a shelter. It was a collection point, a place where things came to gather what they'd caught. The cave extended back into the stone, and what Tyler's flashlight revealed at its entrance was a horror that forced him to look away. The remains of visitors, of hikers, of people who'd come to Honey Hole Canyon and never left. Clothing arranged carefully, bones arranged in patterns that suggested not careless scattering but deliberate placement. Offering, maybe. Or trophies. No, Harper whispered beside him. No, no, no. The creature descended the final 20 meters of canyon wall and landed on the stone in front of the cave entrance. Its wings spread wide, creating a silhouette against the ongoing lightning. Thunder rumbled so hard that Tyler felt it through the stone at his back, and the creature made its sound again. That cry that was almost language, that hunting call that contained something almost like satisfaction. Tyler realized in that moment what he was looking at, not a modern creature, not an evolution or biological anomaly, something older. Something that had been hunting in this canyon long before the monument existed, long before rangers had come to monitor and manage the land. The indigenous peoples of the Southwest had stories about creatures like this. The Lechuza, a predatory spirit, a shapeshifter, a territorial entity that didn't permit trespassers. He'd read about it once in an old ranger's journal from the 1970s. He'd dismissed it as folklore, superstition, the product of a ranger losing his mind in isolation. Now Tyler understood that some dismissals were mistakes. Back, he said to Harper, pulling her further into the cave even as every instinct screamed at him not to go deeper into the creature's lair. We need to go back, deeper. There might be another way out. They stumbled backward into the darkness of the cave, away from the creature that was blocking the entrance. The cave descended as they moved, the floor angling downward. Tyler's flashlight caught the surfaces around them and bounced off stone that was oddly smooth, polished in places, as if this cave had been traveled for thousands of years. They moved for what felt like minutes but was probably only 30 seconds, far enough that the entrance was no longer visible, far enough that they were in complete darkness, except for Tyler's flashlight. Behind them, the creature made no attempt to follow. It simply waited at the entrance as if it knew that the cave was a dead end, as if it understood that Tyler and Harper had only delayed the inevitable. Tyler found a side passage about 50 meters in and pulled Harper into it. The passage climbed slightly, and after maybe 20 meters, fresh air began to flow. And then, a gap, a break in the rock, leading upward. Tyler shone his flashlight through and saw stars. Open sky. This way, he said. Move. They scrambled upward through the passage, Tyler pushing Harper up and in front of him. The passage was tight, forcing them to crawl in places, but the fresh air and the visible sky above were worth every moment of claustrophobia. They emerged on the canyon rim, away from the overhang, away from the creature, in the clearing rain where the main body of the monsoon was continuing to dump water across the high desert. Tyler looked back toward the canyon. He couldn't see the cave entrance anymore. Couldn't see anything in the darkness except for the occasional flash of lightning illuminating the landscape. But he didn't need to see it to know the creature was still there, still waiting, still hunting in the way it had hunted for however long these entities hunted. Come on, he said to Harper. We need to get to the ranger station. They ran through the rain, through the darkness, following Tyler's knowledge of the land. Behind them, at the canyon's rim, something made a hunting cry that the wind seemed to carry for miles before swallowing it into the night. The official report listed Harper Caldwell as a hiker who had gotten lost in Honey Hole Canyon during a severe monsoon event. She'd been found by Ranger Tyler Reeves after a brief search. She was dehydrated and in shock, but otherwise unharmed. The incident was attributed to weather and terrain hazards. Search and rescue never needed to mobilize. What the report didn't include was any mention of what had been seen in the canyon, the arrangement of remains in the cave, the creature that had hunted them, the intelligence that had been in that thing's eyes. Tyler hadn't included those details. He knew how they would be received. He knew what people would say. He also knew that Harper, when questioned by SAR personnel and the official investigators, had said nothing about the creature. She'd mentioned getting lost, mentioned seeing the cave during her descent, mentioned the fear and the difficulty of the climb back up, but nothing about what had been hunting her. They had made an unspoken agreement not to speak of it, because some things, when spoken aloud, became undeniable in ways that made them harder to live with. Harper had left Arizona the next day. She didn't return to hiking after the incident. Tyler had heard through the grapevine that she'd moved back to the Midwest, away from the Southwest and its canyons and high deserts. She didn't want to be in a place where you could go looking for solitude in stone and find something looking back with ancient intelligence. Tyler still works as the primary ranger at Honey Hole Canyon National Monument. The visitation has increased slightly. People are drawn to places with stories, to places with danger. But Tyler has noticed something. Fewer people hike the canyon bottom trail now. Fewer people venture to the deepest parts of the canyon. And the ranger station logs show a pattern that mirrors other protected lands. Certain areas begin to gain reputations. Certain trails become known as places where people should be careful. Sometimes, on quiet mornings, Tyler stands at the canyon rim and looks down at the landscape, trying to see if there's any sign of the creature. There never is. It doesn't need to advertise its presence. It knows what it is. It knows what it hunts. It knows that the canyon is its territory, has been for longer than humans have had words to name things. And every few seasons, despite all the warnings, spoken and unspoken, another hiker disappears in Honey Hole Canyon during a monsoon event. Their car sits in the parking lot. Their check-in form notes their intended trail, but they never return. Tyler files the reports. He conducts the searches. He finds nothing, usually. And he wonders if the creature is still adding to its collection in that cave, still arranging its trophies, still maintaining its ancient territory against the encroachment of humans who keep coming, despite all warnings, despite all the signs, desperate for solitude in stone and willing to accept the risks that come with it. The canyon doesn't kill its hikers. That's what people always get wrong. The canyon is just stone and air. It's what hunts in the canyon that kills them. It's what has hunted there since before the canyons had names, since before people came with maps and official designations. It's what will hunt there long after Honey Hole Canyon National Monument is forgotten. Location: Guadalupe Mountains National Park, Texas. Date: August 14th, 2018. The pre-dawn air at the Frijole Ridge Ranger Station was already warm, not merely hot, but the kind of deep, suffocating warmth that came from the earth itself radiating the heat it had accumulated the day before. James Caldwell had been a ranger at Guadalupe Mountains for 9 years, long enough to understand that August was the month when the land became something closer to an adversary than a park. The monsoon season had arrived with its erratic fury, sudden downpours that created flash floods capable of sweeping away hikers and vehicles alike, followed by hours of brutal, unrelenting heat that turned the limestone canyons into ovens. The temperature would reach 102 degrees by afternoon. By midnight, it would drop to 40. He stood on the small porch of the station with a cup of coffee that had already begun to cool in the pre-dawn darkness, watching the eastern ridges gradually separate themselves from the black sky. The mountains here were different from the other ranges he'd worked, sharper, more dramatic, almost aggressive in their geometry. The Guadalupes rose abruptly from the desert floor, their peaks limestone white, their slopes dense with pine and fir in the higher elevations where moisture gathered. Lower down, the vegetation thinned to scrubland and skeletal trees that had learned to survive on minimal water. Everything here was shaped by scarcity. Everything had learned to take what it needed and waste nothing, including the things that lived here that weren't human. The forecast had promised clear skies for most of the day, with possible monsoonal activity developing around sunset. The humidity was building. James could smell it in the air. That particular mineral scent that came before storms, the ozone-like tang that made the sky feel closer than it should be. It was 0530 hours. Sunrise was still 40 minutes away. The station was quiet except for the ambient hum of the radio, occasionally crackling with overnight traffic from other parks, other rangers, the constant low-level communication that kept the wilderness service connected to itself. James had established his morning routine years ago, and he maintained it with the consistency that came from years of working alone in remote locations. Coffee at Oro 500, weather check at Oro 515, permit review at Oro 530, equipment verification at Oro 545. By 0600, he would be out for his first trail inspection of the day, covering the most popular routes, McKittrick Canyon, the Devil's Hall Trail, Guadalupe Peak, to ensure that overnight storms or rockfall had created no new hazards. The park was receiving perhaps 150 visitors per day during peak August season, and while most stuck to the well-marked trails, some had the confidence born of ignorance that convinced them to explore beyond marked boundaries. He pulled up the overnight permit registrations on the station's computer, a machine that was approximately 15 years old and ran with all the speed that technology of that vintage could muster. 2 parties had filed overnight permits, a group of 4 climbing Guadalupe Peak who had checked in at the trailhead at 1400 hours yesterday, and a solo hiker named Harper Cole, who had registered for a 3-day backcountry expedition starting at the North McKittrick trailhead. Harper's permit specified experience in wilderness navigation, equipment including satellite communication, and a planned route through some of the more remote canyons, Water Canyon, Bear Canyon, the upper sections of McKittrick that saw foot traffic only during spring season. Harper had been due back by 1800 hours today. In the meantime, she was out there somewhere in the dark, presumably on her first night of camping, assuming she'd decided to actually follow her stated itinerary. James had learned not to assume anything about backcountry permits. Some people followed them exactly. Others treated them as rough suggestions. A few used them as covers for entirely different activities. Harper Cole's permit photograph showed a woman in her late 20s, dark hair pulled back, standing in front of a canyon background that James recognized as somewhere in California, probably Joshua Tree or similar. The credential listed her as a wildlife photographer specializing in nocturnal species. The note on her permit indicated she was planning to photograph bats migrating through the Guadalupe canyons during their August movement patterns. That explained the 3-day duration and the remote location selection. The bats moved through specific corridors, and the best viewing was away from the main trails where human activity wouldn't disturb the migration. James approved the permit without hesitation. The woman clearly knew what she was doing. That was something he would remember later, the simple confidence with which he'd made that judgment, based on a photograph and a credential and the assumption that experience meant safety. It was one of the few things he would remember clearly, after everything that followed. Harper Cole had reached her first campsite at approximately 1600 hours, establishing herself in a small clearing, roughly 2 miles up Water Canyon from the marked trailhead. The location was technically within park boundaries, but far enough from main trails that she'd seen no other hikers all day. The canyon walls rose steep and dramatic on both sides, limestone faces weathered by millennia, streaked with mineral deposits that created patterns almost like writing, almost like language, if you looked at them long enough. She'd spent the first 3 hours of daylight hiking slowly, photographing flora, checking canyon walls for signs of nocturnal habitation, guano deposits, roost marks, the small details that indicated where the bats spent their days sleeping. The heat had been intense but manageable with proper hydration. She'd brought 5 liters of water and a satellite communication device that was, frankly, overkill for a modern backcountry trip. But the insurance company for her wildlife photography business had insisted. She'd obliged them by activating it once, checking that the device worked, then packing it away. The permit and the credential were real. The expertise was genuine. Harper had spent 6 seasons photographing bats across the southwestern United States, and she had accumulated knowledge about migration patterns that most casual hikers would never possess. She knew which canyons the bats preferred. She knew the timing of their movements. She knew how to remain still for hours, how to set up remote camera traps, how to exist in wilderness in a state of patient observation rather than anxious movement. What she didn't know, what she couldn't have known, was that the bats weren't the only things that lived in these canyons, or the only things that were drawn to them during migration season. As the day had progressed and the heat had built, Harper had begun to notice something odd about the canyon's acoustics. Sound traveled strangely here, echoing from wall to wall in ways that made it difficult to determine where sources actually were. A bird's call from the left would seem to bounce to the right, then upward, then downward. The wind, when it came, seemed to originate from multiple directions simultaneously, as if the canyon were breathing from multiple mouths. By 1400 hours, She'd become aware of another sound underneath the wind and the birds and the distant rustle of her own movement. It was a clicking sound, rhythmic, deliberate, almost like Morse code, almost like language. She'd attributed it to insects, perhaps cicadas or some other arthropod species. She'd made a mental note to investigate. At 15:30 hours, as the afternoon heat reached its peak and the canyon walls seemed to radiate warmth that was almost visible, Harper had heard something else. It was a cry, high-pitched, almost childlike, a sound of distress or alarm. It had come from above her, from the direction of a narrow band of vegetation that clung to the canyon rim. She looked up, expecting to see an animal, a young bighorn sheep perhaps, or a mountain lion cub, but saw nothing except the pale rock and the dark vegetation silhouetted against the bright sky. The cry hadn't repeated. The canyon had returned to its normal background noise, wind, rustling, distant bird calls. Harper had continued setting up her camp, choosing a location with good sight lines toward a likely roosting area, where she'd positioned her remote camera traps. Now at 2100 hours, with full darkness arrived and the temperature already dropping rapidly, Harper was beginning to understand that the quiet of the canyon was not, as she'd initially assessed, a normal wilderness quiet. It was an absence of sound where sound should be. The crickets and insects that should have been active after dark were gone. The nocturnal bird calls that she would normally expect, the owls, the nighthawks, the other creatures that emerged as the sun set, were completely absent. The canyon was silent in a way that felt deliberate, as if something had arrived and everything else had evacuated in response. Harper had experienced wilderness loneliness many times before. She enjoyed it. There was something clarifying about complete solitude, about being the only human heartbeat for miles in any direction. But this silence was different. This silence felt like attention, like the landscape itself was watching her, waiting for something. She was sitting near her camp, reviewing photographs on the back of her camera, when she heard the first clearly non-insect sound of the evening. It was a voice, a human voice. It was calling her name. Harper. Just that. Her name, spoken softly, from somewhere down canyon, toward the direction of the trailhead she'd hiked in from that morning. Harper turned toward the sound, her hand instinctively moving to her satellite communicator. Though she didn't activate it, hikers occasionally pushed beyond their intended routes. Someone might have become lost, might have decided to camp in her general area, might have heard her setting up camp and was calling to establish contact. "Hello?" she called back. "I'm just ahead." There was no response. She waited 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes. The silence returned, complete and absolute. Harper told herself that the sound had probably been an echo. Canyons created strange acoustic effects. The human brain was prone to pattern recognition, to interpreting random noise as familiar sounds. She'd heard her name because she expected to hear human voices because on some level, her brain was concerned about being alone, was primed to detect signs of other humans. She settled back into reviewing her photographs, checking the settings on her camera traps, ensuring that she had clear sight lines for the nocturnal photography work. The bats would begin emerging around 2200 hours. She could set her watch by it. The heat of the day would be sufficiently diminished, the insects more active, the conditions optimal for feeding. She wanted to be ready. At 2145 hours, she heard the sound again. It was still her name. It was still coming from down canyon, but this time it was closer. "Harper. Harper, come here. There's something you need to see." It was a woman's voice this time. Not young, not old, ageless in that way that voices sometimes were when they carried on wind through open spaces. It was speaking in Spanish-accented English, each word precise and deliberate. And there was something familiar about it, though Harper knew she'd never heard it before. Something that made her spine tighten with an instinct she didn't quite understand. She stood up. She was aware of her own heartbeat now, which had been absent from her consciousness a moment before. She was aware of the drop in temperature. It had fallen perhaps 10 degrees in the last hour, the desert chill settling in as the radiating heat dissipated. She was aware that she was alone, and that there was someone or something else in the canyon with her, and that the thing calling her name seemed to want her to move toward it. "I'm here," Harper called back. Where are you? Down here, the voice said. In the deep canyon. In the places where the sun doesn't reach. Come see. You'll want to see this. Harper's rational mind provided several explanations. Another hiker, disoriented by the darkness. Someone with a satellite radio trying to establish contact. A recorded voice from some source she wasn't identifying. All of these explanations were technically possible. All of them required her to ignore the thing her body was telling her. That this was not another hiker. That this was not someone in need of help. That the thing calling her name in that precise, careful voice was something that should remain at a distance. She activated her satellite communicator. At the ranger station, James was finishing his evening administrative work when the emergency beacon activated. Not a full emergency. That would have been a different signal entirely. But a request for assistance, a need support alert from a registered backcountry communicator. The location placed it in Water Canyon, approximately 2 miles from the marked trailhead, within the park boundaries but in relatively remote terrain. James didn't hesitate. He logged the incident, confirmed with dispatch that he was responding, and began gathering equipment. A hiker was requesting assistance in the backcountry. This could be anything from a twisted ankle to dehydration to simple panic at being alone in wilderness at night. He grabbed his pack, his two-way radio, his flashlight, his emergency medical kit, and headed out toward the North McKittrick trailhead. The drive would take 20 minutes. The hike to Harper's location would take 45 minutes to an hour in darkness, moving carefully through terrain he knew, but that would be treacherous with limited visibility. The night was clear. The full moon James had noted in the weather forecast was rising now, pale and swollen, providing enough light that he didn't need his flashlight for the initial trail section. The temperature had dropped rapidly, and the air was that peculiar combination of desert cold and residual heat that made August nights in the Guadalupes almost comfortable after the brutal afternoon. He reached the trailhead at 22:10 hours, confirmed his location with dispatch, and began hiking up canyon. The route was familiar. He'd covered this trail dozens of times, knew every major rock formation, every water source, every section where the terrain became technical. Moving in darkness required more caution, but the moonlight was sufficient. He made good time. At 22:45 hours, he contacted Harper on his radio. "This is Ranger Caldwell with Park Services. I received your assistance request. What's your location and situation?" There was a delay before the response came, longer than the 3 or 4 seconds typically required for radio transmission. The voice that came back was calm, but James recognized the undertone of fear in it, the controlled response of someone trying hard not to panic. "Ranger, I'm approximately 2 miles up Water Canyon from the main trailhead. I activated the communicator out of caution. I'm hearing voices. Someone calling my name. I can't locate the source. Weather is clear. I have adequate supplies, no injury. But I think I should have someone here with me." "Copy," James said. "Estimate I'll reach your location in approximately 30 minutes. Stay where you are. Maintain contact. Tell me exactly what you're hearing." "There's someone in the canyon," Harper said, calling to me, speaking in English but with an accent I can't place. A woman's voice. "She's been calling for the last 10 minutes, asking me to come down canyon, moving farther away from my camp each time I hear her. This could be weather phenomenon. This could be acoustic tricks from canyon amplification." James had encountered hikers who were convinced they were hearing voices, only to discover the sound source was wind through a narrow passage, or an animal cry, or the hiker's own exhaustion and isolation, creating phantom noises. What exactly is she saying? "She's asking me to come look at something. Says I'll want to see it. The voice seems old, but I can't identify any regional accent. It's strange, Ranger. Something feels wrong." James was moving faster now, ascending the canyon with confidence born of years of knowing this terrain. "I'm en route. Don't move from your camp. Don't follow any sounds. Stay where you are and keep this channel open." "Copy," Harper said. Then, after a pause, "Ranger, I think she just responded to you. I can hear her saying something about you. She sounds angry." James didn't respond immediately. He was processing the logistics of the situation. Radio transmission shouldn't be audible to someone in close proximity using a different device, unless their communicator was receiving feedback. Or unless there were two separate people with communicators in the canyon. Or unless... He pushed the thought away. Stick to practical considerations. Continue moving. Reach the victim. Determine the situation. By 23:05 hours, he could see Harper's camp. A small figure huddled near a low campfire, illuminated by both the moonlight and the flames she'd kindled. She looked up as he approached, and James saw the relief wash across her face before it was replaced by something closer to uncertainty. "Thank God," she said. "I've been hearing it for 20 minutes now. It's getting louder, coming closer. I tried to ignore it, but..." She stopped. She was looking past James, back down the canyon in the direction he'd just come from. "It's behind you," Harper said quietly. "Do you hear it?" James turned. He stood very still, listening. The canyon was a theater of sound and silence. Wind moved through the vegetation. The creek that gave Water Canyon its name murmured in the distance. The normal sounds of desert wilderness at night, and underneath all of that, so quiet he almost couldn't distinguish it from the other sounds, there was something else. It was the sound of wings. Large wings, moving through the air with slow, deliberate strokes. The sound was coming from directly above him, perhaps 30 feet up, where the canyon walls rose like cliffs. The sound of something very large moving through the darkness with absolute precision. "Go inside the fire's light," James said to Harper. He was activating his radio as he spoke. "Dispatch, I'm at the Water Canyon location with the permit holder. Situation is unclear. Something large in the airspace above our location. Possibly a bird, but behavior is unusual." The radio crackled. "Copy, Unit 3. What is your assessment?" James didn't answer immediately. He was watching the sky above the canyon. The moon was bright enough that he should have been able to see the shape moving above them. He should have seen it clearly. Instead, he could only see darkness. A section of sky that seemed darker than it should be, moving with the sound of wings, but refusing to be resolved into any distinct visual form. The sound of wings stopped. In the silence that followed, James heard something else. It was a sound that he recognized immediately, though not from any recent experience. It was a sound he'd heard once years ago on a nature documentary about owls. It was a scream. The shriek of a hunting bird, the predatory call that preceded an attack. Except no owl in the Guadalupe Mountains screamed like that. No owl anywhere screamed like that. The sound was too loud, too reverberating, too laden with something that transcended animal vocalization. It was a sound that carried intelligence and malice and an ancient hunger that had nothing to do with feeding and everything to do with claiming territory. Harper had moved to the far side of her camp away from James, pressing herself against the canyon wall. "What is that?" she whispered. "What is that sound?" James didn't answer. He was reaching into his pack for the signal flare he carried, standard equipment for search and rescue situations, useful for signaling aircraft. He pulled the small canister out and aimed it upward, into the darkness where the wings had been. He ignited it. The flare shot upward, a brilliant red light that illuminated the canyon in harsh, unforgiving detail. For a moment, James saw the thing that was hunting them. It was perched on the canyon rim, perhaps 20 meters above them. It was an owl. That much was immediately apparent from the shape, the posture, the massive wings folded against its body. But it was an owl that should not have existed. It was perhaps 5 feet tall, with a wingspan that seemed to extend nearly 12 feet when it spread its wings in response to the flare light. Its head rotated toward the light with unnatural speed, a full 180-degree rotation that no natural owl could manage. And its eyes. James would spend the rest of his life trying to accurately describe those eyes, and failing every time. They were not animal eyes. They were intelligent, conscious, focused on him with an intensity that suggested not predatory hunger, but something closer to recognition. As if the thing was seeing him, truly seeing him, and remembering him, and holding a grudge against him specifically for reasons that predated their current encounter. The flare burned out. The darkness returned. In the darkness, James heard the sound of wings again, but now it was moving toward them. He pulled Harper to her feet and they ran, not down canyon toward the trailhead, but up canyon toward the steeper terrain, toward the places where flying predators would have difficulty maneuvering. Behind them, the sound of wings grew closer. Harper tripped. James caught her and pulled her up. They were running blind now, the moonlight insufficient, the terrain treacherous, the canyon walls invisible except as darker shapes against the dark sky. Behind them, the creature had landed on something. James heard the impact, heard the shower of rock and debris cascading down the canyon wall. He made a decision. He pulled Harper into a narrow crevasse, a space between two massive boulders that was barely wide enough for them to fit. They pressed themselves into the darkness, their breathing ragged, their hearts pounding so hard James could feel the pulse points in his neck threatening to explode. The sound of wings moved across the canyon entrance, hovering, searching. James kept his hand over Harper's mouth, not to silence her, but to keep her from screaming when the thing passed over their hiding place. It passed over, twice, 3 times. Each pass was deliberate, methodical, as if it knew they were here but was enjoying the hunt too much to end it immediately. Eventually, after what might have been 30 minutes or 3 hours, time had become meaningless. The sound of wings faded. The creature had moved on, back to its patrol, back to its claiming of territory. James and Harper emerged from their crevasse at approximately 300 hours. The moon had begun its descent. The darkness was absolute. The canyon was silent except for the wind and the water and the absence of anything else. They didn't speak. James used his radio sparingly. Brief contacts with dispatch, coordinates, requests for backup, all of it delivered in the clipped professional tone of someone trying very hard not to let panic enter his voice. The hike back to the trailhead was a nightmare of slow progress through darkness, of jumping at every sound, of the constant awareness that they were moving through territory that belonged to something else now. The moonlight had abandoned them. James used his flashlight, and the beam created sharp shadows in the canyon that looked like movement, like wings, like the presence of a creature waiting in every shadow. They reached the trailhead at 05:30 hours, just as the first light was beginning to separate the eastern sky from the black. The moon had set. The sun had not yet risen. They were in the in-between, the threshold space where neither light source claimed dominion, and everything was the gray of approaching day. Harper was in shock, mobile but unresponsive, moving because James directed her to move, speaking only when directly addressed. Her equipment was still in the canyon, abandoned during the run. Her camp was still there. Her 3-day permit was now moot. James filed the incident report with dispatch as Harper sat in the ranger station, wrapped in a blanket that provided no comfort. His description of what they'd encountered was brief and non-specific. Large predatory bird, behavior uncharacteristic of known species. Attack response suggests possible habitat intrusion or territorial response. The official investigation that followed was necessarily inconclusive. A park ranger and a registered backcountry permit holder had reported hearing an unusual large bird in Water Canyon. The bird had behaved aggressively, but had not caused physical injury to either party. Park Service researchers examined the canyon for evidence, feathers, scat, territorial markers, and found nothing consistent with any known species. The incident was logged, filed, and forgotten by administration. Wildlife experts speculated about the possibility of an exceptionally large eagle, perhaps a golden eagle with unusual aggression, though the size estimates James had provided exceeded any documented eagle dimensions by significant margins. The case was closed, pending any additional reports. Harper Cole left the park that afternoon, driving back toward Fairbanks. She would not return to the Guadalupes, and her wildlife photography business would subsequently transition toward indoor studio work. The bat migration research she'd intended to conduct was abandoned entirely. James remained at the ranger station. He had nowhere else to go, and leaving felt like an admission of defeat. But he never returned to Water Canyon. He never worked that section of trail again. When other rangers covered those routes, James found administrative tasks that kept him at the station. At night, particularly on clear nights when the moon was bright and full, James would sometimes hear the sound of wings passing overhead. Too high to see, too swift to identify, but present enough that he knew it was real, and not a trick of exhausted nerves. He would stand outside the station and listen to the sound of those wings, moving over the land with territorial assurance. And he would understand that the creature had not forgotten him. The creature had merely decided to let him live, to let him continue existing in the park, aware of what owned that landscape, aware that his presence was tolerated only because the thing in the canyons had chosen tolerance. Years later, James would retire from the Park Service. He would move to a city in central Texas, hundreds of miles from any mountains or canyons. At night, he would sometimes wake to the sound of wings passing overhead, though the sky above Austin contained no creatures large enough to produce such sounds. The creature in the Guadalupe Mountains was still there, he knew. It was always there. It hunted in the canyons, claimed territory in the darkness, and marked its domain with symbols carved into the pale limestone walls, symbols that older hikers spoke of in quiet voices, symbols that newer rangers explained away as natural erosion patterns, symbols that everyone except James was too afraid to interpret correctly. The land had reclaimed itself. The wilderness had reasserted its ancient ownership. And the eyes that watched from the canyons, eyes that held intelligence and memory and a kind of patient, eternal hunger, continued their vigil over the country that had belonged to them long before the park was established, long before anyone had thought to call it Guadalupe Mountains or Freeholy Ridge or any of the other human names. Those eyes were always watching. They had simply decided to wait. Location: Congaree National Park, South Carolina. Date: March 31st, 2008. On the Congaree River had been rising for 4 days straight, and Marcus Webb knew the floodwater patterns well enough to understand what that meant. Heavy rains in the North Carolina mountains, the entire Congaree Basin becoming a vast, temporary lake, the park's boardwalk trails closing one by one as the water climbed the support posts. By late March, the park transitioned into what the rangers called the difficult season. Not winter, not fully spring, but a suspended moment where the wilderness reasserted dominance over human infrastructure and visitor convenience became secondary to ranger competence. Marcus had been with the National Park Service for 7 years, and he'd spent the last 3 of those managing Congaree's southeastern sector, a sprawling expanse of bottomland forest that transformed radically depending on the season and water level. In summer, it was a photographer's dream. Towering bald cypress trees draped in Spanish moss, clear waterways that allowed kayaking and canoeing, the distinctive calls of pileated woodpeckers echoing through the canopy. In spring flood season, it became something else entirely. The forest turned into a maze of water, fallen trees creating obstacles that hadn't existed weeks before, visibility reduced by the tannic stain of the river water, the very concept of trail becoming negotiable and subject to change without notice. The morning had started like most mornings at the ranger station, a small cinder block building situated on higher ground about 2 miles from the main park entrance. Marcus had come in at 6, made coffee in the station's ancient coffee maker, and reviewed the overnight reports. 2 minor flooding incidents on the boardwalk loop, 1 fallen tree blocking access to the northern overlook trail, 1 call from a visitor who had gotten disoriented in the heavy fog and needed guidance back to the parking area. Nothing unusual for a spring flood event. The fog had been the first unusual element. It was thicker than normal, clingier, carrying a smell with it that made something in Marcus's hindbrain register as wrong. The Congaree in spring smelled like rich earth, decomposing vegetation, the mineral tang of floodwater. That smell was there, certainly, but underneath it was something else, something ancient and organic and vaguely like decay. The kind of smell that suggested things that had been underwater for a very long time, things that should have stayed buried, were now being disturbed and rising. By 8 in the morning, Marcus was out doing his first patrol. He'd taken the park's aging motorboat, the Cypress Runner, which was designed specifically for navigating the flooded forest. The boat was perhaps 20 feet long, with a shallow draft and a quiet electric motor that didn't disturb the wildlife. The river was swollen and moving with unusual force, the current pushing debris downstream. Entire trees, sections of wooden fencing from destroyed camps, what looked like someone's garden shed broken into pieces and distributed across the water's surface. He was checking the northern boundary when he received the radio call. Unit 3 dispatch. We have a missing person report. Solo female, Isabella Martinez, age 31, registered for a permit to do the boardwalk trail loop early this morning. Permit shows she checked in at the station around 6:30 a.m. Vehicle still in the lot. No one has seen her since. Park ranger stationed at the trailhead, Park Ranger Janet Corliss, last saw her heading onto the trail approximately 6:45 a.m. Ranger Corliss reported that she advised the visitor against hiking alone in the current conditions due to flooding and reduced visibility. Visitor elected to proceed anyway. Marcus keyed the radio. Dispatch, copy on missing person. I'm approximately 4 miles north of the trailhead. ETA to location 20 minutes. What do we know about the missing person? The response came back promptly. Isabella Martinez, female, age 31, Hispanic descent, dark hair, dark eyes, approximately 5'6", wearing a blue rain jacket and tan hiking pants, carrying a hydration backpack with water and a light lunch. Experienced hiker, her permit shows she's been hiking in the southeast for approximately 8 years. This is her third visit to Congaree in the past 2 years. She's familiar with the park. That last detail made Marcus's concern escalate slightly. Familiar hikers who knew the trails well rarely went missing unless something had actively gone wrong. They weren't the ones who got disoriented and wandered off trail. They knew the map, knew the boardwalk system, knew where they were at all times. Marcus turned the Cypress runner around and accelerated toward the trailhead, keeping the electric motor as quiet as possible while still making decent speed. The fog was getting thicker, curling across the water's surface in patterns that seemed almost intentional, like something was directing it, pushing it in specific configurations. He reached the trailhead 20 minutes later. The boardwalk entrance was visible from the water, and the parking area was perhaps 50 feet distant. Marcus secured the boat and made his way to the ranger station where Ranger Janet Corliss was waiting. Janet had been with the park for 4 years, a competent and cautious ranger who took visitor safety seriously. If she had expressed concern about a solo hiker in the current conditions, that concern carried weight. She was adamant about going, Janet said immediately before Marcus could even ask. I told her the trail conditions were suboptimal. The water level is high, visibility is severely compromised, and I recommended she either wait for the water level to drop or pair up with another hiker. She said she'd been planning this hike for months, that she knew the trail, that she'd be fine. I filled out the permit, made note of her solo status, and logged her departure at 6:45. She was wearing bright colors and carrying a whistle. Everything by the book. How long before she was reported missing? About 40 minutes after she left, a group of 4 hikers came back saying they hadn't seen her anywhere on the trail. They'd been about 10 minutes behind her and figured they should have caught up given the reduced pace from the flood conditions. They didn't see anyone. No, Isabella. They mentioned it to me. I tried the radio to contact her, got no response. Called it in immediately. Marcus nodded, processing. The timeline was tight but not impossible. 40 minutes for something to go wrong, another 10 or 15 for the other hikers to realize she was missing and report it. The window between when Isabella had departed and when someone realized she was gone was roughly 1 hour. He looked at the trail entrance. The boardwalk was partially submerged, the first 50 yards visible, but the trail itself largely underwater. The water was brown, opaque, moving with a slow current that suggested the river was still rising. Visibility extended perhaps 30 feet before the fog completely obscured everything. I need to check the trail, Marcus said. Let me get my gear from the boat. 15 minutes later, he was moving along the boardwalk, one hand trailing on the wooden rail to keep his orientation in the fog. The water was cold, early spring temperature, carrying the chill of northern mountain snowmelt. His waterproof boots were keeping his feet dry, but his calves were soaked from mid-thigh down where the water was splashing over the boardwalk surface. The boardwalk trail was a flat, 1.5-mile circuit that had been built specifically to provide access to the bottomland forest without disturbing the ecosystem. It was designed for elderly visitors and families with children. No elevation gain, no technical difficulty, just a pleasant walk through the forest, except when the river flooded, at which point it became something else. The boardwalk was supposed to be elevated enough to stay above normal high water, but these weren't normal circumstances. The water was halfway up the wooden railings in places. Marcus moved slowly, listening. The forest was unusually quiet. There were always sounds in the congaree. Birds, insects, the rustle of wildlife moving through the understory. Now there was just the sound of water lapping against wood, the occasional creak of the boardwalk settling under flood stress, and the soft sound of fog moving. About halfway along the trail, Marcus found Isabella's shoe. It was sitting on top of the boardwalk railing, placed there deliberately, not dropped or washed there by the current. The shoe was a tan hiking boot, relatively new, the laces tied neatly. It was one shoe, paired with nothing else, positioned as if someone had carefully removed it and placed it in a location where it would definitely be found. Marcus photographed the shoe with his camera before touching it. The boot was wet but not waterlogged. It hadn't been exposed to the floodwater for long. Hours at most. He checked the size. Women's size 7. The boot had a manufacturer's tag still inside. Isabella Martinez, 32808, written in permanent marker. The woman had labeled her own gear. He keyed the radio. Dispatch Unit 3. I've located personal evidence on the trail. One hiking boot. Confirmed to match the missing person's footwear. Location approximately 0.75 miles from the trailhead on the main boardwalk loop. I'm continuing the search, but this is now a higher priority SR situation. The response came back. Unit 3, copy on evidence. SR team is standing by. Continue search and advise. Vehicle is secure at trailhead. We're checking with local hospitals in case she was injured and walked out via alternate route. Marcus acknowledged and continued along the boardwalk. The fog was getting thicker, if such a thing was possible. His flashlight beams seemed to penetrate only about 10 feet now. The air had taken on a weight to it, a density that made breathing slightly difficult. He was listening so intently for any sound that might indicate human presence that he almost missed the voice calling from somewhere in the fog. Marcus. It was a woman's voice, not coming from ahead on the trail, not from behind, coming from the water itself, or perhaps from the forest beside the boardwalk. A woman's voice calling his name, with a quality to it that made Marcus's chest tighten involuntarily. He stopped walking. He knew that voice. He knew it absolutely, with a recognition that bypassed the logical part of his brain and went straight to the emotional core. It was his mother's voice. His mother, who had died of cancer 6 years ago, whose voice he couldn't quite remember with perfect clarity anymore, but which was absolutely unmistakably present here in this fog. Marcus, sweetheart, I'm so cold. Can you help me? Marcus turned toward the sound. The voice was coming from the flooded forest, from the area to the right of the boardwalk where the cypress trees rose from the dark water. It was his mother's voice, older, the way she had sounded at the end, when the disease had worn her down to a whisper. But it was definitely hers. Mom? He said. He didn't recognize himself speaking the word. I'm here, baby. I'm here in the cold water. I've been here for so long. Can you come find me? Can you come help me get out of the cold? Marcus was moving before his conscious mind could stop him. He stepped off the boardwalk into the water. The cold was immediate and shocking, driving the air from his lungs in a gasp. The water was deeper than it looked from the boardwalk, past his knees, climbing toward his thighs. The bottom was soft, yielding, as if it was made of decomposed vegetation, rather than firm earth. Keep talking, Marcus said. I'm coming. I'm so tired, Marcus. I've been here in the dark so long. The water is so cold. I need you to help me. I need you to remember what I taught you about the water, about the deep places. Do you remember? Marcus was moving deeper, pushing through the water, following the sound of his mother's voice. The fog was now complete. He couldn't see the boardwalk behind him anymore, couldn't see more than 3 or 4 feet in any direction. His flashlight was in his hand but seemed to do nothing but illuminate the immediate area around him. "I remember," he said, and he did. His mother had grown up in South Carolina, had taught him stories about the water, about the old creatures that lived in the deep places, about things that lived in the swamps and the bottomlands that weren't quite animals and weren't quite human. Stories meant to keep a child afraid of the water, respect the water, never go alone into the water. "That's good, Marcus, that's very good. You always were my smart boy. Can you come a little deeper, just a little? I need you to come where I am." The water was now above Marcus's waist, and his feet were no longer finding firm bottom. The current was pulling at him, a gentle pressure that suggested the floodwater was flowing with more force than it appeared. He was swimming now, more than wading, moving in what he hoped was the direction of his mother's voice. And then, abruptly, his hand touched something that wasn't water. It was soft and cold and shaped like a human body. Marcus flinched backward, his hand breaking contact immediately, and his flashlight swung toward the object. In the beam of light, he saw a woman's face, pale and bloated, her dark hair floating around her head like seaweed. Her eyes were open and glassy, her mouth slightly ajar. It was Isabella Martinez. Marcus screamed. He scrambled backward, his feet searching for purchase on bottom that wasn't there, his hands churning the water into foam. The body bobbed gently in the current, rotating slowly, and as it turned, Marcus saw that there was something wrong with her left side. Something had cut into her, leaving wounds that were far too regular to be natural. Wounds that looked as if they had been made by something with a knife, or a blade, or a claw that was sharp enough to cut through bone. The water around him began to move. It wasn't a current. It was something deliberate, something with intention. Something large was moving through the water, pushing it aside, creating waves that washed over Marcus's head and forced him to gasp for breath. He swam backward away from Isabella's body, away from whatever was in the water with him, his flashlight spinning wildly and illuminating nothing but fog and dark water. His mother's voice came again, but it wasn't exactly his mother's voice anymore. The inflection was wrong, the cadence slightly off, as if someone was playing a recording of his mother's voice at a speed that was fractionally different from normal. "Don't you want to see me, Marcus? Don't you want to help me? I've been waiting in the deep water for so very long. I've been collecting the lost ones, gathering them, learning their voices. Soon, I'll be able to call anyone down into the deep. Soon I'll be able to speak like they speak. Soon I'll be able to use their names the way they use names." Marcus reached the boardwalk and hauled himself up, his waterlogged clothes dripping, his breath coming in panicked gasps. He ran, his flashlight beam bouncing wildly in front of him, his radio forgotten in his hands. Behind him, he heard the sound of something emerging from the water. Not a splash, more of a sound like wet fabric dragging across wood. Something was following him, something with a voice that could mimic human speech. He made it back to the trailhead and didn't stop running until he reached the ranger station where Janet was waiting. What Marcus couldn't comprehend, what his mind had already begun suppressing in the aftermath of that encounter, was that Isabella Martinez had been dead for hours before he'd found her in the water. The body had been positioned deliberately, placed in the exact spot where he would find it, where his panic would cause him to splash and flail and make noise that would attract attention. Because while Marcus had been waiting in the flooded forest trying to answer his mother's voice, Isabella had been somewhere else entirely. She had been sitting at the bottom of the old well, a structure that had existed since before the park was established, a relic of a homestead that had been reclaimed by the forest 100 years ago. The well was perhaps 20 feet deep, lined with stones that were slippery with algae and moss, and it had filled completely with floodwater. Isabella sat at the bottom, her lungs burning, her vision exploding with colors as her body tried desperately to continue breathing in the absence of air. She had been following a voice, a woman's voice that called her name, that promised her something, that lured her deeper and deeper into the flooded forest until she was so disoriented that she couldn't find the way back. And then the forest had opened up, and there was a well, and the voice had come from inside it. And Isabella had been so confused and so exhausted and so desperate to understand what was happening that she had climbed into the well without thinking. The climb down had been slippery and difficult. The climb back up had proven impossible. By the time Isabella realized her mistake, her feet had slipped on the algae, and she had plunged into the water below, and the cold, and the panic, and the absolute darkness of that place had taken over. She tried to scream, but screaming underwater just fills your lungs with water. She tried to climb, but the walls were too slippery and her hands had no purchase. She tried to touch bottom and push upward, but there was no bottom, just water extending down and down and down beyond any depth that made sense given the size of the well. And in the darkness, something moved. It was very old. It had been living in the water for longer than human beings had been living in South Carolina. It had learned the ways of predation through centuries of practice, had refined its techniques, had discovered that mimicry was more effective than force, that a human would follow the voice of someone they loved more willingly than they would follow any logical instruction to flee. It had once been hunted as a woman. The Cherokee called it Spearfinger. The name was literal. The creature had one finger, the index finger on its right hand, that had calcified and sharpened into something like stone, like obsidian, into a blade that could cut through flesh and bone with ease. It had used that finger for 5 centuries to mark its victims, to leave wounds that couldn't be explained by any animal attack, to feed on the lonely and the lost, and the people who ventured into the water places without the proper fear. It had learned human voices by eating the people who had them. It had learned Marcus's mother's voice because Marcus's mother had drowned in a flooded river in 1983, and the creature had been there at the bottom of that river, waiting, hungry, patient. It had absorbed her voice through the act of consuming her, had stored it in whatever passed for memory in a thing so ancient and so hungry. It had learned Isabella's voice over the past hour, as Isabella had slowly drowned. And when Marcus came to the well, drawn by promises in his mother's voice, drawn by the power of grief and love and the desperate human need to save someone we think we've lost, the creature would have a new voice to add to its collection. It would learn to call other names. It would wait in other parks and other wild places where the water was deep and the people were isolated. It would call the names of the dead to the living, and the living would come, drawn by love and the terrible human hope that maybe, just maybe, the people we've lost might still be out there somewhere, waiting to be found. The search operation for Isabella Martinez was suspended after 3 weeks. The official cause of death, when her body was recovered by divers 2 days after the discovery, was listed as accidental drowning in flood conditions. The ranger report noted that she had ventured off the marked boardwalk trail into dangerous terrain, had become disoriented, and had fallen into deep water. The exact location where she had gone into the water was never determined, but the coroner noted unusual lacerations on her left side that were theorized to have been caused by pieces of sharp driftwood or submerged debris. Marcus Summers took a leave of absence from the National Park Service. He returned to his apartment in Columbia and spent 3 weeks seeing a psychiatrist who specialized in trauma and grief. He had experienced something in the floodwater, some kind of dissociative episode, some manifestation of trauma related to his mother's death. The psychiatrist was kind and professional and clearly had no context for what Marcus was actually describing. Marcus didn't try to make her understand. He knew that what he'd experienced had been real. He knew that the voice he'd heard was not a manifestation of his own mind. He knew that something in the congaree had called him by his name using his dead mother's voice. He also knew that that something was still there. When the leave of absence ended, Marcus requested a transfer to a completely different region. He wanted mountains, not swamps. He wanted dry land, not water. He wanted to work at a park where there were no rivers that rose in spring, no deep places where old things could hide. His transfer request was approved, and Marcus was assigned to Great Smoky Mountains National Park in Tennessee. He told himself that he was being logical, that he was making a reasonable decision to avoid a traumatic location. But what he was actually doing was running from the thing that lived in the congaree. And as all who run from predators eventually learn, running only convinces the predator that you are prey worth hunting. On the evening of his final day at Congaree, Marcus sat by the river as the sun set, watching the water flow past, listening to the sounds of the forest settling in for the night. The water was lower now. The flood had receded, The boardwalk trail was no longer partially submerged. And then, carried on the evening breeze, he heard a voice calling from the forest. His mother's voice. His father's voice. The voice of his grandmother. The voice of Isabella Martinez, drowned and cold and speaking from a place where the sun never reached. From a depth beyond depth. All of them calling his name. Marcus didn't answer. He walked back to his truck. He packed his remaining belongings. He drove away from the congaree without looking back, the voices following him down the dark highway, becoming fainter, but never quite disappearing entirely. And in the water, the thing called Spearfinger settled back down into the deep places, into the wells and the channels where the current flowed, into the darkness where it waited. It had new voices now, new names to call, new people to lure deeper into the water. The creature was patient. Time meant nothing to something so old. It could wait years between meals. It could wait for Marcus Summers to get comfortable at his new posting, to lower his guard, to let the memory of what happened in the congaree fade to something that almost felt like a dream. And then, on some spring night when Marcus was walking through a mountain stream in his new park, it would call to him using a voice he loved. It would call to him using the names of people who had drowned in waters miles and miles away, people whose voices it had consumed and learned and stored like a predator storing food for winter. The deep water remembers, and the old things that live in the deep places have learned the power of human language. They have learned to call the living down into the dark where their prey belongs, where the water is cold and the pressure is absolute, where voices echo eternally in the drowning dark, never quite ending, never quite dying. Location: Gates of the Arctic National Park, Alaska. Date: January 23, 2006. The cold in January at Gates of the Arctic was a living entity. Not just the absence of heat, but an active, aggressive force that attacked from every direction. It came through your clothes, through your skin, through the gaps in your defenses. It made your lungs burn when you breathed too deeply. It turned sweat into ice crystals before they could even form properly. Andrew Mercer had been the primary ranger at the Wiseman Station for 3 years, long enough to understand that January wasn't really part of winter. It was something harsher, something that existed at the boundary between regular seasonal cold and actual survival horror. The sun rose at 10:47 a.m. and set at 3:42 p.m., giving Andrew roughly 4 hours of actual daylight to work with. The rest was twilight, a gray perpetual dusk that made it impossible to accurately judge time or distance. Everything looked the same. Everything was white or gray or the absolute black of shadow. The landscape itself became almost abstract in this light. Mountains that might be miles away or 100 meters distant. Snow that might be a meter deep or 30 meters deep. Ice that might be solid or treacherous. Andrew's morning routine in January was compressed into the brief window of daylight. He was up before dawn, which was meaningless in Alaska in winter since dawn came whenever it came, and had coffee ready in the ranger station by 8 a.m. The coffee never cooled much below drinking temperature because the building itself was cold. The heating system worked, but the cold outside was so intense that it created a perpetual battle between inside and outside, with the ranger station existing in a state of fragile equilibrium that could be destroyed by something as simple as a door left open for too long. He checked the weather radio. 28 degrees Fahrenheit, wind from the north at 15 miles per hour gusting to 25. Wind chill somewhere around 45. No new snow in the forecast, but the old snow was consolidated and dangerous. The kind of conditions that could trigger avalanche activity without warning. The park itself was essentially closed in January. No hiking, no camping, no visitors unless they were exceptionally experienced and armed with the permits that the Park Service required for extreme condition access. Andrew reviewed the visitor log. There was one permit holder currently in the park, a woman named Lily Morrison, age 28, supposedly an experienced backcountry hiker who checked in 3 days ago for a 5-day solo expedition to the Hall Road area. She was due back today. Her checkout time was scheduled for 4 p.m., which meant Andrew had roughly 6 hours to prepare for her return or to begin a search if she didn't show up. The breakfast he made was routine: oatmeal, powdered eggs, coffee. high-calorie foods that would maintain body temperature in case he needed to go out into the field. He ate slowly, methodically, making sure his body had fuel before the day's work began. By 9:30 a.m., Andrew was dressed in his extreme cold gear: insulated parka rated for 60 degrees, thermal underwear, insulated pants, thick socks, boots rated for Arctic conditions, heavy gloves, balaclava, goggles. He looked like a figure from a different world, barely human, layered in technological protection against an environment that wanted him dead. The ranger station sat at elevation, overlooking a vast landscape of glaciated valleys and frozen water. The view was spectacular even in January, especially in January, when the minimal light created drama in every shadow and highlight. The mountains rose in sharp relief against the pale sky. The lakes and streams that were liquid in summer lay frozen, their surfaces smooth in some places and broken in others, where ice pressure had created ridges and pressure formations. By 10 a.m., Andrew was conducting his standard pre-daylight routine. He checked the emergency equipment in his truck: extra blankets, a small heating unit, flares, a satellite communicator for locations where regular radio didn't work, climbing gear, avalanche probe, shovel. He tested the radio. Good signal to the Fairbanks district office. He was as prepared as he could be for whatever the day might bring. The daylight portion of January was compressed and precious. By 11 a.m., Andrew was out on patrol, checking the routes that visitors might take. The Hall Road area where Lily Morrison was supposed to be hiking was accessible via a winter route that required significant experience and proper equipment. It was beautiful terrain, dramatic valleys, pristine alpine meadows. But in January, it was genuinely dangerous. Avalanches happened without warning. People could become disoriented in the limited light. Hypothermia could kill someone in under an hour if they became immobilized. Andrew drove the access road slowly, checking for any sign that Lily might have returned early or run into trouble getting out. The road was clear. The few shelters built along the winter routes were sealed and undisturbed. Nothing indicated distress. By 2 p.m., Andrew was back at the station. The sun was already beginning its descent toward the horizon. The twilight period would soon begin, that in-between time when navigation became exponentially harder. Lily Morrison was due to check out by 4 p.m. It was now 2:47 p.m., and she hadn't appeared. Andrew keyed his radio. Wiseman Station to Fairbanks District. I have a potential overdue visitor situation developing. Female visitor Lily Morrison was issued a permit for the Hall Road area, due to check out at 16 hours. No sign of her yet. Monitoring situation. The response came back clear. Copy, Wiseman Station. What's her experience level? Permit application indicated moderate to high backcountry experience. This is her first solo trip to gates of the Arctic. I issued the permit because her references checked out. Understood. Keep monitoring. If she's not back by 16:30, initiate search protocols. Conditions are going to degrade as the light goes. You'll have limited visibility soon. Copy, Fairbanks. We'll advise at 16:30. Andrew set the radio down and looked out the window at the landscape. The sun was already low on the horizon, and the light was taking on that particular quality of end-of-day cold. Everything seemed to be crystallizing. The air itself looked harder, and somewhere out in that landscape, a woman who had paid for the privilege of experiencing one of the most remote and dangerous parks in the country was either running late, injured, or in serious trouble. Lily Morrison had been hiking for 6 years, ever since a divorce had pushed her toward seeking meaning in solitude and stone. The gates of the Arctic permit had been a dream, the most remote major park in the country, genuine wilderness, genuine danger. She'd prepared meticulously, spent months training for altitude and cold, studied maps obsessively, researched equipment, talked to other hikers who'd done January trips to the park. What she hadn't adequately prepared for was how different the reality would be from the expectation. The first day had been manageable. She'd hiked the Hall Road area, established a camp in a sheltered location, managed the cold with the right equipment and protocols. The second day had been harder. Her body was already exhausted from fighting the cold, from hiking at altitude while breathing air so cold it hurt her lungs. The third day, today, she decided to take a shorter route back, to move toward the pickup point, to finish her expedition. The problem was that the landscape had become unreliable. Lily had been following what she was certain was the correct path back to the ranger station access point. The map was clear. The terrain should have been straightforward. But something about the way the light was falling, the way the snow and ice created visual confusion, had sent her in a direction that felt increasingly wrong. She'd stopped at 1:30 p.m. to check her GPS. The device had given her coordinates that didn't match the map. She'd recalibrated, checked again. Same result, impossible coordinates. Lily had continued anyway. GPS devices sometimes had errors in extreme cold, but doubt had entered her mind now, and doubt in the Alaskan wilderness was dangerous. By 2 p.m., she'd realized she'd been hiking in a circle. She could see her own previous footprints in the snow, places she'd walked earlier, landmarks she'd already passed. Lily wasn't lost exactly, but she was experiencing that particular form of disorientation that extreme cold could create, where your mind wasn't functioning quite right, where your sense of direction became unreliable, where the landscape seemed to rearrange itself when you weren't looking directly at it. She decided to make camp and wait for daylight to return, which was a sound decision, except that daylight was nearly gone. She had maybe 2 hours before the twilight period made navigation impossible, and she was several kilometers from the nearest shelter. Lily found a location that was as sheltered as possible and set up her emergency bivouac. She'd brought the right equipment for this possibility, an emergency shelter that could be assembled quickly, sleeping bag rated for 30 degrees, chemical hand warmers, high-calorie food supplies. She wasn't in immediate danger. She was uncomfortable, isolated, and dealing with the psychological challenge of being lost in the Alaskan winter. But she was trained for this. She could survive the night. It was around 2:45 p.m., as she was assembling the shelter, that she heard the voice. "Lily?" She turned immediately. The voice had come from somewhere to her left, across a snowfield that she could see clearly in the remaining light. There was no one there, just snow, ice, and the darker shadows of rock outcropping in the distance. "Hello," Lily called back. Her voice sounded small in the vast landscape, inadequate somehow. "Lily, it's Andrew, the ranger. I came to find you." Lily's first reaction was relief, then confusion, then something closer to unease. She'd only met Andrew Mercer once, at the ranger station when she'd picked up her permit, and he'd said nothing about looking for her, nothing about coming out to the Hall Road area. Also, he wouldn't be calling from across an empty snowfield. That didn't make sense. "Where are you?" Lily called back. "Over here, by the rocks. You need to come this way." The voice seemed to be coming from different places now, first from the left, then from the right, then from somewhere ahead. Lily's unease ratcheted up into something closer to alarm. She knew the dangers of the Alaskan wilderness. She knew that disorientation was one of them. She knew that hypothermia could cause hallucinations and psychological impairment. But she also knew that the voice sounded exactly like Andrew Mercer. Not close enough for her to see him, but close enough that she could hear him clearly. "I can't see you," Lily called back. "I'm going to stay here and wait for proper daylight to navigate." The response came immediately. "No, you need to come now. A storm is coming in. Bad one. We need to get you to the shelter before it hits." That sounded plausible. Storms did come in without warning. The forecast had mentioned possible weather degradation, but Lily's instincts were sending alarms now. Something about this wasn't right. "The forecast said clear weather until tomorrow," she called back. There was a pause. Then, "It's changed. Lily, I'm serious. You need to come now. There's a cabin maybe 2 kilometers north. We can reach it before dark." 2 kilometers north. Lily looked at her map. There was no cabin 2 kilometers north. There was exposed terrain, frozen streams, and rock. But the voice sounded so reasonable, so familiar, so like an actual ranger who understood the situation. "I'm staying here," Lily called back firmly. "I have shelter and supplies. I'm safe. You can find me in the morning when there's better light." Another pause. Longer this time. When the voice came again, it had changed slightly. The friendly, helpful tone had shifted into something else, something that sounded less like Andrew Mercer and more like the landscape itself, like wind given voice. "You have to come," it said. And now the voice was coming from everywhere, from the rocks to her left, from the snow to her right, from the sky above. "You have to come to the water." Lily's instinct overrode her training. She grabbed the unassembled shelter components and her pack and started walking, not toward the voice but directly away from it, toward the direction that she calculated would lead back toward the ranger station area. She didn't run because running in extreme cold was dangerous. It would cause overheating, hypothermia, the collapse of whatever thermal regulation her body had managed to establish. But she walked fast, and she didn't look back. Andrew was preparing the search equipment when the radio came to life. His watch showed 4:03 p.m. Lily Morrison was 3 minutes past her checkout time. "Wiseman Station, we have a situation," he said into the radio. "Visitor hasn't returned. Initiating search." "Copy, Wiseman. Be advised, Weather Service is predicting possible system movement into your area within the next 6 to 8 hours. Conditions are going to degrade. Do you want to wait for daylight or initiate tonight?" Andrew looked out at the landscape. The light was already nearly gone. The sun had dropped below the horizon, and the twilight period had begun. The landscape was transforming from distinct geography into vague shapes and shadows. Searching in this light would be difficult and potentially dangerous. But a night in January at gates of the Arctic with inadequate shelter could easily become fatal. "Initiating now," Andrew said. "I'll follow her proposed route and see if I can locate her before full darkness. If I don't find her by 17, I'll establish a search grid and resume at first light." "Copy, Wiseman. Stay in radio contact. We'll have SAR teams ready if needed." Andrew loaded his search gear into the truck and drove to the trailhead, where Lily would have begun her hike. Her vehicle was there. A rental SUV stuck in the parking area because roads in January weren't something you drove casually. He noted her license plate, her vehicle description, and keyed the radio with the information. Then Andrew began to follow her path into the wilderness. The hike was cold and demanding. Even with all his experience and equipment, Andrew felt the cold attacking constantly, finding the gaps in his gear, testing his thermal regulation, threatening hypothermia with every breath. He had a headlamp on now, because the light had faded to almost nothing. The landscape around him was defined only by the beam of his lamp and the faint starlight and moon that filtered through the clouds. He found her first campsite around 4:50 p.m. The location was good, sheltered, defensible, but there was no Lily. There was evidence of recent habitation, a place where she'd apparently rested and then moved on. Andrew checked the direction of her departure and continued following. The search had gone on for maybe 30 minutes when he heard it. A voice, calling his name. "Andrew! Andrew, I'm over here. I found shelter." Andrew stopped walking. The voice had come from somewhere ahead of him, maybe 200 meters away. It sounded like a woman's voice. It sounded like someone in distress. But something about it created an immediate moment of pause in Andrew's decision-making process. Something about it wasn't quite right. "Where are you?" he called back. "I'm coming. Keep talking." "By the water. There's a frozen lake just north of here. I found a shelter." Andrew's training sent up immediate warnings. There were no major lakes in that direction according to his map. There were frozen streams but not lakes, and Lily would know that from studying the maps the same way Andrew had. "Identify yourself," Andrew called back, even though that seemed absurd. "What's your ranger station name?" There was a pause. Then, "Andrew, don't be stupid. It's Lily. I'm cold. I need help." That could be true. Hypothermia could make people confused, disoriented, unable to remember basic information. But Andrew's gut was screaming something else. He keyed his radio. "Fairbanks. I have a voice contact in the search area, female voice claiming to be the missing visitor. But something's off about the contact. Continuing approach with caution." "Copy, Wiseman. Advise of any developments." Andrew moved forward carefully now. The light from his headlamp caught snow and ice and rock. He was heading roughly north toward where the voice seemed to be emanating. And as he got closer, other details began to register. The temperature had dropped even further. His thermometer on his parka was reading 32 degrees now. That was extreme even for gates of the Arctic in January. And there was a smell. Andrew's nose, protected by his balaclava, could still detect something. An organic smell that didn't belong in this frozen landscape. A smell like water, like algae, like something alive in an environment where nothing should be alive. "Andrew," the voice again, much closer now. "Andrew, I'm here, at the edge of the lake." Andrew crested a small rise and saw the water. It was impossible, but it was there. A frozen lake approximately 100 meters across, its surface solid white with ice and frost. And in the middle of the frozen surface, a hole, a perfectly circular opening in the ice, perhaps 5 meters in diameter, with dark water visible in its depths. And standing at the edge of that hole was a figure. For a moment, Andrew's mind processed it as Lily Morrison. The figure was roughly the right size, roughly the right shape. It wore hiking clothes similar to what Lily would be wearing. But as Andrew's headlamp caught it more clearly, details began to register that didn't match. The proportions were slightly off. The way the figure moved was slightly wrong, too fluid, too smooth, like it was operating according to physical laws that weren't quite standard. And the face, when the figure turned to look at Andrew, was not Lily Morrison's face. It was Lily Morrison's face imposed over something else, like a photograph copied onto material that was slightly translucent. Andrew could see Lily's features, her dark hair, her pale skin, her specific facial geometry. But underneath it was something different. Something that didn't have a human bone structure. Something that had eyes that were too large and positioned slightly wrong. Something that moved in ways that suggested entirely different musculature. "Andrew," it said, and the voice was Lily's voice, but with undertones that Lily could never produce. "Andrew, come to the water. Come see what I've found." Andrew stepped backward. He didn't make a conscious decision to retreat. His body just moved that way, the most basic survival instinct overriding everything else. "What are you?" he demanded, his hand moving toward the hunting knife at his belt. The thing that wore Lily's face, or wore something that approximated Lily's face, smiled. And that smile was the wrong shape. "I'm Lily," it said. "I came to the water and I found something beautiful. I want to show you. Come close." Andrew kept backing up. "You're not Lily. Lily is lost somewhere in this park and you're... What are you?" The creature moved with that too smooth motion, stepping closer to the hole in the ice. And as it moved, Andrew could see that it wasn't actually walking on the ice. Its feet weren't touching the surface. It was moving through the air just above the frozen lake, suspended, defying gravity with a casualness that suggested the laws of physics didn't apply to it the same way they applied to humans. "Lily came to the water," the thing said. Its voice was becoming less like Lily's and more like something else. Something that sounded like water flowing over stone, like ice under pressure, like the sound of cold itself if cold had a voice. Lily understood. The water is alive. The water is patient. The water has been waiting for a very long time, and now Lily is part of the water. It gestured toward the hole, and Andrew understood with an absolute clarity that he didn't want to understand. The hole in the ice wasn't a natural opening. It was a mouth. The thing standing above it, or partially inside it, was only approximately lily-shaped. The deeper parts of it extended down into the water, into depths that Andrew's mind refused to fully process. "No," Andrew said. "That's not... Lily's somewhere here. She's alive. I'll find her." The thing that had been Lily laughed. The sound was like ice cracking. "Lily is here. Lily is everywhere. Lily is in the water. Lily is learning what the water knows. And you..." It pointed at Andrew with an appendage that wasn't quite an arm. "You should come too. You should learn. The water has been waiting for the water walker to understand." Andrew ran. He didn't think about it. He didn't plan it. He just turned and ran back the way he'd come, his headlamp bouncing wildly. his breathing becoming ragged despite the cold. Behind him, he heard the creature make a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and a shriek, a sound that held dimensions of emotion that Andrew wasn't sure actually existed. Andrew didn't stop running until he reached his truck. His hands were shaking so badly that he could barely turn the key in the ignition. The engine caught, and he sat with the truck running, the heat beginning to build as he tried to force his mind to process what he'd just seen. The Tlingit people had stories. Andrew had read them once in an old Park Service document about indigenous knowledge and park management. Stories about creatures in the water, kushtaka, ottermen, things that lived in the water and could take human form, things that lured people to the water, things that were ancient and patient and territorial. Andrew had dismissed it as folklore. The Park Service was big on incorporating indigenous knowledge, but most of that was practical. Seasonal patterns, wildlife behavior, sustainable harvesting. The supernatural elements were just stories, culture, tradition, local color. Now Andrew was beginning to think that maybe the indigenous peoples had been describing something real, something that had adapted to the presence of humans, something that had learned to mimic voices, to create the appearance of rescue, to lure hikers to the water where it could claim them. Andrew keyed the radio with shaking hands. Fairbanks, this is Wiseman Station. I am abandoning the search. Missing hiker location is not safe for ground personnel. Requesting coordination with search and rescue for morning operations. Copy, Wiseman. What's your status? You sound distressed. I'm fine, Andrew lied. But the location where the visitor's last signal was coming from presented hazards I couldn't safely navigate in the dark. Recommending SAR take the lead with daylight operations. Understood, Wiseman. We're mobilizing SAR now. They can be there by early morning. Sit tight, and Andrew, you sure you're okay? I'm fine, Andrew said again. Just cold. He drove back to the ranger station and sat in the truck for a long time before going inside. When he finally did, he poured himself 3 fingers of whiskey, which he normally never did while on duty, and sat in the dark, staring out at the landscape. Lily Morrison was never found. The SAR team searched extensively when they arrived. They found nothing. No body, no equipment, no sign of distress. The official report classified her as missing and presumed deceased, with the cause of death undetermined. Andrew requested a transfer out of gates of the Arctic. The request was denied. Budget constraints, staffing shortages, essential personnel. He remained at Wiseman Station, but Andrew never hiked into the Hall Road area again, and he made certain that all visitor permits included explicit warnings about the dangers of the frozen lakes, about the risk of ice failure, about the hazards of traveling near water in January. Most of the warnings were standard. They appeared on all permits, but Andrew added some of his own. He required all solo hikers to file detailed daily check-ins. He implemented maximum stay limits that didn't allow people to camp near major water sources. Sometimes, on the darkest nights in January, Andrew's radio crackles with a voice that sounds like Lily Morrison. It asks for help. It says it found shelter. It calls his name with something that sounds almost like longing. And Andrew sits in the ranger station, listening, his hand on the radio key, but he never responds. The water at gates of the Arctic is frozen most of the year. But underneath the ice in the dark depths, something waits. Something ancient. Something patient. Something that learned a long time ago that if you want to catch water walkers, humans who are foolish enough to travel on foot in the frozen world, you just have to imitate their hope. You have to sound like rescue. You have to promise shelter and safety and the end of suffering. And sometimes, inevitably, someone believes you. Location: Congaree National Park, South Carolina. Date: May 19th, 2013. The Congaree Swamp in May was a study in controlled chaos. The water from the Congaree River had receded from its flood stage, but remained elevated from the previous weeks of heavy rainfall. The landscape existed in a state of uncertain transition, part aquatic, part terrestrial, entirely inhospitable to anything that valued predictability. Justin Hale had been the primary ranger at Congaree for 5 years. long enough to understand that the swamp was less a destination and more a test of whether humans could accept environments that actively rejected their presence. The weather radio crackled at 6:30 a.m. with the standard morning forecast. High of 87 degrees, humidity at 94%, chance of afternoon thunderstorms. Isolated flooding possible in low areas. Heat index pushing into dangerous territory by midday. Justin filled his coffee mug, black, no sugar, a habit from his time in the National Guard, and reviewed the visitor log. 14 people had checked in yesterday. 13 had checked out. One vehicle still remained in the parking area. A blue Honda Civic belonging to Allison Weber, age 26, who'd checked in at 4:15 p.m. yesterday for what was supposed to be a sunset boardwalk hike and evening paddle. The Congaree boardwalk was one of the few safe ways to experience the swamp. It elevated visitors above the water, provided guaranteed solid footing, and included interpretive signs that explained the ecosystem. The evening paddle route was more challenging, a guided kayak trip that Justin or other trained rangers led occasionally. But Allison hadn't booked a guided trip. She'd apparently just wanted to paddle solo in the swamp at dusk, which was possible, but not advisable. Solo paddling meant no backup if something went wrong. Justin checked the sign-out board. Allison hadn't officially checked out yet, but given the time and her status, she was either still in the park or had left without filing proper paperwork. Justin made a note to follow up during his morning patrol. The ranger station sat at the park's boundary, a modest structure with equipment, radio equipment, and the small office where Justin spent roughly half his time managing administrative tasks that bureaucracy demanded. The park itself was relatively undeveloped. The Congaree was about protecting the forest, not facilitating recreation. But the visitors came anyway, drawn by the dramatic landscape and the sense of experiencing something genuinely wild. By 7 a.m., Justin was dressed in his standard ranger uniform. Light brown shirt, lighter pants that could handle moisture, boots rated for wet terrain, and a radio clipped to his belt. The heat was already building. Even at this early hour, the air felt thick and substantial, moisture-laden and difficult to breathe. He did a radio check with the Beaufort district office about 40 miles away, confirmed his daily patrol schedule, and reviewed the week's incident log. Nothing major. A few minor injuries from mosquito bites and the occasional allergic reaction. One incident report about a visitor who'd become disoriented on the boardwalk and had to be guided back by another visitor. The morning patrol took Justin along the main access roads and to the boardwalk entrance. Everything was in order. The boardwalk was secure, the interpretive signs were undamaged, and the launch area for kayaks was clean and organized. Justin confirmed that Allison's vehicle was the Honda Civic in the parking area. License plate matched her check-in information. The vehicle was locked. Nothing appeared disturbed. He checked the weather again. The forecast remained consistent. Afternoon storms, heat, extreme humidity. The river level was high, but not at flood stage. Visibility on the water would be good. The swamp was clear in May before the full summer growth filled in every gap. By 9 a.m., Justin keyed his radio. "This is Ranger Hale at Congaree. I'm checking on a visitor who hasn't checked out yet. Vehicle registered to Allison Weber is still in the lot. Her check-in was yesterday at 16:15 for evening activities. I'm going to conduct a visual inspection of the park to confirm her status." The response came back. "Copy, Ranger Hale. Standard procedure. Keep us advised." Justin began by walking the boardwalk completely, checking for any sign of distress or injury. He looked for dropped items, torn clothing, anything that would suggest something had happened. The boardwalk was empty except for early morning birds and the occasional splash of a fish in the water below. The weather was beginning to hot up. He could feel it, the pressure rising, the humidity intensifying. By 9:45 a.m., Justin was back at the parking area. Still no sign of Allison. He checked if there were any notes on her vehicle's windshield. Nothing. He peered through the windows. Her hiking boots were on the floor, suggesting she was wearing different footwear, likely paddling shoes. That meant she probably had gone on the water. Justin made a decision. He would paddle the main routes and search for her. If she'd capsized, she might be in trouble. If she'd gotten lost or disoriented, she might need assistance. The paddling routes covered about 6 miles of water, with several potential stopping points and scenic areas. He grabbed his own kayak from the ranger equipment area, loaded it onto his truck, and drove to the water launch. So, Allison Weber had been looking for something to shake her out of the monotony of her life in Colombia. At 26, she had a decent job in insurance, an apartment, a car, and the vague sense that she was wasting her existence on meaningless work and shallow relationships. A friend had mentioned the Congaree swamp, described it as genuinely remote, genuinely wild, genuinely different from the suburban existence that Allison felt trapped in. The evening light had been beautiful. Allison had paddled for about an hour, following the main water routes, stopping occasionally to look at wildlife or to simply exist in a landscape that was entirely unlike anything she knew. The swamp was alive in May. Birds everywhere, turtles sunning on logs, fish creating ripples in the still water. The smell was organic and ancient, decomposition and growth happening simultaneously. The cycle of life and death accelerated in the warm, wet environment. By 7:15 p.m., as the light began to degrade and the sky shifted from blue to orange to purple, Allison realized she should probably paddle back to the launch area. She'd been out for 3 hours. She hadn't brought lights. She knew paddling at night was dangerous, but the landscape was so beautiful in this light. The trees were silhouetted against the sky, creating shapes that looked almost like they'd been constructed specifically for this moment. Allison paddled a bit further, telling herself she'd turn around at the next clearing. The sun set faster than she expected. One moment there was amber light filtering through the trees, the next moment the world had shifted to deep purple twilight. Allison paddled with more urgency now, trying to navigate back to the main water route, trying to retrace her path. But the channels all looked similar in the darkness. The landmarks she'd noted on the paddle out were invisible now. By 8:30 p.m., Allison accepted that she was lost in the Congaree swamp after dark. This was not ideal. This was genuinely dangerous. But she also had her head about her. She had her kayak. She had her paddle. She could navigate along the water channels. And eventually, she would reach the main river. And the main river would lead her back to the launch area. She was paddling along what she thought was the correct channel when she heard the sound. It was a splash. Large. Something substantial had entered the water. Allison stopped paddling and listened. In the darkness, sound was unreliable. The splash had come from somewhere, but she couldn't determine where. Probably a big fish. The Congaree had catfish that could get large, and they occasionally broke the surface. Allison started paddling again. The sound came again, much closer this time. And again. Whatever it was moving through the water. Following her? Allison's rational mind said it was just a fish or perhaps an alligator. The Congaree had them, curious about the kayak and the human in it. Alligators generally avoided people. They were shy, unless they felt threatened, or if someone stumbled between a mother and her babies. Allison paddled faster. The water around her kayak became active. Things were moving beneath the surface. She could see the disturbances, small ripples and wakes that suggested multiple animals. Not one thing. Several things. Or one thing that moved very quickly, creating multiple disturbances. "Hello?" Allison called out, immediately feeling foolish. What was she going to do? Have a conversation with a fish? The splashing stopped. The water became still. And in that stillness, Allison heard something else. A sound that was almost like a growl, but not quite. Something between a cat's hiss and a larger animal's roar. It came from somewhere near the water's surface, close to her kayak. Allison paddled hard back the way she'd come. Fear was overriding her rational assessment of the situation. Something in the water was not behaving like a normal Congaree animal. The sound, the hunting pattern, the sense of intelligent pursuit. It was triggering something ancient in her brain that told her to escape. She paddled for what felt like an hour, but was probably only minutes. Her arms burned. Her breathing was ragged. She was navigating by memory and intuition, trying to find her way back to the main river, trying to put distance between herself and whatever was in the water. The sound followed her, always at a distance, always just at the edge of her hearing and perception. It was tracking her. She was certain of it. The way it would go silent when she stopped would resume when she paddled. It was following the kayak, learning her pattern, studying her movements. Allison reached what she thought was the main water channel around 9:30 p.m. The sky had become almost completely dark. There was enough starlight to see vague shapes, but details were invisible. She paddled along what she believed was the correct direction, toward where the launch area should be, trying to maintain her composure and not panic. It was then that she heard the voice. "Hey, hello, can anyone hear me?" A human voice, another person. Relief flooded through Allison. She wasn't alone in the swamp. Someone else was out here. "Yes," she called back. "I'm here. I'm in a kayak." "Where?" The voice came back. It sounded male, maybe in his 20s or 30s. "Can you paddle this way? I need help." "Where are you?" Allison called. She tried to identify the direction the voice was coming from, but sound carried strangely in the swamp at night. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Over here, by the big cypress trees. I flipped my kayak. I'm in the water." Allison felt a jolt of fear. Someone was in the water. That meant they were vulnerable to whatever had been chasing her. "Are you hurt?" she called. "My arm. I think I hit it on something. Please, I need to get out of the water." Allison paddled toward the voice, toward where the big cypress trees should be. She could make out larger shapes now, the distinctive silhouettes of the massive old cypress trees that grew in the Congaree deeper water. She paddled between two of them and looked around. She couldn't see the person. "Hello?" she called. "Where are you?" The water around her kayak erupted into motion. Something massive rose from the depths, a shape that was all wrong, that didn't move like any animal Allison knew. For just a moment, backlit by the faint starlight, she got a clear look at it. It was feline in shape. 4 legs, a muscular body, a head with ears and a face. But the proportions were exaggerated. It was larger than any big cat should be. And its eyes caught the light and threw it back at her with an intelligence that was absolutely terrifying. The creature made that sound again, that almost roar that was almost hiss. And Allison understood with complete clarity that it had been imitating the voice. It had learned human speech. It had mimicked a drowning person to lure her toward it. Allison paddled backward hard. The creature moved with her, staying roughly the same distance away, as if it was playing with her, testing her, evaluating her as prey. "No," Allison whispered. She couldn't process what she was seeing. The thing in the water was impossible. And yet there it was, pacing her kayak, studying her with eyes that held ancient intelligence. It made the sound again, and this time she could hear the mockery in it. The creature was enjoying this. It was toying with her the way a cat played with a mouse. Allison paddled as hard as her exhausted arms could manage. The creature didn't chase her immediately. It let her go, let her paddle ahead, and then it followed. She could hear the splash of it moving through the water, always behind her, always at approximately the same distance, herding her deeper into the swamp instead of toward the launch area. Justin launched his kayak at 10:15 p.m. The water was black beneath him, reflecting only the stars and the thin crescent of moon that had risen above the trees. The darkness was almost absolute. He could barely see 10 meters ahead. But the main water channels were familiar enough that he could navigate them by memory and the feel of the water beneath his paddle. He paddled with a purposeful rhythm, calling out Allison's name occasionally, listening for any response. The swamp at night was alive with sound, insects, frogs, the occasional splash of a fish or turtle. But no human response. By 10:45 p.m., Justin was beginning to consider that Allison might have made it back to the launch area and was simply sleeping in her car, unaware that she should have filed a checkout form. It happened occasionally. People would paddle in the evening, get disoriented, struggle to navigate the channels in darkness, and end up returning to the parking area well after they'd planned. But something in Justin's experience told him that wasn't what had happened. His instincts, honed by 5 years of working in a difficult environment, were sending signals that something was wrong. He was paddling through one of the deeper channels when he heard the splash. Large, substantial, not the splash of a normal swamp animal. Justin stopped paddling and listened. The splash came again. Much closer. Whatever it was moving through the water. And it was moving with purpose and intelligence. Justin felt the familiar tingle of adrenaline response. His hand moved instinctively toward the knife at his belt. Not much protection against something in the water, but something. "This is Ranger Hale," he called out. "Congaree National Park. If you need assistance, identify yourself." Silence. Then a sound that was almost like growling, but not quite. Something between a cat's hiss and a larger predator's call. Justin's kayak suddenly felt very small and fragile. The water beneath him, which had seemed merely dark and obscuring moments ago, now felt hostile. He began paddling back the way he'd come, toward the launch area and open water where visibility would be better. Behind him, he heard the splashing resume. Something was following him. Something that knew how to move through the water with efficiency and purpose. Justin paddled faster, his muscles burning with exertion, his breath coming in hard gasps. The thing behind him matched his pace. It wasn't trying to catch him. It was hurting him. Justin understood that with absolute certainty. Whatever was in the water was intelligent enough to predict his movements, to understand that he would flee toward the launch area, to know the geography of the swamp better than any human possibly could. Justin burst out of the narrow water channel and into the main river section, just as his flashlight, which he'd activated in his panic, caught something in the water behind him. A shape. A silhouette. A form that was unmistakably feline but proportioned all wrong, moving with grace and power, watching him with eyes that reflected the flashlight beam. The creature made that impossible sound again, the almost roar mixed with almost hiss, and then it dove. The water where it had been visible rippled and smoothed, and when Justin looked back, it was gone. But the sound of it moving through the deep water continued, always keeping pace, always at the edge of his perception. Justin reached the launch area at 11:30 p.m. and hauled his kayak onto the bank with shaking hands. He pulled out his radio immediately. "This is Ranger Hale. Emergency situation at Congaree. I'm at the launch area. I encountered something in the water. Large predator, possibly. Immediate threat level is unclear but significant. Requesting support." The response came back within seconds, the dispatcher's voice sharp with concern. "Copy, Ranger Hale. Are you injured?" "Negative. Not injured. But I encountered a large animal in the water. It was following me. It didn't attack, but it was hurting me, pursuing deliberately. I've never encountered anything like it in the Congaree." "Do you think it's a gator?" "No. Gators don't behave like this. This thing was intelligent. It was hunting. Are you hearing my location?" "Confirmed. We're dispatching local wildlife control and a field team from Beaufort. ETA 45 minutes. Stay at the ranger station. Do not return to the water." "Understood." Justin gathered his equipment and walked quickly back to the ranger station, every nerve in his body screaming that something was following him. He locked the doors once inside and pulled up the incident files on his computer. Missing person in the Congaree could mean several things. Accident, injury, getting lost. But the creature he'd encountered, the intelligent predator in the water, suggested something different. Allison Weber's vehicle was still in the parking area. Her missing checkout suggested she was still in the park. And if that thing was hunting in the water, if it had demonstrated intelligence and the capacity to follow and stalk prey, Justin didn't want to complete that calculation. Wildlife Control and the local field team arrived just before 1 a.m. They found Justin at the ranger station, exhausted and tense. He gave them a full report of his encounter, though he was careful about certain details. He didn't mention the intelligence in the creature's eyes. He didn't mention how it had herded him deliberately. He presented it as a large predator encounter that had frightened him enough to abort his search. The official response was skeptical. The Congaree had alligators, but they didn't usually grow to the size that would create the wake Justin had described. There were no large cats in the region, no panthers, no mountain lions, no apex predators other than humans. The swamp was checked regularly for unusual fauna, but they launched a full search anyway. Missing visitor after all. The protocols demanded a thorough investigation. They found Allison Weber's kayak at 2:47 a.m., floating near one of the deeper channels, completely empty. No sign of Allison, no sign of what had happened. Just the kayak, abandoned, floating in the black water of the Congaree swamp. The official report listed Allison Weber as missing and presumed drowned. She had apparently capsized in the darkness and been unable to reach her kayak. Water in the Congaree was cold enough to cause hypothermia, and the swamp's depth and vegetation made rescue operations extremely difficult. The case remained unsolved, but the presumption was accidental drowning. Justin didn't argue with the assessment. He filed his report accurately but left out certain details. He never mentioned the creature's intelligence. He described it only as an unidentified large predator and left it at that. But Justin never returned to the water after that night. He arranged his ranger duties to avoid paddling expeditions. He transferred to office work when the opportunity presented itself. 6 months after Allison Weber's disappearance, Justin requested a transfer out of Congaree. The request was approved. He cited personal reasons. The Park Service accepted the transfer without questioning. The Congaree swamp continues to receive visitors every year. Most paddle during daylight. Most follow the established routes. Most return safely to the launch area with stories of beautiful wildlife and pristine nature. But there are documented cases of solo paddlers who disappear at dusk or early evening. Their kayaks are found empty. They are presumed drowned or lost to accident. The water level is blamed. The darkness is blamed. Human error is blamed. No one mentions the shape that moves through the deeper channels at night. No one reports the splashing that follows paddlers in certain sections of the swamp. The locals, those who've lived in South Carolina for generations, they know about the talipo. The old stories warned about going into the water at night, about traveling alone, about respecting the swamp's territory and the things that lived in its depths. The creature still hunts in the Congaree. It has learned to mimic human voices over the years. It has learned to recognize the sound of a paddle, the rhythm of a human moving through water. It has learned patience, the ability to follow a kayak for hours, learning the paddler's behavior, their fear responses, their desperate attempts to navigate in darkness. And every year, without fail, a kayak is found empty on the water. A paddler fails to return. A car sits in the parking area for days before being towed. The Congaree swamp is beautiful in May. The wildlife is abundant. The landscape is genuinely wild, but the water holds something that doesn't appear in any official documentation. Something intelligent. Something patient. Something that has hunted in that swamp for longer than humans have had words to name it. And it is always hungry. Location: Great Basin National Park, Nevada. Date: July 31st, 2016. The thermometer on the ranger station porch read 94 degrees Fahrenheit at 0600 hours, and it was still climbing. Austin Fletcher had worked at Great Basin National Park for 5 years, long enough to understand that July heat in the Nevada high desert was a kind of violence. Not the dramatic violence of thunderstorms or rock falls, but the slow, patient violence of a landscape that was fundamentally hostile to human life. The high desert was a place where water was the single most critical resource, where dehydration could become critical within hours, where the distance between survival and death was often measured in the proximity to reliable water sources. Great Basin was a park of extremes. The elevation ranged from roughly 4,000 feet in the lower valleys to over 13,000 feet at the peak of Wheeler Peak. The temperature differentials matched the elevation. The valleys could reach over 100 degrees, while the high peaks could drop to freezing even in midsummer. Water sources were scattered and unpredictable. Some were reliable year-round. Others were seasonal or dependent on snowmelt. A few were legendary for their unreliability. Sources that appeared on old maps but had dried up decades ago, or sources whose location had become uncertain through years of human memory degradation. Austin had established his morning routine long ago. Coffee at 0530 hours, weather check at 0545, permit review at 0600, Equipment verification at 061 The coffee was stronger than it needed to be, made with water from the station's reliable well, one of the advantages of working at a facility rather than deep in the backcountry. By 0630, he would be reviewing the overnight permit submissions and planning his day's activities. The forecast promised continued extreme heat, with afternoon thunderstorm potential developing around 1600 hours. The atmospheric conditions were unstable. A monsoonal moisture pattern was feeding into the Great Basin from the south, creating the possibility of rapid weather development. In this terrain, rapid weather could mean dangerous flash flooding in the narrow canyons that carved through the basin. The combination of heat, water scarcity, and potential sudden precipitation created a complex risk profile that required careful monitoring. Austin pulled up the overnight permit registrations. 2 parties had filed permits. A group of 3 hiking the Snake Creek Canyon route, planning to exit at the Lehman Caves trailhead, and a solo hiker named Chloe Parker, who had registered for a 4-day expedition through some of the more remote areas of the park. Chloe's permit specified that she was conducting hydrological research, water source mapping and testing, and her itinerary included visits to several springs and creeks that were known to be inconsistent or difficult to locate. Austin reviewed Chloe's credential photograph. She was a woman in her late 20s with the kind of direct, competent gaze that Austin had learned to recognize in experienced wilderness researchers. Her credential listed her as an environmental scientist with experience in desert water systems. Her permit notes indicated she was mapping spring locations for a university research project, attempting to document seasonal variation in water availability across the basin. The itinerary was ambitious. She would be moving between several water sources, spending each night at a different location, covering perhaps 10 to 15 miles per day across terrain that was unforgiving, even for experienced hikers. Austin approved the permit without hesitation. The woman was clearly qualified. That decision, made in perhaps 30 seconds based on credentials and experience and the assumption that knowledge meant safety, was something he would revisit many times in the years that followed, turning it over in his mind like a stone worn smooth by repeated handling, trying to locate the moment where he should have said no, should have questioned more carefully, should have recognized the warning signs that existed only in retrospect. The water sources that Chloe had planned to visit were scattered across different elevations and terrain types. The first camp would be at South Fork Spring, located at approximately 9,200 feet elevation in the southern section of the park. The second would be at Meadow Canyon Spring at roughly 9,500 feet. The third and fourth nights were listed as Remote Spring, Location TBD, and Baker Lake Area, neither of which was on any standard park map. Chloe had included coordinate data for the locations, specific GPS references that she'd apparently obtained from older hydrological surveys or university research archives. Austin marked the locations in his own system and made a note to check in with Chloe by radio every evening to confirm her status and location. It was standard protocol for remote backcountry permits, and in this case, with a solo hiker visiting unfamiliar water sources in extreme heat, the protocol seemed particularly wise. By 0700 hours, Austin was in his vehicle heading out toward the South Rim area, beginning his daily patrol to confirm that overnight conditions had created no new hazards. The drive took him past the Wheeler Peak Scenic Drive, an 11,000-foot elevation scenic loop that was one of the park's main attractions. Visitors crowded the overlooks, took photographs, bought merchandise at the small gift shop, and experienced the sensation of being in high mountains without having hiked more than a few dozen meters from their vehicles. Austin had no judgment about this. Everyone's relationship with wilderness was valid, but he understood in a way that most day-use visitors did not, that the landscape beyond the scenic overlooks was genuinely dangerous. It was easy to forget the desert's hostility when you were standing in the relatively cool air of the high peaks, but that forgetfulness could be lethal for anyone who ventured far from marked trails and reliable water sources. The morning sky was clear, but the clouds were building on the horizon. Towering cumulus formations developing to the south, the telltale sign of monsoonal moisture and instability. Austin could smell it in the air, the metallic tang of distant rain, the quality of the atmosphere changing as moisture accumulated. By afternoon, the weather could transition from clear to dangerous with remarkable speed. He completed his morning patrol by 0900 hours, confirmed that the main trail showed normal usage patterns and no evidence of emergency activity, and radioed dispatch to confirm his status. Everything was normal. The day was proceeding exactly as expected, the landscape following the patterns it had followed for countless summers. At 1,000 hours, Austin initiated radio contact with Chloe Parker on her permitted frequency. The response was immediate, her voice crisp and professional, confirming her location at South Fork Spring and her status as healthy and well supplied. "Roger that, Parker," Austin said. "Weather report shows potential afternoon thunderstorms. How's the water situation at your location?" "Source is flowing well," Chloe responded. "Testing shows relatively clean water, good volume. I'm going to spend the full day here documenting the spring and gathering samples. Should be moving to Meadow Canyon tomorrow morning." "Copy. I'll check in with you tomorrow evening. Be aware of weather changes. Afternoon conditions could deteriorate rapidly." "Will do. Parker out." The transmission ended. Austin marked the confirmation in his log and continued with his day. Administrative work, equipment maintenance, route planning for the following day's patrols. The morning passed into afternoon. The clouds continued to build. The temperature remained in the high 80s, the heat radiating from the ground even as the shadows of the cumulus formations occasionally provided brief, precious intervals of shade. At 1600 hours, the first thunderstorm arrived. It was a brief, intense system, lightning and thunder and wind for perhaps 30 minutes, then clearing as rapidly as it had arrived. Austin tracked the storm on his monitoring equipment, noting that it had passed through the lower elevations and moved eastward, missing the higher peak areas entirely. The rain had been substantial but brief, not enough to create flash flooding in the narrow canyons, though it would have temporarily increased water flow in the creeks and springs. He initiated contact with Chloe at 1800 hours, the time he'd established as the evening check-in. The radio remained silent. He waited 30 seconds and tried again. Still nothing. Austin didn't immediately escalate to emergency status. Radio reception at high elevations and in canyon areas could be spotty. Perhaps Chloe was in a location where the signal wouldn't transmit. Perhaps she'd turned off her radio to conserve batteries. Perhaps she was occupied with her research and hadn't heard the call. He tried again at 1830 hours, at 1900 hours, at 1930 hours. By 2000 hours, Austin was beginning to process that something might be genuinely wrong. He activated the emergency channel and attempted contact using the protocol for a potentially missing permit holder. Still no response. Austin checked the evening weather report. No additional storms were forecast. The conditions were stable. The night would be cold, dropping into the 50s or low 60s at the elevation where Chloe was camping, but well within acceptable ranges for someone with proper equipment, and her permit indicated she was carrying all necessary cold weather gear. He filed a preliminary concern report with dispatch and marked Chloe's status as unable to establish contact. If he couldn't reach her by the next evening, he would initiate a formal search. Or Duncan. Chloe Parker had reached South Fork Spring at approximately 1300 hours after a 4-mile hike from the trailhead. The spring was exactly where her research sources had indicated it would be. A reliable water source emerging from the limestone, flowing down canyon to create a small creek that eventually drained into the basin proper. The water was cool and clear, running with sufficient volume to suggest a stable underground source rather than a seasonal flow. She'd spent the first several hours conducting her research protocol, measuring water flow, testing pH and mineral content, collecting samples in sterile containers, documenting the spring's location with GPS and traditional mapping. The work was methodical and absorbing, exactly the kind of detailed field research that she enjoyed. By 1600 hours, as the afternoon heat began its transition toward evening, she'd completed the initial documentation and had set up her camp in a relatively sheltered location, a short distance from the spring. The thunderstorm had arrived without warning. One moment clear sky, the next moment towering clouds and the sudden violent weather that the monsoon patterns could produce. Chloe had secured her equipment and had sheltered in her tent during the brief but intense rainfall, listening to the sound of water streaming down the canyon walls, understanding that the spring's flow was probably increasing significantly, as runoff accumulated from higher elevations. When the weather cleared, she'd emerged from her tent to check on her water samples. That was when she'd heard it. It was a sound like a baby crying, not distant, close, perhaps 50 meters away, coming from the direction of the spring. Chloe had recognized immediately that no human infant could be in this location. The park was closed to overnight use in most areas, and the nearest civilization was several miles away through difficult terrain. But the sound was undeniably present, undeniably audible, undeniably causing an instinctive response in her nervous system. That deep, evolutionary recognition that the cry of a human infant required response and assistance. She'd walked toward the sound, aware that she was doing something irrational but unable to stop. The spring was flowing more vigorously than it had been earlier. The thunderstorm runoff had increased the water flow noticeably. The creek that emerged from the spring had become a small torrent, the water turbulent and cloudy with sediment. Chloe had stood at the edge of the water, listening. The crying continued. It was coming from upstream, from the direction of the spring source itself. Chloe had followed the sound, climbing over rocks, moving carefully through the canyon, aware that the terrain was treacherous, but unable to override the compulsion to find the source of the crying infant. The spring emerged from a narrow crevasse in the limestone, a space barely wide enough for a human to fit through, though the water flowed freely through it, emerging with constant force. Chloe had peered into the crevasse, trying to see where the sound was coming from. The crying had continued, echoing from somewhere in the depths of the stone, from somewhere underground, from somewhere that human rescue was impossible. That was when she'd realized, not as a thought but as a recognition that arrived directly into her consciousness without passing through normal logic, that the crying was not coming from anything that needed rescue. The crying was coming from something that was trying to lure her into the water. Chloe had stepped back from the crevasse. She'd turned to walk back toward her camp, and that was when the water had grabbed her. It hadn't happened the way she might have imagined drowning. There had been no violent pulling, no overwhelming force. Instead, something had taken hold of her ankle, gently, but with absolute control, and had simply begun pulling her back toward the water. It had been the gentlest form of predation possible, the minimum amount of force necessary to accomplish its objective, as if whatever held her understood that panic would only make the process more difficult. Chloe had tried to resist. She'd attempted to pull free, to dig her hands into the stone to create friction that would slow the inevitable movement back toward the water. But her strength was insignificant compared to whatever had hold of her ankle. Within seconds, she was at the water's edge. Within moments, she was knee-deep in the turbulent flow. The crying stopped. What replaced it was not silence, but a sound that was worse than any cry. A kind of satisfied humming, a vocalization that suggested intelligence and satisfaction, and the successful completion of a hunt. Chloe had looked down into the water at her feet, and she'd seen them. They were small, perhaps 2 or 3 feet in height, humanoid but fundamentally wrong. Their skin appeared to have a translucent quality, as if it was barely there, as if it was being held together by something other than normal human biology. Their eyes were too large, reflecting light in a way that suggested intelligence far beyond what human eyes could express. They were arranged in the water around her legs, holding her with hands that were webbed, fingers that extended slightly longer than human fingers, grips that were simultaneously gentle and absolutely inescapable. "Welcome," one of them said. Its voice was like the crying she'd heard earlier, but underneath it was language, was clarity, was the sound of something ancient speaking in English, despite not being anything that had evolved alongside humans. "You have come to the water. You belong here now." Chloe had opened her mouth to scream, but the creatures had begun pulling her deeper into the spring, and she had understood with the absolute clarity of someone experiencing profound trauma that screaming would serve no purpose here. There was no one to hear. There was no rescue coming. The landscape that she had thought was hosting her research was actually hosting her predation. The water had become not a simple liquid but something more complex. It had seemed to move with intentionality, to part for the creatures and for her sinking body, to carry her deeper into the spring source than the physical dimensions of the crevasse should have allowed. She had descended into water that should have been impossibly cold, but felt almost welcoming, almost like liquid, that had been warmed specifically for her arrival. The creatures had continued to hold her, their hands gentle but absolute, their voices continuing to hum that satisfied, hungry sound. Austin made the decision at 0600 hours the following morning to drive out toward South Fork Spring and conduct a physical search. Chloe's failure to respond to radio contact, combined with her solo status and remote location, elevated the concern to a level that justified active investigation rather than further waiting. The drive to the South Fork trailhead took 20 minutes. The morning was already hot, the thermometer in his vehicle reading 82 degrees at 6:30 hours. The sky was clear, but Austin could see the building cumulus clouds on the horizon again, the monsoonal pattern continuing to feed moisture into the basin. Another afternoon of thunderstorm potential. He hiked the 4-mile route to the spring at a steady pace, moving quickly but carefully, aware that the terrain was hazardous and an injury would create cascading complications. He reached Chloe's camp at approximately 07:45 hours. The tent was there. Her equipment was arranged methodically. Her backpack was positioned near her sleeping area. Her water bottles were stacked in an organized fashion. Everything was present, except Chloe herself. Austin approached the camp carefully, looking for any sign of disturbance, any indication of what had occurred. The ground around the camp showed no evidence of struggle or violence. There was no indication of a medical emergency, no blood, no signs of injury, no evidence of panic. He activated his radio. "Dispatch, this is Unit 1 on site at South Fork Spring. Permit holder's camp is established and intact, but the permit holder is not present. Equipment appears undisturbed. Requesting guidance." "Copy. Unit 1. What's your assessment?" Austin looked at the camp, then at the surrounding canyon. "Uncertain. No signs of emergency. She may have gone to investigate the water sources more thoroughly. I'm going to check the immediate area around the spring." "Copy. Stand by." Austin moved toward the spring, following the creek that emerged from the limestone crevasse. The water was flowing well, faster than it would naturally flow from just the spring source. Runoff from yesterday's thunderstorm was still contributing to the flow. Austin examined the area carefully, looking for any sign that Chloe had been here. The ground near the spring showed boot prints, multiple impressions, suggesting that someone had walked this route several times. The prints led to the water's edge and then stopped. They didn't continue along the creek bank. They didn't lead back toward camp. They simply ended at the water, as if Chloe had walked to that point and then ceased to exist. Austin activated his radio again. "Dispatch, permit holder's tracks lead to the spring and terminate at the water's edge. No continuation. Requesting emergency backup and beginning formal search protocol." "Copy. Unit 1. Rescue volunteers are being mobilized. ETA 45 minutes. Continue investigation. Maintain radio contact." Austin spent the next several minutes examining the spring area more carefully. The crevasse from which the water emerged was barely large enough for a human to fit through, and the flow was too powerful for someone to navigate upstream. The creek that emerged from the spring could theoretically be followed downstream, but the terrain grew increasingly hostile. The canyon walls narrowed, the water became more turbulent, the possibility of safe navigation diminished. He was standing at the water's edge, processing his options, when he heard it. It was a sound like a baby crying. It was coming from the direction of the spring, from somewhere in the water, or from somewhere beyond the crevasse in the limestone. Austin's rational mind immediately provided explanations. A bird call, wind through stone, his own nerves creating auditory hallucinations. But his instincts were responding with immediate fear, with a visceral understanding that the sound should not exist in this location. The crying continued. It grew slightly louder. It seemed to be moving, shifting position, as if something was moving through the water toward him. Austin stepped back from the spring. The crying became slightly less distinct. He continued backing away, moving toward the creek bank, putting distance between himself and the water source. That was when he heard Chloe's voice. "Austin, is that you? I need help. I'm in the water. Something happened." Austin froze. The voice was unmistakably Chloe Parker. He'd heard her on the radio, knew her voice tone and cadence. But she was calling from the direction of the water, from somewhere in the turbulent flow emerging from the spring. "Chloe?" Austin called back. "Where are you? Can you get out of the water?" "I can't," the voice said. The words were becoming clearer, more distinct, even as the accent and tone remained subtly wrong. "I'm trapped. Something has hold of me. I need you to help. Come to the water. Please." Austin's training told him this was wrong. A person who was physically trapped in water and couldn't escape would not be calling for help in such a calm, composed voice. A person in genuine distress would show panic, would be gasping, would display the characteristic signs of someone in immediate danger. But his instinct to help was profound. His understanding of his role as a ranger was that rescuing people in distress was his primary responsibility. He moved back toward the water. "Chloe, I need you to stay calm. I'm going to try to reach you. Tell me exactly where you are." "In the water," the voice said. "Come into the water. It's not cold. It's not dangerous. You just have to come to me." Austin reached the water's edge. He could see nothing in the turbulent flow that would explain where Chloe was or how she could be calling from such a location. But he could hear her voice clearly, calling to him, telling him to come deeper, promising that everything would be all right if he just waded in. He was reaching down to touch the water when his radio crackled to life. "Unit 1, where are you? We have rescue volunteers arriving at the trailhead. What's your status?" Austin straightened. His hand, which had been descending toward the water, retreated. He activated his radio. "Dispatch, I'm at the spring location. I've made radio contact with the permit holder. She appears to be in the water, but I can't determine her exact position. Sending coordinates now." He marked his location, transmitted the data, and waited for the rescue team. The voice calling from the water continued. Chloe's voice perfectly mimicked calling to him, begging him to come deeper, promising safety and reunion. Austin did not go into the water. The search for Chloe Parker continued for 3 days. Rescue volunteers examined every accessible area of the canyon system. They checked downstream locations in case the water had carried her body. They searched the surrounding terrain for any sign of a missing hiker. They found nothing. Chloe's equipment remained at the camp. Her samples remained in their collection containers. But Chloe herself had simply ceased to exist in any manner that could be recovered or documented. The official report cited presumed drowning in unknown circumstances and body likely carried downstream by heavy runoff. Austin's account of the voice calling from the water was noted in the report as ranger experiencing extreme stress. Observations should be considered in context of emotional impact of missing person scenario. The case was closed pending any new evidence. But Austin remained at Great Basin for another 2 years before requesting a transfer. And during those 2 years, he avoided the South Fork Spring entirely. He avoided any canyon with a reliable spring or water source. He avoided the high desert in July, when the thunderstorm patterns could develop suddenly and the heat could drive people toward water with desperation. He began keeping careful records of other disappearances in the area, hikers and researchers who had vanished near water sources throughout the basin's history. The records suggested a pattern. Disappearances clustered around specific water sources. The victims almost always people who were alone. The circumstances almost always involving that person being found missing at a water source, despite no evidence of accident or drowning. The official explanations were reasonable. Heat stroke, disorientation, accidental drowning. All of these were plausible in the harsh desert environment. But Austin understood in a way that he could never adequately explain to anyone else, that the explanations were wrong. The water sources in Great Basin held something old, something that had survived in the isolated springs for longer than humans had inhabited the desert. The creatures called water babies in the Paiute folklore that Austin had begun to research obsessively were not folklore. They were real. They were patient. And they had decided that Chloe Parker belonged to them now. Years later, after Austin had transferred to a park in the Pacific Northwest and had supposedly left the Great Basin behind, he would still hear the sound sometimes. The crying of an infant, perfectly mimicked, coming from shower drains and faucets and any body of water that existed in his vicinity, and he would understand that the creatures had learned his voice, had practiced their mimicry of his presence, and were waiting for him to eventually return to a place where water was present and he was alone. The sound of the crying would follow him for the rest of his life. In some places it was distant. In other places it came from directly beside him. The creatures were patient. They could wait for years. They could wait for decades. They had waited for thousands of years before Chloe Parker walked into their territory. They would wait for Austin too. And eventually, perhaps, he would become tired of waiting. Perhaps he would decide to answer the voice that called his name from the water. Perhaps he would wade in, just far enough to see if what it was saying was true, just far enough to understand what had happened to Chloe Parker, just far enough to find the thing he'd lost when he'd walked away from South Fork Spring alive. The water sources in the Great Basin continue to exist, their locations marked on maps, their water tested regularly by researchers who remain unaware of what dwells in the spaces beneath the surface. And somewhere in that water, in the depths of springs that should be simple and harmless, Chloe Parker still exists, changed into something other than human, speaking in voices that are not her own, calling out to the hikers and researchers who approach water sources during heat waves and emergencies. She is not alone in the water. The creatures that took her have company, decades or centuries of other voices, other victims, all of them calling together, creating the symphony of infant cries that has driven so many rescuers toward the water, thinking they were coming to save human lives, not understanding that they were simply walking into the domain of something far older and far hungrier than anything they could comprehend. The desert is patient. The water is patient. And in the high basin where ancient springs flow through limestone that remembers the ages, the creatures continue their eternal hunt for those who become desperate enough to believe that salvation might come from drinking what dwells in the depths. Location: Mammoth Cave National Park, Kentucky. Date: January 15, 2011. The cavern entrance was a black mouth in the limestone hillside, exhaling cold air that carried the smell of deep earth and geological time. Christopher Mercer stood at the threshold, his caving lights off for the moment, letting his eyes adjust to the transition from winter daylight to the absolute darkness that began just beyond the portal. The temperature at ground level was mild, mid-40s, but descending into Mammoth Cave meant moving into a more consistent environment. 54 degrees year-round, the temperature holding steady hundreds of feet beneath the surface, insulated from seasonal variation by millions of tons of stone. Christopher had been the lead park ranger for the cave systems at Mammoth Cave National Park for 9 years. He was certified as a cave rescue specialist, held advanced permits for all the park's known passages, and had logged more than 2,000 hours in the subsurface. He knew the cave the way a surface ranger knew their forest. Not just the major passages, but the minor tunnels, the airflows, the patterns of water movement through the limestone matrix. He knew where the loose rocks were, where the floor could collapse without warning, where certain passages were dangerous due to hydrogen sulfide buildup or nitrogen narcosis effects on deeper dives. He knew the cave well enough to understand that something was wrong with it. The first indication had come 3 days earlier. A group of recreational cavers had reported that one of the lower passages, a tunnel system called the Lost River Route, had shown signs of recent animal activity. Fresh scat, fresh claw marks on the limestone walls, prints in the soft mud deposits. But the prints were impossible. They were too small to match any known fauna in the cave system. Smaller than a raccoon, smaller than an opossum, smaller, in fact, than any mammal that should have been present in an environment so far removed from surface daylight. Christopher had investigated the report himself yesterday. He had seen the prints. They were distinct and clear in the mud, 5-toed impressions roughly 3 to 4 inches in length, arranged in a pattern that suggested a bipedal gait. They were recent, created within the previous 24 hours, and they were everywhere, crossing and recrossing the passage floor, as if whatever was making them had been moving through the tunnel with no particular destination, just endless pacing back and forth. The prints disturbed him in a way he couldn't quite articulate to his supervisor. They weren't the prints of any animal he could identify. The shape suggested intelligence. The pattern suggested intention. And they led deeper into the cave system, toward areas that were marked on his maps as unmapped extensions and passages of unknown depth. This morning, Christopher had received a report that one of the park's volunteer researchers, a woman named Zoe Hartley, who had been conducting an environmental survey in the lower cave systems, had not returned from her expedition. She had been scheduled to complete her research and exit the cave by 4 in the afternoon. By 7, when she hadn't emerged, the park had initiated a search protocol. Zoe was experienced. She had been working in the cave for 6 weeks, doing weekly research expeditions to collect water samples and document microbial populations in the deeper passages. She knew the routes. She carried emergency communication equipment, a decked digital system that was designed to work through most cave networks by bouncing signals off stone. She had been careful about following safety protocols. And yet, at some point in the afternoon of January 15th, Zoe had become unreachable, and by evening she had become missing. Christopher switched on his primary light, a 300-lumen LED mounted on his helmet, and descended into the cave. The passage beyond the entrance opened into a chamber roughly 40 feet wide and 60 feet tall. The ceiling was lost in shadow even with the brightness of his lamp. The walls were formations of flowstone and calcite, sculpted by water that had been dissolving limestone for 10,000 years. The air was cold and absolutely still, the kind of stillness that only existed in places where wind had never blown, where the only movement was the slow, patient work of erosion and the rare intrusion of human exploration. The sound of his footsteps echoed off the stone walls, multiplied and distorted by the cave's acoustics. Every movement became amplified, turned into something larger and stranger than the actual event. When he moved his equipment, when he shifted his weight, when he adjusted his backpack, all of it returned to his ears transformed, made to sound like something else entirely. He was an hour into his descent when he found Zoe's equipment. Her backpack was sitting on a limestone outcropping beside one of the major passage intersections. Her research bag was opened, the contents partially scattered: water collection bottles, temperature gauges, sample containers. Her notebook was there, the pages filled with data and observations, but Zoe herself was not. Christopher photographed the scene and called on his communication device. "Dispatch Unit 7, I've located the missing researcher's equipment in the mid-level passage, approximately 1.2 miles from the entrance. No sign of the subject. Equipment is intact but scattered. Beginning expanded search." The response came back clear but distant, carried through the stone network that surrounded him. "Copy, Unit 7. Proceed with caution. Weather above is turning severe. Wind advisory issued for the region. Return to surface if conditions deteriorate." Christopher acknowledged. The cave, at least, was immune to surface weather, but he was acutely aware that rescue operations in the cave system would be hampered by conditions on the surface. Any significant snow or ice accumulation would slow response times, restrict access routes, compromise the ability of SAR teams to reach the cave entrance. He continued deeper, moving now along the routes that he knew Zoe had been exploring according to her research notes. The passages became narrower, more convoluted. The air became denser, carrying a smell that Christopher couldn't quite identify. Not the normal mineral smell of the cave, something organic, something like decay, but fresher, more recent than any animal remains that had been down here long enough to decompose fully. He was moving through a passage called Devil's Denture, a narrow corridor with a ceiling so low that it required crouch walking for portions, when he heard the sound. It was a voice calling from somewhere deeper in the cave, a woman's voice, a voice calling his name. "Christopher, Chris, please help me." It was Zoe's voice. Christopher would have recognized it immediately if his mind had been working with normal logic. But his mind was already beginning to process that something was fundamentally wrong with this situation. Zoe was calling from deeper in the cave, from a direction that made no sense, from a location that should have been impassable. He moved toward the voice. Odiana. What Christopher couldn't know was that Zoe had been trapped in the depths for nearly 18 hours. She had been conducting her research survey in the mid-level passage, following a new tunnel that her preliminary mapping had indicated might lead to an unknown chamber system. The passage had been narrow but navigable, with a clear floor of packed sediment and visible water channels indicating drainage patterns. Zoe was meticulous in her research. She had marked her path with glow sticks, maintained a constant bearing with her compass, and kept detailed notes of her observations. And then the passage had opened into a chamber, and Zoe had made a decision that would cost her everything. The chamber was unlike any that appeared on the official park maps. It was approximately 30 feet in diameter and perhaps 20 feet tall, with a floor that was completely covered in what looked like small bones, animal bones scattered and broken, as if something had been feeding down here for a very long time. The bones were mixed with other materials, torn fabric, plastic containers, objects that were definitely human in origin. Zoe had been photographing the chamber, trying to understand what was creating this accumulation when she had heard the sound. It was small, a scratching sound, like something moving across stone, but it was everywhere simultaneously, coming from multiple directions, bouncing off the walls in a way that made triangulation impossible. Zoe had turned slowly, her light sweeping across the chamber, searching for the source of the sound. That's when she saw the footprints. They were on the walls, not on the ground, on the vertical stone walls arranged in patterns that suggested something had been climbing them, moving across surfaces that should have been impossible for any creature to navigate. The prints were small, roughly 3 to 4 inches in length, arranged in a pattern that indicated a creature that could move with equal facility on horizontal and vertical surfaces. Zoe had started backing toward the passage she had entered through. That's when the creature had revealed itself. It was small, roughly the size of a human child, perhaps 2.5 to 3 feet in height. But there was nothing childlike about its proportions. Its limbs were too long, its movements too articulated, as if it had joints in places where human joints shouldn't exist. Its face was... Zoe would never be able to find adequate words to describe its face. It was vaguely humanoid, but the proportions were wrong. The eyes were too large. The mouth was wider than it should be, with teeth that seemed to fill the entire lower jaw. And it was moving with a speed and fluidity that made Zoe's perception of distance and time seem inadequate. She had run. The passage back to the main cavern became a nightmare of narrow spaces and sharp turns. Her light bouncing wildly, her breathing becoming hyperventilation. She could hear the creature behind her, making sounds that were almost like laughter, almost like speech, almost like something trying to communicate in a language that had never been human. The creature had not attacked immediately. Instead, it had herded her, the way a predator herds prey toward a location where escape becomes impossible. It had cut off her path back to the main passages. It had forced her deeper into a section of the cave that was not on any official map, into a warren of small tunnels that seemed to have been specifically designed for something small and agile to navigate, but which were nightmarish for a human of normal size. Zoe had become lost in those tunnels within minutes. The passages twisted and turned. They doubled back on themselves. They seemed to rearrange themselves in her memory as she moved through them. She had dropped her research equipment trying to navigate through a particularly narrow section. She had torn her clothing on sharp calcite formations. She had become so disoriented that she could no longer determine which direction led toward the surface. And now, somewhere in the deeper darkness, the creature was hunting her. But not with the urgency of a creature that wanted to kill its prey immediately. It was hunting with a patience that suggested experience, expertise, the certainty of something that understood predation on a level that transcended simple hunger. Sometimes it called to her using her own voice. "Zoe, come back. I need help. Come help me." Sometimes it used other voices, the voices of hikers and researchers and tourists who had gone missing in the cave system over the past 100 years, whose voices the creature had preserved and learned through the act of consuming them. Zoe had been moving through the darkness for hours now, trying to navigate by feel and memory in the faint hope that she could stumble back toward an exit. Her light had failed. She had no idea how long ago. The batteries had drained, or she had hit it against stone too hard. Or the creature had taken it from her at some point during one of the moments when reality had become too fragmented to trust her own perception. Now she was moving in absolute darkness, one hand on the stone wall beside her, her other hand held out before her in hopes of detecting obstacles before she collided with them. And the creature was still there, still calling to her using voices that seemed increasingly familiar, still hurting her, driving her deeper, towards some destination that the creature understood but that Zoe could not conceptualize. She had begun calling for help, calling for anyone. The echoes in the cave made it seem as if her voice was coming from all directions simultaneously. She had begun to understand that the cave itself was working against her. That sound carried strangely here, that the darkness was not passive but active, pressing against her consciousness with a weight that made thought increasingly difficult. When she heard a real voice, a human voice calling her name, she had responded immediately, forgetting in her desperate need for rescue that the creature had demonstrated the ability to perfectly mimic human speech. She had called back, "Christopher, I'm here. Please help me." The footsteps were coming now, moving deeper into the passages. Zoe could hear them echoing off stone, could hear the sound of equipment being adjusted, could hear breathing that was definitely human, and therefore definitely not the creature that had been hunting her. But the creature was still there. She could feel it. She could sense its presence in the darkness beside her, moving with that terrible fluidity, using the approaching ranger as a new prey item, herding both of them now towards some terminus that the creature had planned long before either human had entered these caverns. Christopher found Zoe approximately 2 kilometers deeper into the unmapped passage system. She was sitting against a wall of stone, her clothing torn and filthy, her hair matted with cave sediment and blood. She looked up at his light with eyes that had taken on a quality of absolute despair. "Don't come any closer," she said. "It's here. It's always here. It's been hurting us deeper. It wants us to go deeper." Christopher knelt beside her, assessing her physical condition. Her vital signs were concerning. Hypothermia developing, dehydration, signs of trauma and stress. But she was alive. She was conscious. She was communicable. "I'm going to get you out of here," Christopher said. "Can you walk? Can you move?" "It won't let us leave," Zoe said. "It's been doing this for a long time. It keeps the bones. It feeds on the bones and the meat and the voices. It preserves the voices." As if in response to her words, Christopher heard something. A sound like small feet moving across stone. Multiple feet moving in unison, moving fast, moving from multiple directions simultaneously. The sound was coming from above, from the sides, from passages that he hadn't even noticed in the darkness. When his light caught movement, he saw them. They were small, roughly the size of human children, but with proportions that were fundamentally wrong. There were at least 4 of them, maybe more. The darkness made accurate counting impossible. They moved with a fluidity that suggested a coordination that came from long practice, a choreography that suggested they had hunted together for a very long time. The largest one, the one in front, tilted its head and made a sound. A sound that was almost like human speech, but not quite. A sound like someone trying to pronounce human words using a mouth that was shaped for something completely different. "Welcome," the sound seemed to say, though Christopher knew that was impossible, that his mind was interpreting animal noise as human language. "Welcome to the deep dark. Welcome to the place where we live. Welcome to the place where all voices eventually come." Christopher understood in that moment what had happened to Zoe. He understood that she was not what she appeared to be, that the creature had been using her as a lure, as a way to draw him deeper into the cave system, and he understood that there was no way out, that the creatures had been living in these caves for centuries, possibly longer, feeding on the lost and the isolated, preserving voices, learning languages, becoming more sophisticated at the art of predation with each human they consumed. The creatures moved toward them. Christopher grabbed Zoe's arm, pulling her up, trying to move back toward the main passages. But the creatures had already cut off the retreat. They were everywhere, in the shadows, in the darkness beyond his light, in passages that seemed to exist partially in dimensions that human perception could barely access. When the smallest creature reached toward him with hands that were small but covered in claws, Christopher finally understood that every instinct telling him to run, every drive to fight, every attempt to survive, was exactly what the creatures wanted. The escape attempts, the struggle, the desperation, all of it was part of the predation. All of it was adding new dimensions to how the creatures understood human behavior, how they would improve their hunting techniques for the next incursion of humans into their domain. He stopped struggling. He stood still in the darkness, his light illuminating the creatures that surrounded him. And when the smallest one reached up and touched his face with claws that were surprisingly gentle, Christopher closed his eyes. The official report on the disappearance of Christopher Mercer and Zoe Hartley concluded that both individuals had become lost in an unmapped section of the cave system. Christopher had apparently been attempting a rescue operation when both parties became trapped by unstable cave formations and structural collapse. Their bodies were never recovered, the passages in question being too dangerous to explore comprehensively. The park issued a statement recommending that recreational cavers avoid the unmapped extension tunnels in the mid-level passage. Several sections were cordoned off. Warning signs were posted. Official policy was updated to restrict research expeditions to mapped areas only. But the park rangers who worked in Mammoth Cave knew something was wrong. They knew because they would sometimes hear voices in the depths when they were working alone. Voices calling from impossible locations. Voices that sounded almost like people they knew. Voices that carried the exact inflection and speech patterns of researchers and rangers who had gone missing in the cave system over the years. And they knew something was wrong because sometimes, when they were doing routine surveys in the upper passages, they would find small footprints in the dust. Footprints that arranged themselves in patterns that suggested intention, deliberation, intelligence. The creatures lived deep in the cave system, in passages that had never been mapped, in darkness that was absolute and timeless. They had learned human language from the dozens of people they had consumed over the centuries. They had learned to mimic voices with perfect accuracy. They had learned the patterns of human behavior, the weaknesses that made humans easy prey. And they waited, with the patience of things that had no concept of time, for the next explorer to venture into their domain, the next researcher, the next ranger, the next curious human who wanted to understand the mysteries of the underground. In the deep dark of Mammoth Cave, below the mapped passages in chambers that would never appear on any official map, the creatures moved through their domain. They passed around what remained of Zoe and Christopher, what they hadn't yet consumed, what they were preserving carefully because the bones and the flesh and the organs would sustain them for months, perhaps years, until the next opportunity for fresh prey presented itself. And in those depths, in that absolute darkness, voices echoed, voices that had belonged to humans that now belonged to the creatures, that called from the abyss in the hope that someone, anyone, would come down to investigate, would come down to help, would come down to join the chorus of the lost in the place where daylight had never penetrated, where hope had no meaning, where the only truth was hunger and the patient predation of creatures that understood that humans eventually always came looking for what they had lost. Location: Black Pine Wilderness Area, Washington. Date: October 18, 2012. Benjamin had been a ranger in Black Pine Wilderness for 7 years, long enough to know the forest like some people know their own houses. The morning of October 18th began like hundreds of others before it. Overcast skies, temperature hovering just above 50 degrees, that particular smell of Pacific Northwest autumn settling into everything. He filled his thermos with coffee at the ranger station, the liquid steaming in the cool air, and checked the day's forecast on the wall-mounted weather radio. Rain coming by late afternoon, nothing severe, temperatures dropping into the low 40s by evening. Standard October weather. He checked his flashlight batteries more from ritual than necessity. They always worked, and verified his radio was on the correct channel, 9.3 megahertz, the frequency that connected him to dispatch in Everett, 30 miles away, and to the handful of other rangers scattered across Black Pine's 22,000 acres. The Black Pine Wilderness area sprawled across the western foothills of the North Cascades, a patchwork of old-growth forest and subalpine meadows that most people never saw. It didn't have the fame of nearby national parks. It didn't have the infrastructure or the crowds. Just trees, Douglas fir, western hemlock, Sitka spruce. Rising in dark, even rows that made the forest feel both ancient and somehow uniform, as if the woods were a pattern that repeated endlessly in every direction. The trails existed, but they were rarely marked and less frequently traveled. Hikers preferred the official parks. Black Pine was for people who wanted to actually get lost, and for rangers like Benjamin who preferred the quiet. He spent the first 3 hours of his shift on the standard patrol, the North Fork Trail, where hikers occasionally reported bear sightings, though Benjamin had never seen more than scat and overturned logs. The service rode to the old fire lookout tower, checking for downed trees blocking access. The equipment at the maintenance shed, shovels, Pulaskis, coils of rope hanging in neat rows on the shed's interior walls. Everything in order. Everything as it should be. Benjamin stopped at the overlook above Eagle Meadow and stood for several minutes, watching the light filter through the canopy. The trees rose like columns in a cathedral, and the space between them seemed to hold the gray light of the overcast sky. It was beautiful in that understated way that made people feel insignificant. He liked that feeling. The call came in over the radio at 1:47 p.m., just as Benjamin was finishing his lunch at the station. All units, we have a missing hiker report for Black Pine Wilderness. Female, early 20s, last seen leaving the Cascade Loop trailhead approximately 0900 hours this morning. Family reported her overdue for evening check-in. Her name is Emma Hendricks. Vehicle is a silver Honda Civic license plate. The dispatcher paused as she read the plate number. Benjamin knew dispatch in Everett was small, usually just one person managing multiple wilderness areas. She was supposed to be back by 1600 hours. Family getting concerned. Benjamin set down his sandwich. Copy dispatch. This is Unit 3. I'm familiar with that trailhead. I'll run up there now and check the parking area. What's her experience level? Minute, the dispatcher said, and there was paper shuffling in the background. Okay. Family says she's hiked in Washington before, but nothing extensive. No overnight gear. Just day hike. Carrying a light pack, water bottle, nothing emergency related. Cascade Loop was one of the more popular trails in Black Pine despite the lack of marketing. The trail climbed gradually through mixed forest for about 5 miles, emerged at a small alpine lake, and could be done in a reasonable day hike if you didn't linger. Emma Hendricks should have been back by 4 o'clock. At 2 in the afternoon, she might just be running late. But family didn't usually report a missing person until evening unless something felt wrong. Copy dispatch, I'm heading there now. Benjamin locked the station and took the ranger truck up the winding access road. Black Pine Wilderness didn't have the manicured feel of the national parks. The roads were gravel and pocked with potholes that could bottom out an ordinary car. But Benjamin knew these roads. He navigated them without thinking, his attention already shifting to what he might find or not find at the trailhead. The parking area was small, just 7 spots gravel marked with painted rocks. The silver Honda was there, parked at the lot's far end. Benjamin pulled in beside it and killed the engine. The lot was empty otherwise. Just the 2 vehicles, the faint rush of wind in the trees above, and the smell of impending rain that hadn't quite arrived yet. He checked the car, doors locked. Inside, he could see a jacket on the passenger seat, a water bottle in the cup holder, what looked like a paperback book face down on the dashboard. These were the details that made people real. The small objects they left behind that said, I was here. I planned to return. Benjamin felt something settle in his chest, a weight that wasn't quite worry but wasn't quite nothing either. The trail began at the parking area's north edge, marked with a standard Forest Service sign that was weathered but still readable. Benjamin started walking, his boots finding the familiar rhythm of the path. The trail was well maintained. His team had cleared it last month, and the forest on either side was the cathedral silence he'd enjoyed from the overlook. Hemlock and fir and Douglas spruce rising in their columned rows, the understory thick with ferns and fallen wood in various states of decomposition. The smell was rich, damp earth, fungal decay, the green smell of growing things, Sound was distant and muted. The wind moved through the canopy far above, creating a whisper that seemed to emanate from the entire forest rather than any particular source. Benjamin checked his watch. 2:15 p.m. 2 hours and 15 minutes since Emma had last been seen. It wasn't unusual for a hiker to move slowly through the wilderness, to stop and look at plants, to sit and rest, to lose track of time in a way that was easy to do in a place where clocks had no meaning. But Benjamin's pace was faster than casual. He was looking. The trail climbed steadily for the first mile, switching back through dense forest. Here, the canopy was so thick that even at mid-afternoon, the forest felt twilit. Benjamin used his flashlight despite the time, because the contrast between his eyes and the darkness made it easier to see the trail itself. Around him, the forest was dense with life that he couldn't see. Birds moving in the canopy, small mammals in the understory, insects in the fallen wood. The sounds were minimal but present. A rustling here, a distant bird call there, the normal sounds of a functioning forest. By the time Benjamin reached the 2-mile mark, the normal sounds had changed. He didn't notice it all at once. It was subtle, like the way a room's temperature shifts degrees at a time without you realizing you're becoming cold until you're shivering. At first, he rationalized it. The wind had shifted. The time of day, late afternoon approaching, meant the forest's activity patterns changed. Birds settled down for evening. Small animals moved more cautiously. But the silence that surrounded Benjamin now wasn't the absence of sound. It was something active, something that felt like it was listening. He stopped walking. The trail stretched ahead of him, still clear, still marked with the occasional cairn, stacked rocks his team had placed, showing the way. The forest around him was absolutely still. No wind, no birds. The ferns along the trail's edge hung motionless, as if frozen. Benjamin stood for perhaps 30 seconds, listening, trying to understand what his body was registering before his mind could catch up. Then a sound. A branch breaking. Not near, not close, but distinct. A sharp crack like something large shifting weight. Benjamin released the breath he'd been holding. Probably a deer or an elk. Black pine had both. The breaking branch made sense, but it came from the left, from the forest off trail. And when Benjamin looked in that direction, he saw nothing but trees and darkness between them. He continued walking, but something in him had changed. His pace was different now. His attention was sharper. These were the kind of small shifts that separated hikers from ranger, the training in wilderness awareness that became instinct. And his instinct was telling him something was wrong. The trail curved northeast, skirting around a stand of particularly old hemlock. The trees here were enormous, 5 feet in diameter at the base, their trunks disappearing into shadow above. Benjamin had always loved this section. It felt genuinely ancient, a place that had hosted this particular stand of trees for centuries while the world changed around it. Now it felt oppressive. The trees too close together, the canopy too dark, the silence too complete. It was at the 3-mile marker that Benjamin found the first sign, Emma's hat, a blue baseball cap, lying on the trail. He picked it up. It was slightly damp, as if from sitting in heavy dew or light rain, but dry enough that it hadn't been here very long. An hour? 2 hours? Benjamin rotated it in his hands, seeing the inside label. Cascade Hiking Club 2011. A souvenir from some organized hike. The hat was real. The hat meant Emma had come this way. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3, Benjamin said, keying the radio. "I've located the missing hiker's cap on the Cascade Loop Trail at approximately the 3-mile marker. Continuing search up the trail. Please advise if search and rescue is being mobilized." Static. Then dispatch came back, her voice slightly distorted with distance. "Copy, Unit 3. Search and rescue has been notified. They're mobilizing out of Everett. ETA to trailhead approximately 1600 hours. Continue search and report. We're logging your position." 1600 hours. 4 o'clock. 2 hours away. Benjamin keyed the radio again. "Copy, dispatch. We'll continue up to the lake and search from there." He put Emma's hat into his pack and kept walking, Emma Hendricks had been hiking in Washington for 3 years, ever since a breakup had sent her into nature seeking something she couldn't quite name. The Cascade Hiking Club had gotten her started, organized weekend trips to familiar destinations, people who knew where they were going. But lately she'd been venturing out alone. There was a freedom in it, a solitude that felt like it belonged to her specifically. The wilderness didn't care about her failed relationships or her stalled career or her family's expectations. It simply existed, beautiful and indifferent. The morning of October 18th had been perfect for it. She'd left Seattle at 6 in the morning, arriving at the Cascade Loop trailhead by 8:45. The parking lot had been empty. She'd been alone, which was how she preferred it now. The trail was familiar enough. She'd done it twice before, and the weather looked solid. Some clouds, but nothing threatening. She'd packed her usual day hike gear, water bottle, granola bars, jacket, phone. She didn't bother with a headlamp. She'd be out well before dark. The hike up the first 2 miles was exactly as she remembered it. The forest cathedral, the quiet, the sense of her own smallness against the vastness around her. She moved slowly, stopping occasionally to look at plants, or to stand in the filtered light and just breathe. This was why she hiked. Not for the destination, but for these moments of complete quiet, where her mind could stop running through all the things she wasn't accomplishing, and just be present. At the 2-mile marker, Emma noticed something was different. The sound had changed. She realized it when she consciously listened, the way you realize you've been humming without noticing. When she'd started, the forest had been alive with small sounds. Now it was silent, not the silence of a respectful library, the silence of something holding its breath. Emma wasn't inexperienced enough to panic. She'd read enough nature writing to know that animals go quiet before predators. Maybe a bear was nearby, maybe a cougar. Washington had both, though encounters were rare. She stopped walking and stood very still, listening. The forest around her remained utterly silent. Not a bird, not an insect, not even the whisper of wind in the canopy, just the sound of her own breathing and the dull thud of her heart. After a minute of this, Emma continued walking. There was nothing else to do. She was halfway through her hike. She'd come all this way. Besides, she told herself, if there was an animal nearby, the best thing to do was move deliberately and make noise. That's what the internet said. Make yourself big. Make noise. Don't run. But the silence continued, and with it came a feeling that hadn't been there before. The feeling of being observed. Not by anything specific. She looked around constantly and saw nothing but trees. But the sensation was real and impossible to dismiss. Her skin felt prickly. The back of her neck felt exposed. At the 3-mile marker, Emma stopped to drink from her water bottle and check her phone. No signal, as expected. The time was 12:15 p.m. She should reach the lake by 1:30 or so, rest there for an hour, and be back at the parking lot by 4:00. Everything on schedule. She drank the water, capped the bottle, and started walking again. The next mile was worse. The forest seemed to be actively preventing her progress now. Fallen trees crossed the trail. She didn't remember those from previous hikes. Deadfall created obstacles where before there had been open passage. She was climbing over and around obstacles constantly, losing time. Her pace slowed. And still the silence persisted. No birds, no animals, no wind. Just the sound she made herself, her footsteps, her breathing. Occasionally a small noise of exertion as she hauled herself over a particularly large log. It was at the 4-mile point that Emma realized the trail itself seemed wrong. She was looking at a trail marker, a small cairn of stacked rocks, that pointed northwest. The Cascade Loop trail should be going north. She checked the rock formation. It was definitely a trail marker, definitely pointing northwest. Maybe the trail curved that way and she'd forgotten. It had been 6 months since her last hike here. She followed the marker's direction. The forest on this side of the marker was denser, less traveled. There was no clear path, just a general line of least resistance between trees. Emma had to push through underbrush, Had to be more careful about her footing. The canopy above was lower here, thicker, creating a perpetual twilight. She used the small flashlight on her phone to see better, and the phone's battery was already dropping. 12% charge, red warning light flashing. She turned off the flashlight and tried to navigate by sight, but the forest all looked the same now. Trees, ferns, fallen logs, more trees. She'd been moving deeper for what felt like 30 minutes when she realized she hadn't seen another trail marker. Emma stopped. She turned around, intending to go back to the previous marker, back to the familiar trail. But when she looked behind her, she couldn't see clear direction back. The forest behind her looked exactly like the forest ahead of her. Same trees, same undergrowth, same absence of any marked path. She chose a direction that felt like it might be backward and began walking, but after 5 minutes she saw something that made her stop. The same distinctive double-trunked hemlock that she'd passed 10 minutes ago when moving forward. She recognized it because the two trunks twisted together at the base in an unusual way. Emma turned around, walking in what should have been the opposite direction. After another 5 minutes, she saw the same double-trunked hemlock again. She didn't realize she was shaking until she tried to move and found her legs unsteady. Emma sat down on a log and forced herself to breathe. This was not a rational situation. The tree should not be behind her and in front of her and behind her again. This was not how forests worked. She pulled out her phone, hoping against logic that there was suddenly cell service, but there was nothing. The battery was down to 3%, the low battery warning flashing like a heartbeat. Emma held the phone up, rotating slowly, trying to see if she could spot anything that looked like civilization. Smoke, a clearing, anything. The forest around her was thick with trees and shadows, and at the edges of her phone's light, she thought she saw movement. Something between the trees. Something that wasn't quite solid, that seemed to move in a way that didn't make sense. Not running, not walking, moving like it was made of the forest itself. Her phone battery died. The Benjamin reached the Alpine Lake at 4 o'clock exactly, just as the first drops of rain began to fall. The lake was small, maybe 200 meters across, fed by a mountain stream that appeared from the forest to the north and disappeared back into it to the south. The water was dark, it always was at this elevation, and the clouds had come down enough that the mountains that should have been visible above the far shore were just suggestions in the mist. There was no sign of Emma Hendricks. Benjamin walked the shore, checking both sides of the lake's exit stream, looking for any indication that she'd stopped here. A rest spot, discarded garbage, footprints. He found nothing. The beach area was composed of small stones and scattered deadfall, and if anyone had walked here recently, the rain was already erasing the evidence. His radio crackled. Unit 3, dispatch. Can you advise your current status? Benjamin keyed the response. I'm at the Alpine Lake location. No sign of the missing hiker. I found her baseball cap at the 3-mile marker. Continuing search of the surrounding area. Copy, Unit 3. Search and rescue team has departed Everett. ET trailhead 16:15 hours. Weather is degrading. How's visibility in your location? Benjamin looked up. The clouds were lowering, the light diminishing as the afternoon progressed toward evening. Rain was falling steadily now, not hard but insistent. Visibility was down to maybe 50 meters before the forest disappeared into mist. Visibility is degrading rapidly, rain beginning. I'll continue search, but we'll need light soon. Copy, Unit 3. Advise if you need support before SAR arrival. Benjamin didn't respond immediately. Search and rescue would arrive in maybe 45 minutes. They'd bring equipment and personnel and a professional search structure. He should probably wait for them, relinquish control to the trained SAR team. That was protocol. But Emma Hendricks had been missing for nearly 7 hours now. She had no overnight gear. She had no heavy jacket. If she was lost and frightened in the forest, waiting another 45 minutes might be the difference between rescue and tragedy. Copy, dispatch. I'm going to continue searching north from the lake. We'll check in every 15 minutes. Copy, Unit 3. Proceed carefully. Advise of any findings. The forest north of the lake was different from the trail below. The trees were older, larger. with more space between them as if they'd been growing here for centuries and had found some natural spacing. The forest floor was soft with accumulated needles and moss, and deadfall lay in artistic arrangements like sculptures. There was a stream coming from somewhere north. Benjamin could hear it, and he decided to follow the water, on the theory that people often followed water when lost. The rain continued, steady and cold. Benjamin's jacket was waterproof, but his hands were getting wet, his boots finding increasingly muddy footing. The forest was darker now, despite the fact that it wasn't yet evening. The clouds had come down so far that the canopy disappeared into mist above, creating a tunnel effect where ground and sky melted into identical gray. Benjamin moved carefully, calling out occasionally, "Emma, Emma Hendricks." His voice sounded strange in the quiet forest, too loud and too human. The forest seemed to absorb the sound, deadening it. It was then that Benjamin became aware of something following him. He didn't see it. He didn't hear it clearly. But the sense of presence behind him was absolute. Benjamin stopped walking and turned around, scanning the forest. Nothing. Just mist and trees and the sound of rain. He turned back forward and continued walking, but now the presence was more acute. Not behind him anymore. Beside him. Moving parallel to his path through the forest. Benjamin forced himself not to look, forced himself to keep moving. There were predators in black pine, mountain lions, bears, and the worst thing you could do was show fear. But this didn't feel like an animal. Benjamin keyed his radio. "Dispatch, I'm moving through the forest north of Alpine Lake. Proceeding with caution. We'll update in 15 minutes. Static. Then dispatch, but her voice sounded distant, distorted with noise. OP Unit 3. Advise, Rangers. Search. The signal was degrading. Benjamin tried again. Dispatch, please repeat. Only static answered. The forest had become darker still, the mist thickening. Benjamin could see maybe 15 meters ahead now. Behind him, beside him, the sense of presence had become overwhelming. He was being tracked. He was certain of it. Something was moving through the forest, matching his pace, staying outside of his direct line of sight. Benjamin stopped walking. "All right," he said aloud. "I know you're there." The forest went completely silent. No rain sound, no stream, no wind, nothing. "My name is Benjamin Price. I'm a ranger with the Forest Service. I'm looking for a missing hiker. Her name is Emma Hendricks. If you've seen her, I need you to tell me." The silence continued. Benjamin started walking again, but now his eyes were up, scanning the space between trees. The mist seemed to have thoughts. The rain seemed intentional, and at the edge of his vision he kept catching movement, shapes that weren't quite solid, that seemed to be made of the forest itself. The sound came then, distant enough to seem far but close enough to register perfectly in Benjamin's ears. A voice. A woman's voice. Emma's voice, he assumed, though he'd never heard her speak. "Help me." Benjamin moved toward the sound immediately, pushing through underbrush, moving faster now, his ranger training temporarily overridden by the basic human impulse to help. "Emma, keep talking. I can hear you. Help me." The voice came from ahead, always ahead, seeming to recede as he approached. Benjamin was running now, his boots splashing through water. There was a stream now, or perhaps he was running parallel to it, he couldn't tell. And the mist was so thick he could barely see his own feet. "Emma, call out, I'm coming." "Help." One word now, just one word. And something in Benjamin's mind, the part that was still trained, still operating professionally, registered that the voice sounded wrong. The timbre was right, but something in the cadence, the intonation, was just slightly off, like a recording of Emma's voice played at the wrong speed. Benjamin stopped running. The silence that followed his stopping was profound. He stood in the mist, breathing hard, listening. The voice didn't come again. Instead, what he heard was the forest settling around him. And in that settling, he heard something else. The sound of movement. Multiple forms moving through the underbrush, circling him. Not one thing, many things. Benjamin turned in a slow circle, trying to see. The mist revealed nothing but suggested everything. "Emma?" he called again, but his voice sounded small now, human and vulnerable against whatever the forest was doing. That's when he saw them. They moved like the forest itself, figures that seemed made of branches and shadow, angular and wrong, emerging from the mist with movements that didn't quite follow the laws of physics. They moved in the gaps between steps. They occupied spaces that should have been too small. And they were everywhere, above in the low canopy, beside him in the undergrowth, ahead of him in the mist. Benjamin understood then, not intellectually. He didn't have words for what was happening. But somewhere in the deepest part of his brain, the part that remembered when humans lived in forests like this, he understood. The Salish people who had come before all the others had names for these things. The old rangers who'd worked black pine in the early days had whispered about them. Stories that weren't really stories. Warnings that weren't quite warnings. The Stick Indians. The watchers between the trees. The ones who lived in the deep forest and occasionally took people who went too far from the trails. "Where is she?" Benjamin demanded, finding his voice even as his legs wanted to run. "Where is Emma Hendricks?" One of the figures moved closer. It was almost humanoid. Almost. Long limbs made of what looked like dead wood. A torso that might have been a bundle of branches. And a face. There was a face. Mostly dark. Mostly shadow. But with eyes that caught the gray light of the mist and held it. It made a sound. Not speech. A creaking, groaning sound, like wood under stress. Benjamin moved backwards. Then he ran. Emma had been lost for hours when she accepted that the forest around her wasn't following natural rules. The double-trunked hemlock appeared and reappeared no matter which direction she walked. When she climbed over a deadfall, she came down the other side to find the same deadfall somehow ahead of her, requiring climbing again. The stream she'd been following seemed to fork in 3 directions, all leading back to where she'd started. And the sky never got darker. It was perpetually twilight, perpetually the same gray half-light, no matter how long she walked or which direction she chose. Her phone was dead. She had no way to track time except the growing exhaustion in her body and the dull panic that was building in her chest. That's when she heard the voice calling her name. "Emma! Emma Hendricks!" A man's voice, deep and commanding and professional sounding. For a moment, Emma's entire body sagged with relief. A ranger. It had to be a ranger. She was saved. "Here!" she screamed. "I'm here, help me!" She moved toward the voice, pushing through underbrush, running despite the roots that seemed to grab at her feet. The voice continued calling, seeming to approach and recede at the same time. Emma ran harder, desperation giving her energy that exhaustion should have stolen. It was when she broke through a particular thick section of ferns that the forest opened up. Not into civilization, but into a clearing she was certain she'd never seen before. The trees surrounding it seemed to bend inward, creating a natural amphitheater. And at the clearing's center, something that looked like a structure made of wood, old wood, weathered wood, arranged in the shape of something that might have been art, or might have been a monument, or might have been a warning. The voice had stopped calling. Emma stood at the clearing's edge, breathing hard, looking at the wooden structure. It was made of deadfall, entire logs and branches, woven together in patterns that almost made sense but not quite. And around it, arranged in careful circles on the ground, were objects, shoes, pieces of clothing, a backpack, hats, things that belonged to people. Emma saw something that made her legs lose their ability to hold her. A red jacket with a hiking club logo, the same jacket her hiking buddy Maria had been wearing in 2010 when she'd gotten separated from their group on a trail 10 miles from here and was never found. Behind her, the forest began to move. It wasn't subtle movement. It was the sound of something large shifting position, of branches cracking, of the forest itself reorganizing around her. Emma turned from the clearing to look back the way she'd come, but the way was gone. The ferns closed in. The trees pressed nearer, and moving among them with movements that didn't follow natural laws were the shapes she'd been sensing all day. They were tall, impossibly tall, and made of materials that shouldn't be flexible. Branches and deadfall bound together with something she couldn't identify. They moved in ways that bodies couldn't move, with joints that bent wrong and limbs that extended and retracted. And as they moved closer, Emma understood with an absolute certainty that there was no rescue coming, that the voice calling her name had been a lure, that the man who'd been calling was prey just like her. She tried to run, but the clearing had become a circle with no exit. The trees that formed its perimeter seemed to press inward, and the shapes that moved among them were laughing, a sound like wood groaning under impossible pressure. Emma ran for the center of the clearing where that monument of woven deadfall stood. She could climb it, she thought. She could climb above them. She could reach higher than they could. But as she approached the wooden structure, she realized what it actually was. Not a monument, not art. A construction, a scaffolding, a structure designed for a very specific purpose. And at its base, barely visible in the gathered shadow, she could see what was left of others who had come this way. Benjamin didn't know how long he ran through the forest. Time had stopped working correctly. He would run forward and arrive behind where he'd started. He would climb a ridge and find himself in a valley. The compass on his watch spun endlessly, unable to find north. And always, the shapes moved at the edge of his vision, following, surrounding, hurting him. He reached a trail at some point. He recognized the maintenance cairns, the blazes on the trees that marked the Cascade Loop, and he ran down it toward civilization, toward the trailhead, toward the ranger station. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs screamed. He ran until the forest opened onto the parking lot with its two vehicles, the silver Honda that belonged to Emma Hendricks and his own ranger truck. Behind him, at the forest's edge, the shapes stopped. They didn't pursue into the parking lot. They stood at the boundary between trees and open ground and made sounds like wood creaking in wind. Then, one by one, they retreated into the mist. Benjamin stood in the rain. It was evening now, twilight real and true, not the false twilight of the forest. And he found that he couldn't move. His legs wouldn't work. His mind wouldn't work. He managed to reach the truck and activate the emergency beacon on the radio with shaking hands. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3, emergency beacon activated. I'm at the Cascade Loop trailhead, send SAR immediately." Search and rescue arrived within 30 minutes. They found Benjamin sitting in the cab of his truck, shaking, unable or unwilling to speak. They found Emma's car still in the parking lot, Emma's personal effects inside. They found the baseball cap Benjamin had left on his truck's seat. He'd been clutching it for so long his hands had to be pried open. What they didn't find was Emma Hendricks. The search lasted 2 weeks. Dogs, helicopters, teams of trained rescuers combing every inch of the wilderness around the Cascade Loop trail. They found nothing. No body. No sign of struggle. No indication of where Emma had gone. The official report listed her as missing and presumed deceased, with the cause of death unknown. Benjamin Price requested a transfer out of the Forest Service. His request was denied due to staffing shortages. He still works out of Black Pine Wilderness, still patrols the same trails, still makes the same radio calls to the same dispatcher in Everett. But he never goes above the 3-mile marker anymore, and he definitely never goes to Alpine Lake. Some nights, when he's alone in the ranger station and the forest is particularly quiet, Benjamin's radio crackles with a voice that sounds almost like his own. It calls his name. It asks for help, and Benjamin sits in the dark listening and he doesn't answer. The trees of Black Pine Wilderness stand as they always have, old and patient and full of watchers. Every season, a few hikers disappear. The parking lots near certain trailheads gradually stop filling with vehicles. Whole sections of the wilderness become understood, without official warning, as places where people simply don't return from. And in the deep forest, in the eternal twilight beneath the canopy, the collection of offerings continues to grow. A shoe here, a jacket there, pieces of people who ventured too far, who went off the marked trails, who ignored the wordless warnings of the land itself. The forest knows who belongs and who doesn't. The watchers know where the boundaries are, and every year, without fail, someone fails to respect them. Location: Wrangell St. Elias National Park, Alaska. Date October 28, 2016. The weather report on the station radio at 05:30 hours promised overcast skies and possible snow flurries by late afternoon. Christopher Garrett listened to the forecast while standing at the window of the ranger station, thermos of coffee cradled in both hands, watching the first hints of gray creep across the eastern ridges. October in Wrangell St. Elias was a knife's edge between autumn and winter. Beautiful in that way that only wilderness extremes can be, when you're acutely aware that the land tolerates your presence on sufferance, and only for a while longer. Another week and half the south-facing trails would be officially closed. Another month and the entire park would belong entirely to itself again, to the glaciers and the bears preparing for hibernation and the things that moved in the spaces between the ice. He'd worked this station for 7 years, longer than most rangers lasted before transferring to somewhere warmer, somewhere with better cell service and less existential silence. Christopher had never requested a transfer. There was a quality to the remoteness here that felt like home in a way normal civilization had never managed. You could hear yourself think in Wrangell St. Elias. You could hear, period, the wind through the valleys, the groaning of glaciers, the absence of human noise. The station was a simple structure, a main office with a radio console that crackled with sporadic chatter, a small bedroom, a kitchen that had seen better decades. Outside, the parking area held 2 vehicles, Christopher's Chevy Silverado, maintained with ritual care, and the district ranger's sedan, currently empty and locked. Deputy Ranger Paulson was 300 miles south in Juneau for a meeting that would accomplish nothing and keep him away for 2 days. Christopher was alone. Not unusual. He preferred it. The morning routine had its own ritual: weather check, equipment inventory, permit review. By 0645 hours, Christopher had confirmed that 2 parties held active permits for the Copper River Valley Trail, a family group of 4 scheduled to exit at Kuskalana Glacier, and a solo hiker named Charlotte Voss, registered as a wildlife researcher, who had taken out a 3-day permit for the Bagley Icefield approach. Both were due back by 1800 hours today, weather permitting. By the time Christopher finished his coffee and headed out for the preliminary trail inspection, the first clouds had begun their advance across the summits, vast, billowing things that looked almost solid, as if you could walk across them. The temperature was already dropping. He could feel it in the quality of the air, a sharpening edge that promised frost by nightfall. His breath began to mist before he'd walked 50 yards from the station. The park at this hour was itself again, unwitnessed. The mountains rose in all directions, impossibly tall, impossibly ancient, their peaks lost in cloud cover that seemed to be descending even as he watched. Wrangell St. Elias contained some of the most remote country in North America. 30,000 square miles of glaciers, valleys, and peaks where the human footprint was measured in single-day visits and passing aircraft. Most visitors never penetrated more than a few miles from the main road. Those who did were either experienced mountaineers or people taking risks they didn't fully understand. The Copper River Valley Trail was the most accessible backcountry route, a 9-mile day hike that skirted the eastern margin of the St. Elias Range. It was where people went when they wanted to feel like they were really in the wilderness, but didn't want to actually risk their lives. Christopher approved the permits for these hikes because they were statistically safe, well marked, and populated enough by summer traffic that the trails were easy to follow. But in late October, the summer crowds had vanished. The trails had reverted to something closer to their natural state. Charlotte Voss's permit application had included a note indicating she was conducting research on alpine vegetation and glacial recession patterns. Wildlife researcher was the standard designation. She'd attached photos of her credential from the Audubon Society. 34 years old, based in Fairbanks, experience in field research listed as extensive. Christopher had approved the permit without hesitation. The woman clearly knew what she was doing. That was what he would remember later. Not as reassurance, but as confirmation of his own failure to see what was wrong. Charlotte Voss knew what she was doing, right up until the moment the forest decided she didn't. Charlotte Voss had turned off the official trail at approximately 1140 hours, roughly 3 miles in, at the point where a barely discernible side route branched toward a series of glacial tarns that weren't indicated on most maps, but were known to harbor rare alpine plant species. She had made this decision with full awareness that she was leaving the marked path. Her GPS unit was working perfectly. Her sat phone was fully charged, though she'd decided not to carry it on a day hike, an acceptable risk given the hour of the day and the proximity of civilization. She was a competent hiker. She had led research teams in the Brooks Range. She knew how to read terrain, how to backtrack, how to remain calm when plans shifted. When she realized around 1300 hours that the terrain had become steeper than expected, and the vegetative markers she'd been using as reference points had begun to grow unclear, she didn't panic. She simply confirmed her coordinates on her GPS, marked a waypoint, and prepared to retrace her steps. The GPS showed her coordinates to be precisely where she should be. The elevation gain matched her estimates. The terrain ahead matched the topographic data. Everything was correct, so she continued forward another quarter mile, reasoning that the plant samples she'd come to gather were likely at a higher altitude, where the temperature extremes created the botanical anomalies that interested her institution. By 1330 hours, when she decided to turn around, Charlotte noticed that the trail she'd created on the way up, her boot prints in the soft ground, the occasional mark where she'd steadied herself against a rock, had become somehow unclear, not vanished. They were still there, but they seemed distant, as if they belonged to someone else's hike, someone who had come this way hours ago or days ago. The tracks should have been sharp in the recent soil. Instead, they looked aged, pressed flat, as if many people had walked them since she'd passed. She checked her GPS again. Her waypoint was still visible. She was 40 meters from where she'd entered the higher terrain. This was wrong. She would have seen those 40 meters. The mountainside should have looked familiar in the inverse direction. It should have looked like the same place, just reversed, like looking at a photograph reflected in a mirror. Instead, it looked like a different mountain entirely. Charlotte turned a slow circle, processing. The weather had worsened in the time she'd been climbing. Cloud cover had descended, dropping the visibility to perhaps 200 meters. The wind had picked up. These were minor concerns. She was well-equipped, well-trained, and her waypoint was waiting. She could simply navigate backward by GPS. She'd done it 100 times. She began walking. The GPS showed her distance to the waypoint, decreasing. 38 meters, 35 meters, 32 meters. Perfect. She was making good time. The cloud cover was disorienting, nothing more. In clear weather, she'd have no difficulty. In this weather, she trusted her instruments, which were doing exactly what they were supposed to do. At 1340 hours, she reached the waypoint. She was standing exactly where the GPS insisted she should be standing, and there was no trail. There was no evidence of the downslope terrain she'd climbed to reach this point. There were simply trees, ancient, gnarled, alpine-stunted conifers that seemed to be growing in a density that should have been impossible given the elevation. They seemed closer together than she remembered, as if they had shifted during the time she'd been looking away, the way things do in peripheral vision, moving when you're not watching and then freezing again when you look directly at them. Charlotte's heart rate increased slightly. Not panic. Not yet. A problem had a solution. She had coordinates, a compass, and the knowledge to use them. The terrain was playing tricks because of the low visibility and her own fatigue. She checked her compass bearing to her entry waypoint. Marked it. Began walking back the way she'd come, not retracing her footsteps, which seemed to belong to someone else anyway, but walking a reciprocal bearing that would take her down the slope mathematically, regardless of what the land seemed to insist. The GPS should have shown her distance to the first waypoint decreasing. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters. Instead, at 1355 hours, it showed 47 meters. She'd walked 50 paces in what felt like the right direction, and she was somehow 15 meters farther away. Charlotte stopped, stood very still, let her breathing slow. This was not a malfunction. GPS units didn't malfunction like this. This was user error, misreading. She checked the device again. Fresh battery, good signal strength, no error codes. The location was correct. She was correct. The distance was increasing because she was walking in the wrong direction. Except she wasn't. She was walking downslope. The physics was correct. The compass was correct. Something was wrong with the space itself, as if the mountain had become larger while she wasn't looking. At 1410 hours, she heard the sound of running water, a creek or small stream cutting through the rocky terrain to her left. She hadn't heard it on the way up. Or perhaps she had and hadn't registered it, the sound of water common enough in these mountains that it barely registered. She moved toward it anyway. Water flowed downhill. Follow the water, and the water will take you to lower elevations. This was not a new principle. The sound grew louder as she approached. By the time she could see the creek through the trees, it was roaring. More than a creek now, a torrent. The water churning milky white with glacial melt, moving with enough force to carry rocks, moving with enough force to carry a person. The sound was thunderous, constant, filling every moment with its violence. It should have been visible from higher up. She should have seen the mist, heard the roar. Instead, it had simply appeared, as if the creek had come into existence in the time since she'd walked past where it supposedly wasn't. The sound of the water meant she couldn't hear much else. The forest was full of sound now, but it was only that one sound, the roar of the creek, endless and consuming. Charlotte realized, standing at the edge of that torrent, that she hadn't heard any animal sounds in the last hour. No birds, no movement in the underbrush, no evidence of life except her own breathing and the water's rage. And underneath the water's roar, so quiet she almost didn't register it, she heard something else. It was a voice, not shouting, not calling her name, just a voice, familiar sounding, speaking words she couldn't quite distinguish through the thunder of the creek. She moved closer to the water, trying to hear better, and the voice became slightly clearer. It was saying her name, softly, the way her brother used to say it, when they were kids, when he was about to tell her something that mattered. Her brother had died 12 years ago. Charlotte stepped back from the creek and listened harder. The voice was still there, underneath the sound of the water. The water was too loud. It was drowning everything out. She needed to move away from the water, find higher ground, navigate by terrain instead of by creek, use her compass, use her head. She turned away from the water sound and began climbing upslope again. By 14:30 hours, Christopher was beginning his third sweep of the permit database, confirming which visitors had actually been logged back in by the station. The family group at Cusculana, 3 adults and a teenager, had called on the emergency number at 12:35 hours, requesting a pickup at the trailhead. Bad weather coming in, visibility dropping. They were uncomfortable with the conditions. A rescue volunteer was en route to fetch them. They would be back by 1600 hours. Charlotte Voss had not called. Her permit was due to expire at 1800 hours. She had 3 hours and 30 minutes to return. Christopher pulled up her permit information again and reviewed her itinerary. Bagley Icefield Approach, one of the least traveled routes in the park, far more remote than the family group's trail. Theoretically safer for a solo, experienced hiker because it was less likely to encounter unexpected hazards, which meant mainly that fewer people had created trail shortcuts, and there were fewer ways to accidentally wander off the marked route. In practice, the Bagley Approach was safe only if you stayed on the actual trail. The terrain beyond it was unforgiving. Glacial crevasses, streams that could become torrents, weather that could change from merely cold to genuinely lethal in the time it took to drink a thermos of coffee. The weather report had been accurate. Snow was beginning to fall, light but steady. The cloud ceiling had dropped to maybe 500 meters, and visibility through the snow was poor. Still within reasonable bounds for a day hike conducted by someone competent. Still manageable. Christopher checked the station radio. The frequency for ranger dispatch was quiet. No emergencies reported. No emergency beacons activated from any of the transmitters carried by the registered parties. Everything was fine. He was being nervous for no reason. He filled another thermos with coffee anyway and prepared to drive out to the Bagley trailhead. It was policy to make visual contact if permits were within 2 hours of expiration and the permittee hadn't checked in. The snow was making driving treacherous, visibility dropping further by the minute. The drive would take 30 minutes in these conditions. He'd reach the trailhead at 1500 hours. If Charlotte came down within the hour after that, they'd coordinate at the parking area. If she didn't, he'd file a preliminary report and begin a formal search at first light. The drive out was quiet. Snow swirled in the headlights, and the landscape beyond was a flat gray, mountains rendered invisible by cloud cover. The radio in the truck crackled occasionally with routine chatter, dispatch confirming locations, rangers reporting on trail conditions, the constant low-level communication that kept the park functioning. Christopher didn't need to use the radio. He just needed to listen, and listen, and listen, and arrive. He reached the Bagley trailhead at 15:02 hours. Charlotte's vehicle was in the parking area, a compact SUV with Fairbanks plates covered now in a thin layer of snow. Everything was cold and quiet and perfectly normal. Christopher checked his own equipment, flashlight, two-way radio on the Ranger channel, GPS unit, emergency beacon, and confirmed that he had cell coverage. 1 bar, maybe 2. Enough to transmit, probably enough to receive. He tried the station radio anyway, more out of habit than concern. Dispatch, this is Unit 7 checking in at Bagley South. Permit holder vehicle is on site, no visual contact yet. We'll make preliminary trail observation. The response came back clear. Dispatch acknowledged. Everything was fine. Charlotte was probably just running late, hiking more slowly than estimated because of the weather. Experienced hikers often did this. They weren't trained to maintain pace in deteriorating conditions the way that unprepared people were. Unprepared people rushed. Experienced people took their time. Christopher began walking the trail, moving at a steady pace, his eyes on the ground, looking for recent boot prints in the snow. The snow had started falling roughly 40 minutes ago. Before that, the ground had been bare, or mostly bare. Some early frost, some fallen leaves, the typical late October mix. Charlotte's boot prints should be visible somewhere, either fresh and clear, if she'd come down after the snow started, or beginning to be covered if she'd come down just before. He found the trailhead marker, the official boundary stone. The trail beyond it was marked with faded blue paint on trees. The snow was thickening. The temperature was dropping. The forest was quiet in the way that forests become quiet when weather turns serious. No birds, no movement in the underbrush, just the sound of wind and the whisper of falling snow. Christopher walked the trail for perhaps a mile, examining the ground carefully. What he was looking for was a breaking point, the place where human footprints diverged from the marked path. Charlotte's permit had specified a solo hike. That was the key information. Solo hikers couldn't be confident in the terrain if they left the trail, especially not in deteriorating visibility. She would stay on the marked route, unless something had caused her to leave it. At roughly 15:45 hours, he found what he was looking for. Boot prints, relatively fresh, pressed deep into the muddy ground where the winter had not yet crusted the earth solid. Multiple prints, which didn't make sense. Charlotte was solo. There should only be one person's footprints, unless she'd come this way more than once, which was possible, or unless... Christopher stopped. The prints were heading upslope, away from the main trail, toward steeper terrain, and they had been made at different times. The first set was partially filled with water, as if made before a rain that hadn't occurred but had threatened. The second set was fresher, deeper, more clear. Both led in the same direction. Christopher called in on the Ranger channel. Dispatch, I have a situation at Bagley South. Permit holder appears to have left the marked trail, heading upslope on secondary terrain. Beginning search. Stand by. Copy that. Unit 7. Do you need backup? I can reach out to the rescue volunteers. Christopher looked at the trail ahead, at the snow that was falling more heavily now, at the forest that was growing darker as the afternoon advanced. "Stand by. We'll advise." He radioed again at 1600 hours from higher up the slope. No visual contact. Visibility down to maybe 100 meters in the snow. He was following footprints that seemed to belong to multiple passes, which shouldn't be possible. He was following a trail that shouldn't exist. And underneath the wind, underneath the snow, he thought he heard a voice calling from somewhere farther up the mountain. Charlotte had been calling for help for some time, though she wasn't sure exactly how long. Time had become untrustworthy. Her watch insisted it was 16:15 hours. That meant she'd been lost for roughly 4 hours. That meant it was nearly dark. That meant she was in serious trouble. The voice that sounded like her brother had stopped calling her. That had been, she thought, maybe an hour ago. She had called back to it, which was stupid. You didn't call toward things in the woods, especially things that called your name. But by then she was already moving in the direction of the voice, and stopping felt like a worse choice than continuing. Now she couldn't find the voice anymore. Now she couldn't find anything anymore. The forest had become a maze. Not in the sense of a maze with walls and planned pathways. It was simply that every direction looked like every other direction. Trees, rocks, branches at face height that she kept forgetting to duck under, though her forehead was bleeding from when she'd hit one and hadn't felt it until later. Darkness creeping in from above, the sun dropping toward the horizon, the snow continuing to fall in fat, wet flakes that were accumulating now, covering the ground, covering the sparse vegetation, covering any evidence of which way was which. She had stopped trying to navigate by GPS approximately 2 hours ago, after the device had shown her as being simultaneously in 3 different locations. The error checking had shown no problems. The device was simply insisting on an impossibility. She had thrown it on the ground with more violence than was useful, had watched it bounce on a rock, had picked it up again when she realized that throwing away her technology was throwing away her last anchor point, even if that anchor was actively lying to her. She had tried her sat phone next. No signal. No emergency beacon. Not in the park. Not in the snow. Not up here in the darkness and cold. Her brother's voice had been the only thing that had made sense. It had told her that he was waiting just ahead. That if she could reach him, everything would be okay. That she was close now. So close, she just had to keep climbing. She had climbed until the terrain became too steep, and then she had climbed anyway, using her hands, scraping her palms on rock, her fingers going numb with cold and fear. The voice had continued to lead her higher and higher, away from the trail, away from any place where rescue would think to look. Now the voice was gone, and Charlotte was somewhere on a mountainside in the dark with a headache from the branch and bleeding hands and a realization settling into her mind like the snow. Not sudden, not dramatic, just arriving the way any terrible knowledge arrives. As a slow understanding that she had made a series of small mistakes that had accumulated into one enormous mistake. She had walked into the wilderness alone. She had ignored warning signs that came from everything except official channels. She had trusted her technology instead of her instincts. She had followed a voice that had sounded like someone she loved because people did that, because longing was powerful, because she had wanted to believe it. And now she was lost in a way that felt permanent, lost in a way that felt intentional, lost in a way that felt more and more as if the forest had decided not to give her back. The cold was becoming serious. Hypothermia was a real possibility. She had read the symptoms: confusion, which she definitely had, fatigue, which was accelerating, an increasing disorientation where the world began to feel unreal. She couldn't stay here. She had to move. Staying put was death. Moving was at least a choice, even if it was a choice likely to be futile. She picked a direction, downslope, which should theoretically lead to lower elevation and possibly to water, to the creek she'd heard earlier or another creek, anything that flowed downward, and she began walking. The forest grew denser as she descended. The trees seemed taller, or maybe she was just tired and they seemed taller because she was tired. The branches seemed to be reaching for her, which was a metaphorical thought of the dangerous kind, the kind that meant her thinking was getting fuzzy. Stay focused, keep moving, down, always down. And then, cutting through the wind, cutting through the whisper of falling snow, she heard something. It was a voice. Not her brother this time. It was a new voice. It was calling her name. It was a man's voice. It was calm and professional, and it was calling her name as if it had been calling her name all along, waiting for her to finally answer. "Charlotte? Charlotte, can you hear me?" She opened her mouth to respond and realized she was crying. Christopher had been climbing through deteriorating conditions for 2 hours when he finally heard something other than wind and snow. It was a sound like crying, or maybe it was the wind. The wind played tricks in this terrain, created echoes that sounded almost human, almost like they were calling you. He used his flashlight, beam already weak in the thick snow, and picked his way up a steep ridgeline. The trail, if it had ever been a trail, was completely obscured now. He was navigating by GPS and by the terrain itself, reading the mountain by how it felt beneath his feet, by the way the wind moved through it. His training told him he should turn back, call for backup, wait for daylight. His instinct told him to keep climbing. He activated his radio at 17:30 hours. "Dispatch, I'm heading up the western approach of the Bagley Ridge. Still no visual contact. No radio from the permittee. Conditions are worsening rapidly. Visibility near zero. Temperature dropping. Copy Unit 7. Rescue volunteers are mobilizing. ETA 2 hours. Do you want to establish a base camp and wait for support?" Did he want to wait? That would be the reasonable answer. That would be the answer that kept a person alive. Christopher thought about Charlotte Voss, alone somewhere on this mountain, and he didn't answer the question. He just said, "Stand by," and switched off the radio to conserve battery. The silence that followed was almost complete. Just the wind, just the snow, just the sound of his own breathing. The mountains around him were invisible. He might have been walking on a featureless plain for all he could see. The beam of his flashlight barely penetrated 10 feet. Beyond that was whiteness, the absolute whiteness of heavy snow and full darkness, the kind of whiteness that was actually black, that erased all reference points. And that was when he heard it again, the sound he'd been following, the voice calling Charlotte's name. Not a woman's voice, a man's voice, his own voice. "Charlotte, Charlotte, I've got you. Stay calm. Stay exactly where you are." Christopher stopped. The voice continued, above him on the ridge. Exactly the words he had been thinking of saying, the calm professional tone of a ranger speaking to a lost hiker in the dark. Exactly his own intonation, his own accent, the slight rasp that came from years of radio work and speaking in cold air. His own voice was calling up the mountain. Christopher's hands went cold. Not from the weather, from something else. From the immediate, visceral understanding that nothing alive on this mountain was calling to Charlotte in his voice. Something else was. Something that had heard him approaching, heard him thinking about what he would say, and was simply saying it first. "Don't answer," he said out loud, his real voice, the one that didn't echo. "Don't call back." But Charlotte, wherever she was in that darkness, was already crying out in response to the voice that sounded like rescue. He could hear her from somewhere below him or above him, he wasn't sure anymore, calling back, answering the thing that was calling her name. Christopher moved toward the sound of her voice, away from his own voice's echo. He was rational enough to understand what was happening. His mind was unraveling. The cold and fear and isolation were creating hallucinations, creating echoes of his own thoughts projected into the darkness. This was a known phenomenon in extreme conditions. Soldiers in Arctic operations had reported it. Explorers in isolation reported it. Your brain was a remarkable organ, and under stress it could convince you of nearly anything. But rational understanding didn't stop his hands from shaking. Rational understanding didn't make the voice calling in his own tone any less terrifying. He reached what he thought was Charlotte at 18:05 hours, or what was left of her. A figure huddled in a small rock shelter that shouldn't have been there but was. A natural overhang of stone that provided minimal protection from the wind and snow. She was alive. She was conscious. She was looking at him with an expression of such profound relief that it almost broke him. "The voice," she said. Her teeth were chattering. Her lips were blue. She could barely form words. "Your voice," it kept calling me back. Every time I tried to go down the mountain, it called me back higher. "I know," Christopher said. He was wrapping her in his own emergency blanket, the one he was supposed to use if he got into trouble. "Don't think about it. We need to move. We need to get down." "It sounds like you," Charlotte said. "Exactly like you. How does it sound like you?" Christopher didn't answer. He was looking back down the mountain, down into the snow and darkness, and he was hearing things in that darkness. Sounds that might have been wind, sounds that might have been branches moving, sounds that might have been footsteps following them, the same sounds echoing from multiple directions at once, as if there were copies of him, multiple versions, all following him down the mountain. He helped Charlotte up. She could barely stand. Her core temperature was dangerously low. He could feel her shaking even through the emergency blanket. They began moving downslope, moving as quickly as they could in near zero visibility, using the GPS, which was functioning normally now, which was perhaps more terrifying than when it had malfunctioned, to navigate back toward the trailhead. At 1820 hours, Christopher's radio finally crackled to life. Not dispatch, not any official frequency, just his own voice. Clearer now, no longer echoing, but broadcast as if someone was transmitting on the Ranger channel in his voice, his exact voice, speaking words he had been thinking of saying. "She's not going to make it, you know. The temperature's too low, she's already hypothermic. By the time you reach civilization, she'll be gone. You've already lost her. The mountain has already taken her. Why keep moving?" Christopher switched off the radio. Charlotte was crying quietly, not from cold, but from fear. The thing calling to them didn't have to be right. The thing calling to them just had to make them stop believing in escape. Just had to convince them that the mountain owned them now, that the only way out was to accept that there was no way out. At 1835 hours, they reached the main trail. The snow was still falling. The temperature was dropping further. But they were on the marked path. Somewhere below them, though Christopher couldn't yet see it, there was the trailhead. Somewhere beyond that, there was the station. Somewhere beyond that, there was warmth and safety and a world where things didn't call your name in your own voice from the darkness. The figure standing in front of them, blocking the trail, was also wearing a ranger uniform. It was also carrying Christopher's equipment, his radio, his GPS unit. It was also speaking in his voice. "You can't leave," it said. "Neither of you can leave. You've come too far up the mountain. The only way down is the way we're going to show you. The only way down is to stop running and let us help you. Let us show you what the mountain really is." There were others in the darkness behind it. Christopher could see them now. Multiple figures, all in ranger uniforms, all with his face, all calling his name, all insisting that he listen, that he understand, that he accept what the mountain had taken from him the moment he decided to come after Charlotte. Christopher grabbed Charlotte's arm and ran, not down the trail, away from it, into the forest, into the snow, into the darkness that at least didn't have a copy of his own face watching him with an expression of ancient hunger. The rescue team found them at 2145 hours, huddled in a small cave beneath an overhang of rock, 15 minutes from the trailhead, but separated from it by what might have been miles, by what certainly had been chosen by something that lived in these mountains and was very good at keeping things that wandered off the proper path from ever quite reaching home. Charlotte was comatose with hypothermia. Christopher was conscious but not entirely responsive. He would spend the next week in a hospital in Anchorage, and they would tell him repeatedly that he had been hallucinating, that the cold and fear had created a shared delusion between him and the permittee, that neither of them had heard voices or seen figures in the darkness. The explanations were mechanically reasonable. The explanations were technically accurate. They were also, Christopher understood with a clarity that never quite faded, almost entirely wrong. Charlotte Voss regained consciousness in the hospital. She regained enough motor control to eat, to speak, to survive. But something in her had remained on that mountain, in that place where the rules were different, where things that sounded like your loved ones called to you from the darkness. She was transferred to a psychiatric facility. The official cause was trauma-induced dissociation. After 2 years, she was moved to an assisted living facility in Fairbanks, where she remained until her death from complications of a fall, which is what the report called it, though the orderly who found her said she hadn't fallen at all. She'd been standing at the window looking north toward the mountains when she simply stopped moving. Christopher requested a transfer 3 weeks after the incident was closed. The paperwork was processed without comment. He was assigned to a station in the Sonoran Desert, where there were no glaciers, no dense forests, no places where things could hide in the trees and watch, where the earth was dry and the sky was vast, and there was nowhere for ancient things to dwell except the spaces between people's thoughts. But even now, 6 years later, sometimes when he's alone in the darkness, Christopher hears his own voice calling from somewhere very far away. And he understands, in a way that no amount of logical reasoning has ever managed to dispel, that the voice isn't calling him back to that mountain. It's waiting for him to come close enough that it can show him what he's been carrying with him all this time, the piece of himself he left behind when he ran, the part of him that the mountain decided it wanted to keep. The forest in Alaska is still waiting, and it's patient. The forest in Alaska is always patient. Location: Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date: October 24th, 2017. The fog arrived with the dawn, rolling across Kabetogama Lake in slow, deliberate waves that swallowed the far shore and left only gray silence in its wake. Derek London stood on the dock outside the Ash River Visitor Center, his breath forming small clouds that joined the mist before vanishing. The coffee in his thermos had gone lukewarm during his morning inspection of the boat launch, but he drank it anyway, letting the bitter warmth settle in his chest. 6 years with the National Park Service, 4 of them here at Voyageurs, and he had learned to appreciate these quiet October mornings when the summer crowds were gone and the park returned to something older, something that belonged only to the water and the pines and the things that moved between them. The landscape stretched before him in layers of gray and green, the boreal forest rising from the lake's edge in dense stands of spruce, birch, and aspen. This late in the season, the birches had shed most of their golden leaves, their white bark standing pale against the darker conifers like bones bleaching in the cold. The lakes of Voyageurs formed an interconnected maze spanning over 200,000 acres, a wilderness of granite outcroppings, hidden bays, and islands too numerous to count. In summer, the waterways hummed with motorboats and kayaks. Now, in the dying days of October, the park held its breath. Ice had begun forming along the sheltered shorelines, thin and treacherous, not yet strong enough to walk on, but enough to make boat travel dangerous. Derek checked his watch. 7:15 a.m. He walked back to the station, his boots crunching on the gravel path, and began his morning routine. Equipment check first. He inspected the emergency beacon, verified the satellite phone battery, tested his handheld radio. The familiar weight of the Motorola in his palm was a comfort, a tether to civilization that meant he was never truly alone out here. He logged into the permit system and reviewed the overnight records. Only 3 backcountry permits active. A father-son fishing trip on Locator Lake scheduled to return today, an older couple celebrating their anniversary on one of the Namakan houseboats, and a solo hiker, a woman named Scarlett Reeves, 28, from Madison, Wisconsin. She had registered for a 3-night trip to the Cruiser Lake Trail System, departing October 21st, expected return October 24th. Today. He keyed his radio. Dispatch, this is Ash River, morning check-in. The response came clear, slightly bored. Copy Ash River, conditions? Fog on Kabetogama, visibility maybe a quarter mile. Temperature 29 degrees, ice forming on the shallows. I'm going to run patrol on the Cruiser Lake access this morning. Verify that solo permit comes back on schedule. Copy that. Be advised, we've got a front moving in this afternoon. Possible snow. Wind advisory after sunset. Understood. Ash River out. He gathered his day pack. First aid kit, emergency blanket, flares, extra batteries, the laminated map of trail networks he could navigate blindfolded by now. Routine. Everything routine. The drive to the Cruiser Lake trailhead took 40 minutes on roads that grew progressively rougher. the pavement giving way to gravel, then to rutted forest tracks that hadn't seen maintenance since spring. The fog thinned as he moved inland, away from the lake, but the sky remained a flat pewter sheet that seemed to press down on the treetops. Derek parked beside a green Subaru with Wisconsin plates, Scarlett Reeves's vehicle, according to the permit. He checked the dashboard. No note, no indication of changed plans. Her return date was today, but she could arrive any time between now and sunset. He decided to hike the first mile of the trail, stretch his legs, make sure no downed trees or washouts had appeared since his last patrol. The forest closed around him immediately, dense and still. Spruce branches hung low over the path, heavy with moisture that dripped onto his shoulders as he passed. The trail was carpeted in fallen leaves, wet and compressed, muffling his footsteps. He breathed deep, the smell of damp earth, decaying vegetation, the metallic tang of cold air that meant winter was close. Halfway to the first trail junction, Derek paused. Something was wrong, though it took him a moment to identify what. Then he understood. Silence. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no rustle of squirrels in the underbrush, no distant woodpecker. Even the dripping from the branches seemed to have stopped. He stood motionless, listening. His hand moved unconsciously to his radio. A twig snapped somewhere to his left. A sharp, distinct sound in the vacuum of silence. Then another, closer. Then nothing. Derek turned slowly, scanning the tree line. The fog had crept back, threading between the spruce trunks in pale tendrils. He saw nothing. No movement, no shape. Nothing but trees and mist and the gray weight of the sky. Hello? His voice sounded flat, absorbed by the fog. Anyone there? Silence. Probably a deer. The rut was starting. Bucks moved erratically this time of year. He'd spooked it, that was all. Derek exhaled, shook his head at his own jumpiness, and continued up the trail. But he walked faster now, and he didn't stop listening. Scarlett had woken that morning with frost on her tent and a feeling she couldn't name. Not fear, exactly. Something more like the awareness of being watched, a prickling at the back of her neck that had begun the previous evening and hadn't faded with sleep. She told herself it was the isolation. 3 days alone in the backcountry did strange things to the mind. You started hearing voices in the wind, seeing shapes in the shadows between trees. It was natural. It was nothing. She packed her camp with practiced efficiency. Sleeping bag compressed into its stuff sack, tent broken down and rolled, bear canister secured in her pack. Today was the hike out, 7 miles back to the trailhead in her car and the promise of a hot shower in International Falls. She'd take the main trail, the one she'd come in on, straight forward. The forest was different in the morning fog. The landmarks she'd memorized, a distinctive boulder, a lightning-scarred pine, a creek crossing, seemed to have shifted position overnight. Scarlett checked her compass, verified her direction, told herself she was being foolish. Trails didn't move. The wilderness played tricks on perception, that was all. She'd been hiking for perhaps an hour when she heard it, a sound like breathing, slow and heavy, coming from somewhere behind her. She stopped, turned. The trail stretched back into the mist, empty. Hello? The breathing stopped. The silence that replaced it was worse. Not natural silence, but a held breath. The silence of something waiting. Scarlett's heart beat harder. She gripped the straps of her pack and walked faster, fighting the urge to run. Running in the backcountry was dangerous. You tripped on roots, twisted ankles, got lost. She was a competent hiker. She'd done dozens of solo trips. There was nothing behind her except fog and trees and her own imagination. The breathing began again, closer now. And under it, another sound. Footsteps. Not human footsteps. Something heavier. Something with a different rhythm. 4 beats instead of 2. Something walking on 4 legs. Scarlett broke into a run. Derek reached the first junction without incident. The trail forked here, left toward Anderson Bay, right toward the Cruiser Lake campsites where Scarlett Reeves should have spent the last 3 nights. He checked his watch. 9:30 a.m. Still early. She might not break camp until noon, might take her time on the hike out. No reason for concern yet. But the silence bothered him, and there was something else now, something he noticed as he stood at the junction studying the trail markers. A smell. Faint, almost imperceptible, carried on whatever thin breeze moved through the fog. A smell like wet fur and something else. Something copper dark and organic. Blood, maybe. Old blood. He keyed his radio. Dispatch, Ash River. I'm at the Cruiser Anderson Junction. Anything on the emergency channels? Static. Then, River. Repeat. Dispatch, do you copy? I'm getting interference. Breaking up. Say again. The radio hissed, popped, fell silent. Derek checked the battery indicator. Full. Checked the channel. Correct. The equipment was functioning. The signal simply wasn't getting through. He tried twice more, then clipped the radio back to his belt. Atmospheric interference happened sometimes, especially before storms. The front dispatch had mentioned was probably affecting communications. He'd try again from higher ground. The smell was stronger now, and underneath it another scent he recognized from hunting trips as a teenager. Musk. The heavy, unmistakable musk of a large predator. Bear. Derek unslung his pack and removed the canister of bear spray, checking the safety, feeling the reassuring weight in his hand. Black bears were common in voyageurs, though they should be preparing for hibernation by now, fattening up on the last berries and acorns before the snow came. Encounters this late in the season were rare. He took the right fork toward Cruiser Lake, walking with the spray ready. The fog thickened as he moved deeper into the forest. The silence remained absolute. Scarlett didn't know how long she'd been running when she tripped. Her boot caught a root hidden beneath the leaves and she went down hard, her pack driving the breath from her lungs as she hit the ground. For a moment she lay stunned, tasting blood where she'd bitten her tongue, staring up at the gray nothing of the sky through the branches. The footsteps had stopped. She pushed herself up slowly, painfully, checking for injuries. Scraped palms, bruised knee, nothing broken. Her compass had come loose from its clip. She found it in the leaves and secured it again. When she looked up, she saw the bear. It stood perhaps 30 feet away, at the edge of visibility where the fog turned solid. A black bear, massive, easily 400 pounds. It watched her with an intelligence that stopped her breath. Not the wary curiosity of a normal bear, not the defensive aggression of a startled animal. This was something else, something calculating. "Hey, bear," Scarlett said, her voice shaking. She remembered the protocols. Make yourself known. Don't run. Back away slowly. "Hey, bear, I'm just passing through. I'm leaving." The bear didn't move. Its eyes, she could see them clearly now, dark and wet and horribly knowing, remained fixed on her face. "I'm leaving," she repeated. She took a step backward. The bear smiled. That was the only word for it. Its lips pulled back from its teeth in an expression no animal should be capable of making. A human expression on a face that was not human. Scarlett's bladder released, warmth spreading down her thigh, and she couldn't care because the bear was still smiling, and now it was moving, not charging but walking toward her on all fours with terrible patience while that smile never changed. She ran again. She ran until her lungs burned and her legs screamed and the forest blurred around her. She ran until she burst into a clearing she didn't recognize and realized, with a horror that went beyond anything she'd felt before, that she had no idea where she was. The fog surrounded the clearing on all sides. The trees had closed in behind her, their trunks pressed together like bars. And somewhere in the mist, something was laughing. A low, rhythmic sound that might have been growling, might have been chuckling, might have been both. She was still standing in the clearing, turning in circles, searching for a path that no longer existed, when the shape emerged from the fog. It wasn't a bear anymore. It was something between shapes, something caught mid-transformation, something with fur and teeth and hands, hands where paws should be, human hands with claws where fingernails belonged. Scarlett opened her mouth to scream, but the sound that emerged was barely a whisper. The shape moved closer, and the last thing she saw before her heart seized in her chest was its eyes. Human eyes, aware and amused, watching her die with something that looked terribly like satisfaction. Derek found the first sign at 10:47 a.m. A torn piece of fabric snagged on a branch, bright red against the gray and green. He photographed it, marked the location on his GPS, continued forward with his senses at full alert. The smell of blood was unmistakable now, thick and metallic, mixing with that predator musk into something that made his stomach clench. He tried the radio again. "Dispatch, this is Ash River, emergency traffic. I have possible signs of animal attack on the Cruiser Lake Trail. Request backup and SAR notification." Static. Silence. Then, clear as if the speaker were standing beside him. "Derek." He froze. The voice on the radio was not dispatch. It was female, young, terrified. "Derek, please. I'm hurt. I need help." He keyed the mic. "Identify yourself. What is your location?" "Please." The voice dissolved into static, reformed. "It's still here. Please help me. I need your 20. Can you describe your surroundings?" Silence. Then the static resolved into something else, not a voice but a sound, low and rhythmic. Breathing. Heavy animal breathing, transmitted through a radio that should only receive signals from other rangers. Derek lowered the radio slowly. His hand was shaking. He knew in that moment that something was very wrong. Not wrong in the way of accidents and injuries and the ordinary tragedies of wilderness. Wrong in a way that didn't fit into any protocol, any training, any rational framework. The old stories came back to him then. Stories he'd heard from Ojibwe elders at community events, from seasonal workers who grew up on the nearby reservations. Stories about people who learned forbidden things, who made deals with spirits that should not be dealt with, who could wear the shapes of animals while keeping their human minds. Bear walkers, they called them. Witches in animal skins. He didn't believe in such things. He couldn't believe in them. But standing alone in the fog with blood smell thick in his nostrils, and that breathing still coming from his radio, Derek London found that what he believed mattered very little. He moved forward. The clearing opened before him without warning. One moment dense forest, the next a rough circle of trampled earth and torn vegetation. The fog hung thicker here, almost opaque, but Derek could see enough. More than enough. The body lay in the center of the clearing. A woman, young, dark hair spread across the leaves. Her eyes were open, staring at the gray sky with an expression of absolute terror frozen on her face. No visible wounds, no blood. She looked almost peaceful, except for those eyes, except for the rictus of her mouth, except for the way her hands were raised as if warding off something that was no longer there. Derek approached slowly, checking the perimeter, seeing nothing but trees and fog. He knelt beside the body and pressed 2 fingers to her throat, already knowing what he would find. Cold skin. No pulse. She had been dead for hours at least. "Scarlett Reeves," he said aloud, and his voice seemed to fall dead in the air. He should call it in. He should establish a perimeter, document the scene, follow protocol. Instead, he knelt beside a dead woman in a clearing that smelled of blood and musk and wrongness, and he listened to the silence, and he felt with absolute certainty that he was being watched. The radio crackled. Derek. His own name, spoken in a voice that was not dispatch, not the terrified woman, not anyone he recognized. A voice that came from everywhere and nowhere, from the fog itself. "Derek, I see you." He stood, bear spray in one hand, radio in the other, turned slowly. The trees at the clearing's edge seemed closer than before, their trunks pressed together, their branches reaching down like fingers. "I know you're there," he said. His voice didn't shake. 6 years in the wilderness had taught him to master his fear, to function when every instinct screamed run. "Whoever you are, whatever you are, I'm not leaving without her." Laughter. That same low rhythmic sound Scarlett had heard before she died. It came from the fog, from the trees, from inside his own skull. Then it emerged. Not from any single direction, from all of them. A shape that was bare and was not bare, that moved on 4 legs and then on 2, that changed even as he watched. Fur rippled across skin that was pale underneath, human skin, and the face that resolved from the transformation was a face he recognized. Jimmy Whitehorse, a maintenance worker from the Kabetogama station, a man Derek had shared coffee with just last week. But the eyes were wrong, the smile was wrong, everything was wrong. The woman was disrespectful, Jimmy's voice said from a mouth that was still too full of teeth. She walked where she shouldn't, took photographs of sacred places, left her garbage on the shore. Jimmy. Derek's voice came out as a croak. What happened to you? Jimmy learned things. Jimmy was taught by his grandmother, and her grandmother before her. Old knowledge. Powerful knowledge. The shape took a step closer. It was fully human now, naked despite the cold, but moving with a fluidity no human body should possess. The woman had to pay. They always have to pay. And now you've seen too much, Derek. You've seen my face. Derek raised the bear spray. His finger found the trigger. That won't help, the thing that wore Jimmy's shape said. Nothing helps. You can run if you like. The others ran. It's more fun when they run. Derek didn't run. Instead, he thought of Scarlett Reeves's frozen face, her eyes full of terror, her heart stopped by fear alone. He thought of the protocols he'd trained for, the rational explanations that no longer applied, the stories he'd dismissed as superstition, and he made a choice. He turned and walked toward the tree line, not running, walking. One step after another, steady, controlled, refusing to give the thing behind him the satisfaction of his panic. He heard it laugh again, heard footsteps, 2-legged, 4-legged, something between, following at a distance, playing with him. The fog pressed close. The trees seemed to shift, closing gaps he tried to walk through, opening paths that led nowhere. Derek kept walking. He focused on his breathing, on the weight of his boots on the earth, on the absolute certainty that if he stopped, if he gave in to the terror clawing at his chest, his heart would seize just like Scarlett's. The radio crackled one last time. I'll see you again, Derek. I know where you work. I know where you sleep. This isn't over. Then silence. True silence. And somewhere in that silence, a bird began to sing. Derek emerged from the trailhead at 2:15 p.m., 40 minutes before the storm front arrived. He didn't remember most of the hike out. His mind had retreated to some survival space where only the next step mattered. The green Subaru sat where he'd last seen it, forever waiting for a driver who would never return. He drove to the nearest spot with cell coverage and called dispatch on his personal phone. His voice was calm as he reported finding a body on the Cruiser Lake Trail, as he requested a CR in law enforcement, as he declined to speculate on cause of death. The coroner's report, filed 3 weeks later, would list cardiac arrest of unknown origin. Natural causes, technically. Nothing to investigate. Jimmy Whitehorse didn't return to work that week. When rangers checked his residence, they found it empty, cleaned out, as if he had never existed. Personnel records showed he had been employed at Voyageurs for 11 years. No one could describe his face with any consistency. Photos from staff events showed strange blurs where he should have been standing. Derek requested a transfer to Badlands National Park in South Dakota. Grassland, open sky, no trees for miles, no places for things to hide and watch and wait. The request was approved. On his last night at Voyageurs, packing boxes in his cabin, he heard something outside his window, a scratching like claws on wood. Then a voice, Jimmy's voice or something wearing Jimmy's voice, whispering through the crack beneath the door. I said I'd see you again. Derek didn't open the door. He sat in the center of the room with every light blazing until dawn broke gray and cold over the lake. When he finally stepped outside, there was nothing there, only scratches on the door frame, deep grooves in the wood, and a single track in the frost. A paw print that became a footprint that became nothing at all. He drove out of Voyageurs that morning and never looked back. But sometimes, late at night in his new posting among the endless grasslands, he wakes to the sound of breathing outside his window. Heavy, patient, waiting. Some debts, the old stories say, can never be outrun. The wilderness remembers, and it never forgets a face. Location: Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date: October 29, 2017. The coffee had gone cold in Marcus's thermos by the time he noticed. He had been standing at the edge of the Kabetogama Lake overlook for nearly 20 minutes, watching the way the morning light struggled to penetrate the low clouds that hung over the water like a burial shroud. October had stripped most of the color from the forest. The birches stood pale and skeletal against the dark mass of pines, and the aspens had surrendered their golden leaves to the wind days ago. What remained was a landscape of grays and deep greens, of black water and white sky, beautiful in that severe way that made tourists uncomfortable and made rangers like Marcus feel, against all reason, at home. He poured out the cold coffee onto the gravel and watched it steam briefly, before the chill air absorbed even that small warmth. The temperature had dropped 15 degrees overnight. Not unusual for late October in northern Minnesota, but the season's first hard frost was coming. He could smell it in the air, that particular metallic sharpness that preceded freezing. The lake hadn't iced over yet, wouldn't for another few weeks, but the water temperature had fallen into the dangerous range, hypothermia in under 10 minutes for anyone unlucky enough to go in. He made a mental note to check that the warning signs at the boat launches were still legible. His morning patrol route took him along the Cruiser Lake Trail, a 9-mile loop through the interior of the Kabetogama Peninsula that saw maybe a dozen hikers per week during peak season, and virtually none this late in the year. The park had officially shifted to winter operations 3 days ago, which meant a skeleton crew of 4 rangers covering over 200,000 acres of interconnected waterways, islands, and boreal forest. Marcus's nearest colleague was stationed at the Rainy Lake Visitor Center, 45 minutes away by boat and even longer by the winding service roads. In practical terms, he was alone out here. He didn't mind. 12 years with the National Park Service had taught him to appreciate solitude, and Voyageurs offered it in abundance. The tourists came for the fishing and the northern lights, took their photos from the designated viewpoints, and left before the weather turned. What remained was the wilderness as it had existed for thousands of years. The wolves and moose and black bears preparing for winter, the loons making their last flight south, the ancient rock formations that the Ojibwe and other Anishinaabe peoples had known long before European surveyors gave them English names. Marcus respected this place, more than respected. He understood it, or thought he did. His radio crackled at exactly 7:30 a.m., right on schedule. Kabetogama Station, this is Rainy Lake. Morning check, over. Marcus keyed his handset. Rainy Lake, Kabetogama Station. I read you clear. Starting Cruiser Lake Patrol in 10. Weather looks like fog advisory material. Visibility already dropping over the water. Over. Copy that. We've got the same on this end. Marine forecast says it should burn off by noon, but you know how that goes. Be advised, we had a late registration come through the permit system last night. Solo hiker, female, 26 years old. Name's Evelyn Marsh. She requested the backcountry site at Locator Lake for 2 nights. Checked in at the Kabetogama entrance around 4 p.m. yesterday. Over. Marcus frowned. Locator Lake was deep in the peninsula's interior, accessible only by a challenging portage trail that most experienced hikers avoided this time of year. Solo permit in late October was unusual. Copy, Rainy Lake. Did she check in with the station before heading out? Negative. Permit was self-registered at the kiosk. Looks like she went straight to the trailhead. Understood. I'll swing by Locator on my patrol, make sure she's settled in. Kabetogama Station out. He clipped the radio back to his belt and finished his equipment check with the automatic efficiency of long practice. First aid kit, fully stocked. Bear spray, though the bears were mostly denned up by now. GPS unit, fresh batteries, emergency blanket, fire starter, headlamp. The Cruiser Lake Loop was a day hike, 8 to 10 hours if he kept a steady pace, but the backcountry taught you to prepare for the unexpected. Weather could change in minutes. Trails could wash out. People could make bad decisions. The trail started from behind the ranger station, descending through mixed forest toward the first of several portages that connected the peninsula's interior lakes. Marcus moved at his usual pace, not fast but steady, his boots finding the familiar rhythm of root and rock and packed earth. The fog that had blanketed the lake was creeping inland now, threading between the trees in pale ribbons that obscured the middle distance while leaving the immediate surroundings clear. It created a strange effect. Marcus could see perhaps 50 feet in any direction before the world dissolved into white, as if he were walking through a room whose walls kept retreating. The forest was quiet, not silent. There was wind in the high branches, the occasional distant cry of a raven, but quiet in the particular way that autumn woods fall quiet. The summer birds gone south and the remaining creatures conserving energy for the long freeze ahead. Marcus listened as he walked, sorting sounds by instinct, the creak of a dead birch rubbing against its neighbor, the rustle of a red squirrel in the underbrush, the soft drip of moisture condensing on branches and falling to the leaf litter below. Normal sounds. Proper sounds. The soundtrack of a healthy forest. He found the first sign of Evelyn Marsh at the Cruiser Lake Portage, about 2 hours into his patrol. Her boot prints were clear in the soft mud where the trail crossed a small creek. Women's size 8, maybe 9, with a distinct waffle pattern that suggested expensive hiking boots. Recent, too. The edges were still sharp, not yet softened by last night's drizzle. She had passed through here yesterday afternoon, moving at a good pace based on the stride length. Marcus noted the tracks and continued on. The fog had thickened considerably, reducing visibility to 30 feet in places, and the temperature had dropped further. His breath plumed white in front of him. He checked his watch. 10:15 a.m. The marine forecast had promised clearing by noon, but the fog showed no signs of lifting. If anything, it seemed denser here in the forest interior, hanging between the trees like something solid, like something waiting. The trail climbed over a granite ridge and descended toward Locator Lake, where Evelyn's campsite should be. Marcus paused at the ridgeline, trying to see the water below. But there was nothing, just the white wall of fog and, somewhere beneath it, the sound of small waves lapping against stone. He could smell the lake, that distinctive blend of cold water and decomposing vegetation, stronger than it should be. As if the lake were closer than the map indicated. As if it had moved. He shook off the thought and continued his descent. Evelyn had reached the Locator Lake campsite just before sunset the previous day, her legs aching and her spirits high. The portage had been more challenging than the online reviews suggested. The trail was overgrown in places, the boardwalks rotting. But she had made it. And now she had this perfect little clearing all to herself. The lake stretched out before her, mirror still, reflecting the pink and orange clouds of evening with such clarity that she couldn't tell where the water ended and the sky began. She pitched her tent with practiced efficiency, gathered firewood from the designated pile, and cooked a simple dinner of instant noodles and beef jerky while watching the last light fade from the horizon. This was exactly what she had needed. 3 months of 70-hour weeks at the hospital, back-to-back shifts in the ER, patients who lived and patients who didn't. She had felt something inside her calcifying, growing hard and brittle, and she had known that if she didn't get away, truly away, something would break. The fog rolled in after dark. She hadn't expected it. The forecast had called for clear skies, but there it was, creeping across the lake surface like a living thing, spilling over the shoreline and into the trees. Within an hour, she couldn't see the water anymore. Couldn't see anything beyond the weak circle of her headlamp's beam. The fog was so thick it seemed to have texture, seemed to press against her skin with a cool, damp weight that made her shiver despite her fleece jacket. She retreated to her tent earlier than planned, zipping the rainfly tight and burrowing into her sleeping bag. The fog muffled everything. The usual night sounds of wind and water seemed distant, as if coming from very far away, and in their place was a silence so complete it felt like pressure against her eardrums. Evelyn lay awake for a long time, listening to nothing, until exhaustion finally pulled her under. She dreamed of walking. A long trail through white emptiness, following someone she couldn't quite see. Someone always just ahead of her, just around the next bend. She called out, but her voice made no sound. She walked faster, then ran, but the figure ahead never got closer, never got farther away, just kept moving at exactly the pace needed to stay out of reach. And then she woke to pale gray light filtering through the tent fabric. Morning, though it was hard to tell. The fog was still there, even thicker than before, pressing against the tent walls like it wanted to get inside. Her watch read 8:47 a.m. She had slept for nearly 12 hours. Evelyn unzipped the tent and stepped out into the fog. She could see the cold fire pit, the bear hang with her food bag swaying gently, the edge of the clearing where the trees began. Beyond that, nothing. The world ended 10 feet from her tent. She ate breakfast, granola bars cold, and consulted her map. Her plan had been to spend the day exploring the lakeshore, maybe paddle the small inflatable kayak she'd hauled in, but the fog made that impossible. Too dangerous on the water. She would stay close to camp, maybe hike the short loop trail that circled the lake, wait for the weather to clear. She was packing her day pack when she heard the voice. "Hello?" Evelyn froze. The voice had come from somewhere in the fog. A woman's voice, she thought, though it was hard to tell. Distant but clear, like someone calling from the far shore of the lake. "Hello? Is someone there?" "Hello?" Evelyn called back. "Are you okay?" No response. She waited, ears straining, but the fog had swallowed the sound. Probably another hiker, she told herself. Someone camping on the opposite shore, disoriented by the weather. She should try to find them, make sure they were all right. She started walking toward where she thought the voice had come from. Marcus found the campsite at 11:23 a.m., and he knew immediately that something was wrong. The tent was still standing, zipped tight, rainfly beaded with condensation. The bear hang was intact. The fire pit showed evidence of a small fire properly extinguished. Everything was orderly, exactly as a responsible hiker would leave it, except that no one was there. "Miss Marsh?" he called out. "National Park Service. Anyone in camp?" His voice fell flat in the fog, absorbed before it could echo. He waited. No response. He approached the tent and called again, then unzipped the fly when silence continued. Empty. Sleeping bag still laid out. Boots missing. Day pack missing. She had left the campsite voluntarily, taking appropriate gear. Probably out for a morning hike. Except the fog was impenetrable, had been all morning, and even experienced hikers knew better than to wander in zero visibility conditions. Marcus had been navigating by GPS and compass for the last hour. Every ranger handbook in existence warned against attempting trail navigation in heavy fog without proper equipment. Maybe she had it. He didn't know what gear she was carrying beyond what the permit required. He checked his watch. 11:31 a.m. The responsible thing was to wait. Give her an hour, maybe two. She might have stepped away to use the latrine, might be on a short loop that would bring her back to camp. No reason to assume the worst. Marcus sat down on a log near the fire pit and keyed his radio. "Rainy Lake. This is Kabetogama Station. I'm at the Locator Lake backcountry site. The registered camper, Evelyn Marsh, is not present. Tent and gear are here, but she appears to have left camp. Fog conditions are severe. I'm going to wait at the site for 1 hour. Over." Static. Then faintly. "Betogama. Copy. Conditions. Advised." The transmission was breaking up. Marcus tried again. "Rainy Lake, please repeat. I did not copy your last. Over." More static. Something that might have been words, or might have been nothing. Then silence. He checked the radio's battery indicator. Full charge. Checked the antenna connection. Secure. The equipment was fine. The interference was coming from somewhere else. The fog seemed thicker now. Marcus couldn't see the tent anymore, though it was less than 20 feet away. He could see his own boots, the log he sat on, the immediate circle of leaf-covered ground. Beyond that, white. Absolute white. And then, from somewhere in that whiteness, a voice. Marcus? He was on his feet before the conscious thought to move, hand going to his bear spray before recognizing how useless it was. The voice had been clear, unmuffled by the fog, a woman's voice, not the hiker's. Older, familiar in a way that made his heart stutter. Marcus, honey, are you out there? His mother. The voice was his mother's voice, but his mother had been dead for 6 years. Who's there? He called, and hated the way his voice cracked. Identify yourself. Silence. Then, from a different direction, behind him now when the voice had been ahead, Marcus, I've been waiting. Not his mother's intonation. The words were right, the pitch was right, but the rhythm was wrong. His mother had spoken quickly, words tumbling over each other. This voice was slow, deliberate, tasting each syllable. Marcus didn't respond. He stood perfectly still, controlling his breathing, forcing his heart rate down through sheer will. 12 years in the wilderness had taught him that panic killed faster than any animal. He needed to think. The voice had come from 2 different directions within seconds. That was impossible. No one could move that fast through this terrain, not without making noise. He hadn't heard footsteps, hadn't heard branches breaking, hadn't heard anything except the voice itself, emerging from the fog like something the fog had created. There were stories. Every ranger in the North Country had heard them. Old stories, First Nation stories, about things that lived in the spaces between worlds. The Ojibwe elders who still visited the park sometimes spoke of them in careful, oblique terms. Spirits of the fog and the water and the thin places where the land grew uncertain. Not evil exactly, but other. Operating by rules that had nothing to do with human logic. Marcus hadn't believed those stories. He was a practical man. A man who dealt in GPS coordinates and weather reports and the observable behavior of wildlife. The wilderness was dangerous enough without inventing supernatural threats. But standing in that clearing, unable to see 5 feet in any direction, listening to his dead mother's voice come from impossible angles, Marcus understood that belief was irrelevant. The stories existed because something had inspired them, and that something was here. Miss Marsh, he called, choosing the practical approach. Evelyn Marsh, if you can hear me, please respond. I'm with the National Park Service. I can help you. The fog shifted. Not wind, there was no wind, but something moving within the fog, displacing it. A shape resolved from the whiteness. Humanoid. Standing perhaps 30 feet away, motionless, its features completely obscured. Miss Marsh? The shape didn't respond, didn't move, just stood there, watching him from a face he couldn't see, and then there were 2 shapes, then 3. Each one exactly 30 feet away, spaced evenly around the clearing, forming a triangle with Marcus at its center. He turned slowly, trying to keep them all in view, and found that he couldn't. When he faced one, the others vanished into the fog, and when he turned to find them, new shapes appeared at the edges of his vision. He understood, with a clarity that felt like ice water in his veins, that he was being surrounded. Evelyn had been walking for what felt like hours. The trail had disappeared almost immediately, but she kept moving toward where she thought the voice had come from, stepping over fallen logs and pushing through underbrush that grabbed at her clothes. The fog was disorienting. She couldn't tell if she was going straight or curving, climbing or descending. Her compass was no help. The needle kept swinging, never settling on a direction, as if the magnetic poles themselves had become uncertain. She had stopped calling out after the first 15 minutes. The voice never answered, but other sounds had started. Footsteps that paralleled her own just out of sight. The crack of branches from directions she hadn't walked. Once, impossibly, her own voice calling back to her from somewhere ahead. The rational part of her brain was still working, still cataloging possibilities. Disorientation, auditory hallucinations from stress and exhaustion, the fog creating acoustic anomalies. There were explanations for everything she was experiencing. There had to be. But beneath the rational explanation, something older was waking up. Something that recognized the wrongness of this place on a level deeper than thought. Every nerve in her body was screaming retreat, turn back, run, but there was no back to return to. The fog had closed behind her as thoroughly as ahead. She checked her phone for the 100th time, no signal. GPS showed her position as a pulsing dot in the center of the lake, which was impossible. She was on solid ground, had been the entire time. The time display read 10:34 a.m., but she had been walking since before 9, walking for hours, and the light hadn't changed at all. "Hello?" she called again, her voice small against the white void. "Hello?" The fog answered back. Her own voice, perfect in every detail, coming from somewhere to her left. Evelyn felt her legs give out. She sat down hard on a fallen tree and put her head between her knees, fighting the vertigo, the absolute wrongness of hearing herself speak words she hadn't spoken. This wasn't happening. Couldn't be happening. She was a nurse, a scientist, a person who believed in the explainable world. When she raised her head, there was a figure standing in the fog. It was 10 feet away, maybe less. Humanoid, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, but the proportions were wrong. Too tall, too thin, and its face. Evelyn couldn't see its face. The fog clung to it like a veil, like the figure was made of fog itself. And where features should be, there was only smooth, shifting whiteness. But she knew it was looking at her. Knew it with the same certainty she knew her own name. "What are you?" she whispered. The figure tilted its head, a gesture almost curious, almost human. And when it spoke, it used her mother's voice. Her mother, who had died of cancer when Evelyn was 19, whose last words had been a request to see the northern lights one more time. "Evelyn, sweetheart, I've been waiting so long." Marcus ran. He knew it was wrong. Knew the backcountry training that said movement in zero visibility was suicide. But the shapes were closing in, their slow approach more terrifying than any charge. He ran blind through the fog, branches whipping his face, roots grabbing his ankles, and somehow he stayed upright. Somehow he kept moving, the rasp of his own breathing the only sound in the white world. His radio crackled. "Cuss. Marcus." He grabbed it without stopping. "I'm here. Rainy Lake, I need immediate assistance. Locator Lake area, possible missing person, possible..." "Marcus." The voice from the radio wasn't dispatch. It was his mother's voice again, clear through the static. "Stop running, honey. You're going the wrong way." He threw the radio, watched it disappear into the fog, heard it hit the ground somewhere behind him, kept running. The lake appeared without warning. One moment fog, the next moment water, black and still as glass. Marcus skidded to a stop inches from the shore, heart hammering, and realized he had no idea how he'd gotten here. This wasn't Locator Lake. The shape was wrong, the shoreline unfamiliar. He didn't recognize anything. Across the water, perhaps 50 feet out, a figure was walking on the surface. Not floating, not swimming, walking, each step creating small ripples that spread outward in perfect circles. And beside the figure, slightly behind, another shape, smaller, moving with the uncertain gait of someone being led. "Miss Marsh?" Marcus called. His voice came out broken, barely audible. The smaller figure turned. Through the fog, through the distance, he couldn't see her face, but he saw her hand raise, saw her mouth open as if to call back. No sound came. The fog swallowed her gesture the way it swallowed everything, and then both figures were moving away, walking toward the center of the lake, toward the point where the fog was thickest, where nothing was visible at all. Marcus didn't follow. He stood at the shore and watched until they disappeared, until the last ripple faded, until the lake was still again. Then he sat down on the cold rocks and waited for the fog to lift. Search and rescue reached the Locator Lake campsite at 4:47 p.m. after the fog finally cleared. They found Marcus sitting where he'd collapsed, unresponsive to verbal commands, staring at a fixed point in the middle distance. His core temperature was 94 degrees. He was treated for moderate hypothermia and evacuated by float plane. Evelyn Marsh's tent, gear, and supplies were recovered intact. Her boot tracks led from the campsite toward the lake, then vanished at the water's edge. Dive teams searched for 3 days. They found nothing, no body, no clothing, no indication of where she had gone or what had happened. The official report listed her as a probable drowning. Case closed due to lack of evidence. Marcus took medical leave, then extended leave, then permanent disability, citing post-traumatic stress and recurring psychological episodes. He never returned to Voyageurs, never returned to any park. He moved to Phoenix, Arizona, as far from northern lakes and boreal forests as he could get while remaining in the country. Somewhere dry, somewhere the fog never came. Some nights he still hears his mother's voice calling from the next room. He's learned not to answer. He filed a supplemental incident report before his departure, detailing what he witnessed at Locator Lake. The document was classified as anomalous and archived without investigation. 3 other rangers had filed similar reports over the past 40 years, describing fog, voices of dead relatives, figures walking on water. None of the cases had been solved. None of the missing had been found. The Ojibwe have a name for the entity. They say it lives in the place where the world grows thin, where fog touches water, touches sky, where the boundaries between here and somewhere else begin to dissolve. They say it collects people, not from malice, but from loneliness. It takes them to a village on the other side, a place where the sun never rises, where the fog never clears, where the dead and the taken walk together on endless gray shores. They say, once you answer its voice, you belong to it forever. Marcus never answered. That's why he survived. But sometimes, in the dry Arizona nights, he wonders about Evelyn Marsh. Wonders if she's still walking through that white emptiness, following a voice that sounds like someone she loved, searching for a destination that doesn't exist. Wonders if she's still looking for a way home. The fog always lifts eventually, but some things, once lost, stay lost forever. Location: Voyageurs, National Park, Minnesota. Date: November 8, 2019. The fog came in slow that Friday morning, rolling across Kabetogama Lake like something poured from a bottle. Derek Hollis watched it from the window of the Ash River Visitor Center, while his coffee cooled in its thermos cup, the steam rising to meet the condensation already forming on the glass. November in Voyageurs meant gray. Gray water, gray sky, gray trees stripped bare and standing like bones against the horizon. The birches had lost their gold weeks ago, and now only the black spruce and balsam fir held any color, their deep green almost black in the flat morning light. He'd been stationed here for 5 years now, long enough to know the park's moods the way you know a difficult friend. In summer, Voyageurs was generous. Hundreds of lakes connected by waterways, islands scattered like puzzle pieces, enough beauty to make the long winters feel worth it. But November was the park's bitter month, the season of transition when the water couldn't decide whether to freeze or flow, and the silence grew so heavy you could feel it pressing against your eardrums. The summer staff were gone. The houseboats were dry docked. Even the wolves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the snow that would make hunting easier. Derek finished his coffee and began his morning checks with the methodical patience of a man who understood that routine was the skeleton that held wilderness work together. Battery levels on the emergency radio, full. Satellite phone charged and functional. GPS unit showing correct coordinates for the station, 48.0892 degree N, 92.8456 degree W. He logged each item in the daily report, his handwriting neat despite the cold that seeped through the walls. The propane heater rattled in the corner, fighting a losing battle against the damp. He pulled on his insulated jacket, checked that his flashlight was in the left pocket where it always lived, and grabbed the clipboard with the day's patrol route. The morning's task was simple enough. Check the backcountry campsite registrations against actual use, verify that the seasonal closures were properly posted along the Cruiser Lake Trail, and make sure no one had ignored the warnings about thin ice on the smaller inlets. Most visitors had the sense to stay away this time of year, but every November brought 1 or 2 who thought the solitude was worth the risk. Usually photographers, sometimes researchers, occasionally someone running from something that had nothing to do with the wilderness at all. His radio crackled as he stepped outside, the cold hitting his face like a slap. Ash River, this is Kabetogama Station, radio check, over. Derek keyed the mic. Kabetogama, Ash River reads you loud and clear. Beginning morning patrol of Cruiser Lake Sector. Expected return by 1400 hours. Over. Copy that, Ash River. Be advised, we've got a single vehicle in the chain of lakes lot since yesterday afternoon. Registration shows a day permit for one Evelyn Marsh. Expected return by 1800 yesterday. No contact, no callback. Might be nothing. Might want to check the trailhead, over. Derek felt the familiar tightening in his chest that came with overdue hikers. Probably nothing. People lost track of time, changed plans, forgot to check out. But November was unforgiving. Copy, Kabetogama. I'll start at Chain of Lakes, Ash River out. He took the service road north, the truck's heater blasting against the chill that crept through every seam. The fog thickened as he drove, reducing visibility to perhaps 50 yards. Shapes loomed and receded, a boulder that looked like a crouching animal, a dead tree that seemed to lean toward the road as he passed. The forest here was old, the kind of old that made you feel watched, even when you knew you were alone. Ojibwe territory for thousands of years before the fur traders came, before the loggers, before the Park Service drew lines on maps and called it preserved. Derek had learned enough history to respect what he didn't understand about this land. The elders at the Bois Fort Reservation had stories about these woods that didn't appear in any ranger training manual. The Chain of Lakes parking lot held a single vehicle, a silver Honda CR-V with Wisconsin plates, a thin layer of frost coating the windows. Derek pulled alongside and killed his engine. Silence rushed in. Not the comfortable silence of a quiet morning, but something heavier, more deliberate. He sat for a moment, listening. No birdsong, no wind. Even the trees seemed to be holding still. He approached the Honda and cleared the frost from the driver's window with his gloved hand. Inside, the car was tidy. A reusable water bottle in the cup holder, a paperback novel on the passenger seat, a fleece jacket folded neatly in the back. On the dashboard, a handwritten note. Back by 6 p.m. Don't worry, Mom. Just chasing the last light of autumn. Love, E. Evelyn Marsh, the name on the permit. Derek photographed the note and the vehicle, then checked the trailhead registry. Her handwriting again, dated yesterday. Evelyn Marsh, solo hiker, Chain of Lakes loop via Locator Lake Trail. Out, 1:30 p.m. Expected return, 6 p.m. 15 hours overdue. He radioed in. Kabetogama, this is Ash River. Vehicle confirmed at Chain of Lakes lot. Registration indicates solo female hiker on Locator Lake Trail. Departed 13:30 yesterday. No sign of return. I'm beginning foot search of the initial trail section. Request you notify search and rescue coordinator. Possible overnight missing person, over. The response came scratched with static, unusual for this distance. Copy, Ash River, SAR, notified. Be advised, weather, visibility, deteriorating. Check in every 30 minutes. Over. Say again, Kabetogama. You're breaking up. 30 minutes. Check in. Over. Derek frowned at the radio. Clear signal a moment ago. Now this. Atmospheric interference from the fog, probably. It happened. He clipped the radio to his belt and started up the trail. Evelyn had felt the wrongness before she understood it. She'd been hiking for perhaps 2 hours when the trail began to feel unfamiliar. Not wrong exactly. She'd studied the map. She knew the route, but somehow less certain than it had been. The blazes on the trees seemed farther apart. The ground, which had been well packed from summer traffic, grew softer, less defined. She stopped at what should have been the junction with the Locator Lake Spur and found only unbroken forest. That was when she checked her phone and discovered she had no signal. Expected, this deep in the backcountry. She checked her physical map, orientating it with her compass. According to her calculations, the junction should be exactly here. She was standing in it, but the junction wasn't there. Okay. She'd made an error somewhere, miscounted the distance maybe, or confused a game trail for the main path. It happened to experienced hikers, and she was only intermediate at best. The smart thing was to backtrack, find the last definite marker she recognized, and try again. She turned around. The trail behind her looked different than she remembered. The fog had thickened while she walked, reducing the forest to a series of gray shapes emerging and receding. But that wasn't it. The massive fallen birch she'd climbed over 20 minutes ago, the one with the fungal shelf jutting from its side like a frozen wave, wasn't there. She would have to climb over it again to go back. She hadn't passed it. Evelyn stood very still, her breath clouding in the cold air. Logic. Apply logic. She was disoriented, yes, but she wasn't lost. She had a compass. She had a map. She had enough daylight. She checked her watch, 3:47 p.m., to retrace her steps carefully. The fog was playing tricks with her perception. That was all. She began walking back the way she'd come, counting her steps this time. 100, 200, 300. The trail should have curved left by now, following the contour of the ridge. It continued straight. 400, 500. A tree she didn't recognize, its bark scarred in a pattern that looked almost deliberate. 600, 700. She stopped. Ahead of her, the fog parted briefly, and she saw a clearing she had never seen before. Derek found the first blaze marking Evelyn's route about a quarter mile in. The orange diamond faded but visible against the gray bark of a red pine. The trail was well maintained here, the path clear despite the fallen leaves that carpeted everything in shades of brown and rust. His boots crunched steadily as he walked, the sound comforting in its normalcy. He called out every few minutes, "Hello, Park Service, anyone out here?" and listened to his voice disappear into the fog without echo. At the half-hour mark, he reached for his radio. "Kabetogama, this is Ash River, routine check-in. Position approximately 1 mile northeast of Chain of Lakes trailhead following Locator Lake Trail. No sign of missing hiker yet. Trail conditions good. Continuing search. Over. Static." Then faintly, "Ash River. Copy. Continue. Kabetogama, you're very broken. Can you relay through Crane Lake Station? Over." No response. Just the static, and beneath it, something that might have been a voice but might have been the wind. Derek checked the radio's settings. Correct frequency, good battery, antenna intact. The fog then. Some kind of atmospheric phenomenon. It happens sometimes, especially near the lakes, especially in transitional weather. He continued up the trail, moving faster now. Evelyn had been out overnight in temperatures that dropped to the mid-20s after sunset. Even with good gear, hypothermia was a real risk. He'd seen what the cold could do to people who weren't prepared, and even to some who were. A mile and a half in, he found her water bottle. It lay in the middle of the trail, upright, as if someone had set it there carefully rather than dropped it. Derek crouched and examined it without touching. Same bottle from the car, distinctive dent on the cap, faded sticker of a mountain range on the side, half full. No signs of struggle in the surrounding area, no disturbed vegetation, no blood. Just the bottle, waiting. He photographed it, marked the GPS coordinates, and tried the radio again. "Kabetogama, this is Ash River. I've located personal effects belonging to missing hiker approximately 1.5 miles from trailhead. Water bottle, deliberately placed. No sign of owner. Request immediate SAR team deployment to my coordinates. Over." The radio hissed. Then a voice, but not dispatch. Not any voice he recognized from the station. A woman's voice, thin and distant, almost mechanical in its flatness. "Derek." He froze. "Derek, I'm here. I found her." His thumb hovered over the transmit button. The voice had come through on the emergency frequency, the one only Park Service personnel could access. But it wasn't anyone he knew. It wasn't any voice he'd ever heard. "Identify yourself, over." Silence. The fog seemed to press closer, the trees leaning in like they wanted to hear the answer. "Derek." The voice again, and now he could hear something wrong with it. The syllables didn't quite connect. The rhythm was off, like someone had learned how to speak by listening but never quite understood the music of human conversation. "I found her. She needs help. Come." He did not respond. His hand had dropped from the radio, and he realized he was holding his breath. In 5 years with the Park Service, Derek had heard a lot of strange things. Interference from distant broadcasts, wildlife that made almost human sounds, the acoustic tricks the landscape played on tired ears. This was different. This was wrong in a way that bypassed his rational mind and spoke directly to something older, something that knew what predators sounded like when they learned to mimic prey. He started walking again, faster now, but not toward the voice. He followed the trail, looking for more signs, trying to ignore the prickle at the back of his neck that said he was being watched. Evelyn stood at the edge of the clearing and felt the last of her certainty drain away like water through sand. The clearing wasn't natural. The trees hadn't simply failed to grow here. They had been pushed back, creating a perfect circle perhaps 30 feet across. The ground was bare earth, no leaves, no undergrowth, as if something had scraped it clean. In the center stood a single boulder, waist high, its surface covered in lichen that formed patterns too regular to be random. And around the boulder, arranged in a careful spiral, were objects: a rusted compass, a child's shoe, a pair of glasses with one lens missing, a leather wallet black with age, a wedding ring. Offerings. The word rose unbidden in her mind, and with it came a fragment of memory, something her grandmother had said once about the woods in the north, about the small ones who lived in the old places and demanded payment for passage. She'd been a child then, half asleep, and the words had slipped away with morning. Now they came back sharp and clear and terrifying. She should run. Every instinct screamed at her to turn around and run until her legs gave out, but when she tried to step backward, her body wouldn't obey. Her feet were rooted, her muscles locked. She could only stand and stare at the clearing as the fog closed in around it, erasing the forest, erasing the trail, erasing everything but this place and its terrible patience. A sound from behind her. Footsteps. Small, quick, wrong. Too many of them, pattering against the earth like rain. She turned. The fog was full of shapes. Derek found the place where the trail ended. Not ended, stopped. The path simply ceased to exist, as if someone had erased it from the landscape with a giant hand. One moment he was walking on packed earth marked with blazes. The next he faced a wall of undergrowth so thick a rabbit would struggle to pass through. He checked his GPS. According to the coordinates, he should be in the middle of the Locator Lake Trail, well marked and well maintained. According to his eyes, there was no trail here at all. He tried the radio, knowing it was pointless. Kabetogama Ash River. I've lost the trail. GPS shows me en route, but the trail is not present. Requesting guidance, over. The static that came back had a quality to it now that made his skin crawl. It sounded almost like laughter, high-pitched chittering filtered through electronic hiss. He turned the radio off. Think. Think like a ranger, not like a scared kid in the woods. Trails don't disappear. The GPS could be malfunctioning. Magnetic interference, software glitch, any number of explanations. He'd simply gotten turned around in the fog. It happened. The thing to do was backtrack to the last known point, the water bottle, and try again. He turned around and started walking, counted his steps. 100, 200. The fog was thicker now, so thick he could barely see his own feet. 300, 400. He should have reached the bottle by now. 500, 600. He stopped. Ahead of him, barely visible through the gray, was a clearing, a circle of bare earth, a boulder in the center. He had never come this way. The shapes in the fog resolved slowly, reluctantly, as if they didn't want to be seen but couldn't help themselves. Small figures, child-sized but not children. Their proportions were wrong, their limbs too long, their heads too large. Their skin was the gray-brown of dead leaves. Their eyes, when she could make them out, were black and wet and reflected nothing. There were perhaps a dozen of them, surrounding the clearing, emerging from the fog one by one. They didn't move like humans. Their joints bent in directions that made her stomach lurch. Some walked on two legs, others moved on all fours, scuttling, their movements quick and insectile. None of them made a sound. They simply appeared, took their positions, and waited. Evelyn wanted to scream. Her throat was locked, her jaw clenched so tight her teeth ached. She could feel tears streaming down her face, hot against the cold air, but she couldn't make a sound. One of the figures stepped forward. It was shorter than the others, its face more defined, almost human, like a child's mask made by someone who'd had a human face described to them but never actually seen one. Its mouth moved. Evelyn. Her name, in her own voice. The thing was using her own voice, stolen from somewhere, played back like a recording on a broken machine. Evelyn, you came. We've been waiting. It smiled. The smile was wrong. Too wide, too many teeth, going on and on past where a mouth should end. We've been waiting such a long time. Derek stood at the edge of the clearing, his hand on his sidearm, his radio dead, his certainty shattered. The boulder was there exactly as he hadn't imagined it. He'd never been here before, never seen this place, and yet it felt familiar in a way that made his bones ache. The object spiraled around it. A compass, a shoe, glasses, a wallet, a ring. Each one someone's possession. Each one he understood with terrible clarity, taken from someone who had stood where he was standing. Someone who had been lost. Someone who had been found by the wrong things. Ranger Hollis. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, thin and mocking. He spun, his hand drawing the gun without conscious thought, pointing it at nothing. Fog. Trees. The shapes of branches like grasping fingers. Put that away. It won't help. The fog rippled and something stepped out of it. Not a person. Not quite an animal. Something in between. Something that had been made to look almost right, but couldn't quite manage it. It was small. No taller than a child, but the way it held itself suggested age beyond measurement. Its eyes were the color of dirty ice, and they watched him with an intelligence that had nothing human in it. Your kind comes to our woods, it said, and its voice was a chorus now, multiple tones layered over each other, and thinks they can draw lines on maps, thinks they can name things and own them. You've been here 5 years, Derek Hollis. We've been here since before the ice. We remember when the water was higher. We remember when your kind first walked out of the cold and saw us watching from the trees. Derek couldn't speak. His throat was frozen, his tongue thick and useless. The gun in his hand felt like a toy, a child's imitation of a weapon. We took something that belongs to you, didn't we? The thing tilted its head, the motion bird-like, wrong. Or someone, I suppose you'd call her. She came to our woods alone, and alone is such a dangerous thing to be here. We showed her our special place. Would you like to see what we showed her? It gestured toward the boulder, and Derek's gaze followed against his will. Evelyn Marsh was sitting on the ground beside it, her back against the stone, her eyes open and staring at nothing. She was breathing. He could see the fog of her exhalations, but there was no recognition in her face, no awareness. She looked like someone whose mind had simply left. She's still in there, the thing said almost conversationally. Most of her. We only took the parts she wasn't using. The fear, mostly. It's such a useful thing, fear. It keeps your kind alive. It keeps you out of places like this. She had so much of it, she was delicious. Derek raised the gun. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely aim. I'm taking her out of here. Are you? The thing smiled, and its smile was full of needle teeth. I don't think so, Derek Hollis. I don't think you understand where you are. You followed our trail. You listened to our voices on your little talking box. You came into our home. The fog closed in. Derek couldn't see the trees anymore. Couldn't see anything but the clearing, the boulder, Evelyn, and the small gray shape that watched him with ancient, hungry patience. But we're not unreasonable, it continued. We've had our fill of her. She can go, what's left of her. But there's a price, Ranger. There's always a price. It pointed at him with one long, crooked finger. Your voice. Give us your voice and we'll let you both leave. We collect them, you see. Voices. They're so useful for calling the next one home. The others emerged from the fog then, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, their small forms ringing the clearing, their black eyes fixed on him with horrible anticipation. Derek understood in that moment what had happened to every lost hiker, every unexplained disappearance, every case that went cold because there was simply nothing to find. Choose, the thing said, your voice or your life. The woman comes free either way. We're done with her. But you, Derek Hollis, you have to choose. He thought of the radio, dead in its holster, thought of the voices he'd heard, stolen voices, speaking words their owners had never said, thought of spending the rest of his life silent, knowing that somewhere in these woods something was using his voice to lure the next victim into the dark. He pulled the trigger. The shot was deafening in the silence, and it did nothing. The thing didn't flinch, didn't bleed, didn't react at all. It simply stood there as the echo faded, and when the sound was gone, it sighed. Such a waste, it said. Such a terrible waste. The fog rushed in. The cold was beyond anything Derek had ever felt. Beyond physical, reaching into his chest and squeezing something fundamental. He tried to scream and found that his throat was empty, his voice already gone, taken without his consent, and the last thing he saw before the darkness was the thing's smile, the thing's terrible, impossible smile, and behind it, Evelyn's empty eyes reflecting nothing at all. The search team found them 3 days later. Derek Hollis was unconscious but alive, curled at the base of a spruce tree half a mile from the Chain of Lakes parking lot. He'd been exposed to the elements for at least 48 hours, but somehow, the doctors couldn't explain it. He wasn't hypothermic. His core temperature was exactly normal. His vital signs were stable. He woke in the hospital 2 days later and was unable to speak. The initial diagnosis was psychological trauma affecting speech, but later examinations revealed something physical. His vocal cords were intact, but they simply didn't respond, wouldn't vibrate, wouldn't produce sound, as if they'd forgotten how. Evelyn Marsh was found beside him in similar condition. She recovered faster. Her voice was intact, her body unmarked, but she never remembered what happened after she stepped off the main trail. Her last clear memory was the fog thickening. Her next was the hospital ceiling. The time between was simply gone. She didn't remember the clearing or the boulder or the small gray shapes. She didn't remember anything at all. The official report listed both cases as exposure-related incidents exacerbated by poor visibility and navigational error. The water bottle was never recovered. The clearing with the boulder was never found. Search teams combed the area repeatedly and reported nothing unusual except an odd acoustic phenomenon. In certain locations, they could hear voices in the fog, distant and distorted, speaking words they couldn't quite make out. Derek Hollis retired from the Park Service 3 months later on medical grounds. He moved south to a flat place with few trees and wide horizons. He learned sign language. He never returned to Minnesota, but sometimes late at night when the wind is right, visitors to Voyageurs National Park report hearing something strange on the emergency frequencies. A man's voice, calm and professional, directing them toward the Chain of Lakes trail. "This way," the voice says. "I found something. Come and see." The rangers who've been there long enough know not to follow. They know that some calls are better left unanswered. And somewhere in the old woods, in the places where the fog never quite lifts, small shapes watch and wait and remember. They remember every voice they've taken. They remember every name. And they are so very, very patient. Location: Congaree National Park, South Carolina. Date: October 23, 2016. And the morning mist rose from the black water like breath from a sleeping animal. Garrett Hayes stood on the elevated boardwalk near the Harry Hampton Visitor Center, cradling his thermos of coffee and watching the fog curl between the ancient bald cypress trees. Their buttressed trunks emerged from the dark water like the legs of giants frozen mid-stride, draped in Spanish moss that hung motionless in the still air. He had worked at Congaree for 6 years now, and still this view made him pause. 26,000 acres of old-growth bottomland hardwood forest, the largest intact expanse left in North America. A place that looked exactly the same in every direction. Tupelo and cypress and sweet gum repeating endlessly. The water table rising and falling with the seasons, transforming trails into creeks and back again without warning. He checked his watch. 6:47 a.m. The visitor center wouldn't open for another hour, but Garrett preferred arriving early, before the humidity climbed, and the air thickened into something you had to push through rather than breathe. October in the Low Country was unpredictable. Warm enough during the day to sweat through your uniform, cold enough at night to see your breath. The Weather Service had issued an advisory for the approaching storm system. Heavy rains expected by evening, possible flooding in the lower sections of the park. He'd need to check the water gauges along Cedar Creek and potentially close the Weston Lake Loop if levels rose too high. Inside the station, Garrett completed his morning ritual with the comfortable rhythm of long practice. He logged into the computer system, reviewed the overnight incident reports. Nothing unusual, just a note from the evening ranger about a family of raccoons getting into the trash bins again. And checked the trail registry. 3 groups had signed in yesterday and not yet signed out. A father-son pair on an overnight camping permit at Bluff Camp, a bird-watching group of 4 from the Audubon Society, and a solo hiker named Natalie Vance, age 28, who had registered for a day hike on the Oak Ridge Trail at 2:15 p.m. Garrett frowned at the entry. Solo hikers weren't unusual, but the Oak Ridge Trail connected to several unmarked paths that could disorient even experienced visitors. He made a mental note to swing by the trailhead parking lot during his morning patrol. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3 conducting morning comms check, over." Garrett spoke into his handheld radio, the familiar weight of it reassuring in his palm. The response crackled back immediately, clear and crisp. "Unit 3, dispatch reads you 5x5. Morning patrol commencing?" "Affirmative. Starting with Cedar Creek gauge check, then north to Bluff Camp for permit verification. Should be back at station by 1100. "Copy that, Unit 3. Weather advisory still in effect. Rain expected by 1600. Keep us posted on water levels." "Will do. Unit 3 out." The parking lot at the Oak Ridge Trailhead held only 2 vehicles. A white pickup registered to the Audubon Group and a silver Honda Civic with Georgia plates. Garrett ran the Civic's tags through the system, registered to Natalie Vance of Savannah. He peered through the driver's window. A reusable water bottle sat in the cup holder, half empty. A paperback novel lay on the passenger seat, spine cracked, a receipt tucked between the pages as a bookmark. On the dashboard, a handwritten note in looping script. "N. Call me when you're back. Don't forget dinner at 7. Love, Mom." Garrett felt the first stirring of unease. Day hikers who registered at 2:15 p.m. should have returned well before dark. The Oak Ridge Trail was a 4-mile loop, 3 hours at a leisurely pace. Even accounting for delays, she should have been back to her car by 6 p.m. at the latest. He checked the trail registry again. No sign out recorded. She could have simply forgotten, driven away without logging her return. It happened. But the car was still here. He tried to rationalize. Perhaps she'd extended her hike, pushed further than intended, made camp somewhere. But her permit was for day use only, and the weather last night had dropped into the low 50s, uncomfortable without proper gear. His gut told him something was wrong. 6 years in this park had taught him to trust that instinct. The swamp was different that morning. Garrett noticed it as he walked the first quarter mile of the Oak Ridge Trail, calling Natalie's name at intervals. The usual symphony of the bottomland, the drilling of woodpeckers, the rustle of squirrels in the canopy, the persistent drone of insects, had fallen silent. Not gradually the way it does when a predator moves through and the small creatures hold their breath. This was absolute, total, as if someone had pressed a mute button on the entire forest. Garrett stopped walking, listening. His own breathing seemed obscenely loud. The creak of his boots on the boardwalk planks echoed in the stillness. A heron, he told himself. A great blue heron landing nearby could silence a section of forest for minutes. Or a gator sliding into the water. Natural explanations. He continued forward, but the silence followed him like a second shadow, and when the sounds finally returned, a single crow calling somewhere to the east. The relief he felt was disproportionate, almost desperate. Natalie Vance had not planned to get lost. She had hiked dozens of trails in Georgia and South Carolina, knew how to read a map, knew to stay on marked paths. But Congaree was different. She understood that now. Standing in the middle of what should have been the Oak Ridge Loop, staring at a section of forest that looked exactly like the section she had passed 20 minutes ago. The same fallen log bridging the same Blackwater slough. The same curtain of Spanish moss hanging from the same cypress branch. The same. She checked her phone. No signal, which she'd expected, and consulted the paper map she'd grabbed from the visitor center. According to the trail markers, she should have reached the junction with the Weston Lake Spur by now. Instead, she was here, wherever here was. The afternoon light had begun to slant through the canopy at an angle that suggested time was passing faster than it should. She had been walking for 2 hours. The loop was supposed to take 3 hours total. She should be nearly back at the parking lot, not deeper in the swamp. Turn around, she told herself. Retrace your steps. Simple. She turned and stopped. The trail behind her, the trail she had just walked, ended. Not gradually, not at a junction, but simply ceased to exist. Where there had been a raised boardwalk moments ago, there was only water. Still, black water reflecting the gray sky, stretching between the cypress trunks without a ripple. Natalie stared at it for a long moment, her mind refusing to process what she was seeing. She had walked that path. She had felt the planks beneath her feet. And now there was nothing. A sound behind her, soft, rhythmic. Footsteps on wood. She spun around. Nothing. Just the trail continuing forward into the deepening gloom of the forest. But she had heard it. Someone walking. Someone close. Hello? Her voice came out smaller than she intended. Is someone there? The footsteps stopped. In the silence that followed, Natalie became aware of something else. A smell. Not the usual swamp smell of decomposition and black earth, but something sharper, metallic. Like blood, but older. Like the memory of blood. And then she saw the dog. Garrett found the first sign of Natalie's passage at the half-mile marker. A snapped branch at waist height, the break fresh, the exposed wood still pale. Someone had pushed through the undergrowth here, leaving the main trail. He crouched to examine the ground, difficult to read in the soft, wet soil. But there were impressions, footprints heading east toward the interior of the park where the old-growth forest grew densest and the water rose highest. Dispatch Unit 3. I'm at marker 0.5 on Oak Ridge. Found evidence our missing day hiker left the trail heading east. Requesting backup for search and rescue. Static. Then distantly. Unit 3. Repeat. Signal. Dispatch, do you copy? Requesting backup for SAR on Oak Ridge Trail. More static, stretching longer this time. When the response finally came, it sounded wrong. The voice too slow, the words oddly spaced. Unit 3. Proceed. She's waiting. Garrett stared at the radio. That wasn't dispatch protocol. That wasn't even dispatch's voice. He tried again. Dispatch, please confirm. Who is this? Silence. Not static. Silence. The radio had been working fine all morning. He checked the battery. Full. Checked the channel. Correct. Everything functioning. And yet when he pressed the transmit button again, nothing happened. The radio sat dead in his hand. The storm arrived faster than predicted, the sky darkening from gray to charcoal in minutes. Garrett felt the barometric pressure drop like a physical weight settling on his shoulders, and with it came the first fat drops of rain, striking the canopy above and beginning their long descent through the layers of leaves. He had a decision to make. Return to the station for backup and proper SAR equipment, or continue following Natalie's trail while it was still visible. The rain would erase her tracks within the hour. He continued forward. The forest closed around him as he left the main trail, the undergrowth thickening, the spaces between trees narrowing until he was pushing through curtains of hanging moss and stepping over root systems that rose from the water like grasping fingers. The rain intensified, drumming against his hat, running down the back of his neck. Thunder rolled somewhere to the west, a low rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself rather than the sky. Garrett called Natalie's name every few minutes, but his voice disappeared into the forest without echo, as if the swamp were swallowing the sound. He found her backpack at the base of an ancient tupelo, half submerged in the rising water. Inside, a wallet with her ID, a granola bar wrapper, a small journal with handwritten entries. The last entry, dated yesterday: "The ranger at the visitor center said to stay on the marked trails, but I saw a dog on the path. Beautiful thing, some kind of hound, and it looked at me like it knew me, like it wanted me to follow. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear its eyes were glowing, not reflecting light, glowing from inside." Garrett's blood went cold. He knew that story. Everyone who worked in the Low Country knew that story, even if they didn't believe it. His grandmother had told him when he was a boy, her voice dropping to a whisper, as if the thing might hear its name spoken aloud. The Plat-Eye, a spirit that haunted the swamps and lonely roads, that could take the shape of any animal, that lured travelers from safe paths with familiar faces and glowing eyes. "You see an animal after dark in the swamp," his grandmother had said, "and its eyes shine like lanterns. You don't follow it. You don't look at it. You turn around and you run." He didn't believe in Plat-Eyes. He was a park ranger, a man of science and procedure. But standing in the rising water with Natalie's abandoned backpack in his hands, listening to the rain and the thunder and the absolute silence beneath them, Garrett realized that belief was irrelevant. Something was in this forest. Something had led Natalie Vance off the trail, and now it knew he was here too. Natalie had followed the dog for what felt like hours, though time had stopped making sense. The animal moved just ahead of her, always visible, never quite close enough to touch. It was beautiful, a sleek black hound with a smooth coat and long legs, the kind of dog that belonged on a southern plantation, loping across manicured lawns. But they weren't on a lawn. They were deep in the swamp, deeper than she had ever been, and the dog never seemed to notice the water that rose past her ankles, past her knees. It walked on the surface as if the black water were solid ground. She should have turned back. She knew she should have turned back. But every time she tried, the forest rearranged itself, paths closing, new ones opening, and the only constant was the dog, waiting for her, watching her with those eyes, those terrible eyes that glowed with a light that had no source, amber gold and too bright, too knowing. "Where are you taking me?" She had stopped asking the question hours ago, but it slipped out now, desperate, exhausted. The dog turned. For the first time, it faced her directly, and Natalie saw that it wasn't a dog at all. The shape was wrong, too long, too angular, the joints bending in directions that made her stomach lurch. And the face. The face was almost human now. Almost. A woman's features emerging from the canine skull, shifting and flickering like a reflection in disturbed water. Familiar features. Her mother's features. Natalie. The voice was her mother's voice, but the mouth didn't move right, the lips stretching too wide, revealing teeth that were neither dog nor human. "You forgot to call. I was worried." Natalie tried to run. Her legs wouldn't move. She tried to scream. The sound died in her throat. The thing that had been a dog took a step toward her, and the forest groaned, the trees leaning inward, the water rising around her, and she understood finally that she had never been lost. She had been led. Every step, every turn, every choice that felt like hers, all of it had been the path the thing had laid out for her, long before she ever set foot in this swamp. She was exactly where it wanted her to be. The water touched her chin. The thing with her mother's face smiled. Garrett heard the scream. It came from somewhere ahead, muffled by the rain but unmistakable. A human voice, female, raw with terror. He ran, crashing through the undergrowth, the water splashing around his legs, branches tearing at his face and arms. The light was failing now, the storm and the approaching dusk combining to reduce visibility to mere feet. He switched on his flashlight, the beam cutting through the rain, but illuminating nothing except more trees, more water, more endless forest. "Natalie! Natalie, can you hear me?" No response. He kept running, following the direction of the scream until his foot caught on a submerged root, and he went down hard, the flashlight flying from his grip and landing face down in the water, its light extinguished. Darkness. Complete darkness. Garrett lay in the shallow water, gasping, his heart pounding so hard he could feel it in his temples. He reached for his radio. Dead. Reached for his flashlight. Couldn't find it, couldn't feel anything except water and roots and mud. He forced himself to breathe, to think. Get up, get your bearings, find higher ground. He stood, and that's when he saw the eyes. They floated in the darkness, perhaps 20 feet ahead. 2 points of amber light, absolutely still, watching him with an intelligence that was palpable, predatory, not reflecting his flashlight, which was gone. Generating their own light, soft and steady like lanterns burning in a distant window. "Who's there?" His voice cracked. The eyes blinked, and then, impossibly, they multiplied. 2 became 4, 4 became 6, 8. A dozen pairs of glowing eyes, surrounding him in a loose circle, each pair at a different height, some low to the ground, some at chest level, some high in the trees, and all of them watching, all of them waiting. A voice spoke from directly behind him, close enough that he felt the breath on the back of his neck. A voice he recognized. Garrett. His own name, in his grandmother's voice. "You were warned, boy. You were warned, and you came anyway." He didn't turn around. Some deep primal part of him understood that turning around would be the last thing he ever did. Instead, he closed his eyes and recited the words his grandmother had taught him. Words he hadn't spoken in 30 years. A prayer in Gullah that he barely remembered. Syllables that felt foreign in his mouth, but right somehow. Right in a way nothing had felt right since he'd entered this part of the forest. The air changed. The pressure lifted just slightly. And when Garrett opened his eyes, the glowing orbs were gone. The darkness remained, but it was natural darkness now. The darkness of a stormy night in the swamp, nothing more. He found his flashlight by luck or providence, floating face up a few feet away. The beam flickered when he switched it on, but held. He walked, didn't run, couldn't run, his legs shaking too badly, back the way he had come, following his own disturbed trail through the water, and by some miracle or mercy he emerged onto the Oak Ridge boardwalk an hour later, rain-soaked and mud-covered, and unable to stop trembling. They found Natalie Vance 3 days later, face down in a slough half a mile from where Garrett had lost her trail. The official cause of death was drowning. The medical examiner noted no signs of struggle, no injuries beyond those consistent with thrashing in shallow water. A tragic accident, the report concluded. A day hiker who lost her way in an unfamiliar park, panicked, and drowned in water barely 3 feet deep. Garrett read the report in his office alone and said nothing. He didn't mention the journal entry, didn't mention the eyes, didn't mention his grandmother's voice speaking from the darkness, or the words he'd spoken in response. Some things weren't for official reports. Some things lived only in the spaces between what happened and what could be explained. He requested a transfer the following week. Arizona, Utah, New Mexico, anywhere without swamps, without Spanish moss, without black water that reflected nothing and hid everything. The request was denied. Budget constraints, staffing shortages, the usual bureaucratic responses to a man trying to run from something that couldn't be named. 6 months later, Garrett still works at Congaree. He still does his morning patrols, checks the water gauges, verifies camping permits. He's good at his job, professional and thorough, and if his colleagues notice that he never enters the interior forest after dark anymore, never takes the trails that branch east toward the old growth, they don't mention it. Sometimes late at night, he hears a dog barking somewhere in the swamp. A hound's bay, mournful and distant. The sound always comes from the direction he refuses to go, and it always stops the moment he reaches for his radio. He never follows it. He never looks. But some nights, when the mist rises from the black water and the silence grows thick as Spanish moss, Garrett thinks he sees something moving between the cypress trunks. A shape that walks on 4 legs or 2 or none at all. A shape with eyes that glow from within, patient and old, watching the boardwalk where a ranger stands with his thermos of coffee, waiting for the morning that will surely come. The Platt-Eye remembers. The Platt-Eye knows his name. And someday, when Garrett forgets his grandmother's prayer or grows too tired to speak it, the swamp will welcome him home. Location: North Cascades National Park, Washington. Date: October 23, 2019. The fog came down from the high ridges like something poured, settling into the valleys of North Cascades with the slow inevitability of floodwater finding its level. Derek Morrow stood on the porch of the New Halem Ranger Station, watching it erase the tree line piece by piece. First the distant peaks vanishing into gray, then the middle slopes, then the Douglas firs just 300 yards out, until the world ended at the edge of the parking lot. The air smelled of wet stone and decomposing cedar, that particular autumn scent the Pacific Northwest wore like a second skin from October through March. He'd learned to read weather in his 6 years with the Park Service, and this fog carried rain behind it. The kind of slow, soaking drizzle that turned trails to mud and made hypothermia a genuine concern for anyone caught unprepared. He checked his watch. 7:42 a.m. The morning had that stillness unique to weekdays in the off-season, when the summer crowds had retreated and only the serious hikers remained. Derek finished his coffee, black from the pot he'd started at 6, and went back inside to begin his morning checks. The station was quiet, just him and the hum of the space heater fighting the chill that crept through the old windows. He pulled out the trail registry log, thumbing through yesterday's entries. 3 day hikers on Thunder Creek back before dark. A photography group on the Cascade Pass Road, vehicle logged out at 4:15 p.m., and 1 overnight permit. Lily Chen, 28, solo hiker, planned route from the Colonial Creek campground up toward 4th of July Pass, expected return October 23rd by noon. Derek noted the name, the route. Solo hikers in October weren't unusual. Some people preferred the solitude, but he always paid closer attention to the ones going out alone. He pulled up her permit application on the ancient desktop computer. Emergency contact, mother, address in Seattle, experience level marked as intermediate, gear checklist looked appropriate for an overnight in current conditions. She'd done this before, it seemed. Good. The mountains didn't care about good intentions. They cared about preparation. The radio crackled to life, dispatch running the morning check-in. All units, Marble Mount Dispatch, 0800 roll call. Derek keyed his shoulder mic. Dispatch Unit 7, New Halem Station, present and operational. Other voices followed. Unit 3 from the Hozomene Station, Unit 12 running backcountry patrol near Ross Lake. The ritual of it was comforting, all those voices confirming that the park's nervous system still functioned, that someone was always listening. When the check-in finished, Derek grabbed his day pack from its hook by the door. Standard loadout. First aid kit, emergency blanket, water, protein bars, bear spray, backup radio batteries. He added his rain jacket, checked his flashlight, good habit, even for a morning patrol, and headed out to walk the Thunder Creek trailhead before the fog got any thicker. The forest received him the way it always did, with indifference. That was what Derek appreciated about working in a place like this. The mountains existed on a scale that made human concerns feel appropriately small. The cedars along the Thunder Creek Trail had been growing for 300 years, before anyone thought to call this place a national park, and they'd keep growing long after the ranger stations crumbled to nothing. There was peace in that, if you had the temperament for it. The fog muffled everything. His footsteps on the packed earth, the distant rush of the creek, the occasional drip of condensation falling from branch to branch. Visibility had dropped to maybe 50 feet, the trees emerging from the gray like figures stepping out of smoke. About a mile in, Derek stopped to check the trail conditions. The path here showed signs of recent foot traffic, boot prints in the soft mud, pressed deep enough to suggest a loaded pack. The tread pattern looked like standard hiking boots, women's size 7 or 8. Probably Lily Chen, heading up toward her permitted campsite yesterday morning. He noted the direction of the prints, the spacing that suggested a comfortable pace. Nothing alarming. He continued on, making mental notes of a fallen branch that would need clearing, a section where water runoff had started to erode the trail edge. It was somewhere around mile marker 2 that Derek first noticed the silence. Not quiet. The forest was always quiet in fog like this. But silence. The kind that pressed against the eardrums like something physical. No bird song. No squirrel chatter. No sound of wind moving through the canopy. Even the creek, which should have been audible from this section of trail, had gone mute. Derek stopped walking, head tilted, listening. His breath seemed obscenely loud in the vacuum. Probably just the fog, he told himself. Sound behaves strangely in heavy moisture, gets absorbed, redirected. He'd experienced it before. This was nothing new. He continued walking, but slower now, some animal part of his brain registering what his conscious mind refused to acknowledge. The trail curved around a massive cedar, its trunk wider than his arm span, and on the other side, Derek found the first wrong thing. A hiking boot sitting upright in the middle of the trail. Women's, size 7 or 8, caked with mud. Just the one boot, laces still tied, as if someone had simply stepped out of it and kept walking. Derek crouched beside it, frowning. People didn't lose boots like this, you'd notice. You'd come back for it. Unless something made you keep moving. Unless stopping wasn't an option. He keyed his radio. "Dispatch, Unit 7, static answered. Then distantly, 7, go ahead. Dispatch, I've got an anomaly on Thunder Creek Trail, mile 2. Single boot appears recently abandoned. I'm going to continue toward the 4th of July Pass Junction, check on our overnight permit." The response came broken, words drowning in interference. "Copy, update, 20. Derek tried again, but the static had thickened into something almost organic, a hiss that seemed to breathe. He checked the channel, checked the battery. Everything read normal. The mountains played hell with radio signal sometimes. Everyone knew that. Nothing to worry about. He marked the boot's location on his GPS, coordinates 48.6847 degree N, 121.0894 degree W, and kept moving. 14 hours earlier, Lily Chen had stood at the same spot and looked up at the trail ahead with something close to joy. October in the North Cascades was her favorite time. The summer crowds gone, the air sharp and clean, the larches just starting to turn gold on the high slopes. She'd been planning this trip for months, a 24th birthday gift to herself. 2 days alone in the wilderness, sleeping under stars, proving she could do it. The permit had been easy to get. The weather forecast looked manageable. Her pack held everything she needed. The fog hadn't worried her when it started rolling in around 3 p.m. Fog was normal here, especially in autumn. She'd made good time, reached her campsite at 4th of July Pass with 2 hours of daylight left, set up her tent with practiced efficiency. Dinner was freeze-dried pad thai, eaten while watching the fog turn pink with sunset. Perfect. This was exactly what she'd needed. Space to breathe, silence to think in, a reminder that the world contained more than office cubicles and rush hour traffic. It was after dark that the whistling began. The sound came from somewhere down the slope, below her campsite. A single note, clear and sharp, like someone signaling to a friend. Lily sat up in her tent, listening. Another hiker. There shouldn't be anyone else up here. She'd checked the registry. Maybe someone had come up the other trail from the Diablo Lake side. The whistle came again, closer now. Then again, from a different direction entirely, and again from somewhere behind her tent. Multiple people then, or one person moving very fast. Lily unzipped her tent and looked out into the darkness. The fog had thickened with nightfall, reducing her headlamp beam to a weak cone that illuminated nothing but swirling moisture. "Hello?" she called. Her voice fell flat against the fog, absorbed instantly. "Is someone there?" The whistling stopped. Somehow, the silence was worse. She stayed awake for hours, listening, but heard nothing more. Eventually, exhaustion won out. She dreamed of a trail that kept looping back on itself, of walking for miles only to find her own footprints ahead of her, fresh and perfectly preserved. She woke to gray light and the understanding that something was wrong. Her campsite looked different. The tree she'd used to hang her food bag was gone. Not cut down, just gone, as if it had never existed. The slope below her seemed steeper than she remembered, and the trail she'd come up, the clear path she'd followed for 5 miles. She couldn't find it. She walked the perimeter of the clearing 3 times, increasingly frantic. There was no trail. There were no markers. There was only forest, endless and identical in every direction, and fog so thick she couldn't see more than 30 feet. Lily forced herself to breathe. She had a compass. She had a GPS. She had training. She pulled out the GPS unit, waited for it to acquire satellites, and watched the screen display coordinates that made no sense. According to the device, she was 17 miles east of where she'd camped. That was impossible. She hadn't moved. She'd slept in the same spot, in the same tent, and somehow the world had rearranged itself around her. The whistling started again, and this time it was close. Derek found the campsite at 10:47 a.m. The tent was still standing, fly properly secured, but the door hung open. Inside, a sleeping bag, neatly arranged, a stuff sack with clothes, a paperback novel, bookmark 3/4 through. No pack, no food bag, no sign of Lily Chen except the evidence that she'd been here, she'd slept here, and then she'd left in a hurry without taking her shelter. He circled the clearing, looking for tracks. The mud held impressions, boot prints the right size leading away from the tent toward the western tree line. But they didn't continue into the forest. They simply stopped at the edge of the clearing, as if Lily had walked to the trees and then... what? Flown? Vanished? Been lifted straight up into the fog? Lily Chen? Derek called. His voice died in the moisture. Park Service. If you can hear me, call out. Nothing answered. Then, a whistle. Low, melodic, somewhere off to his left, and Derek's blood went cold because he recognized that sound. His grandmother had told him about it when he was a child, when they'd visited relatives on the Tulalip Reservation. She'd called them by their Coast Salish name, words he couldn't pronounce, but others called them Stick Indians, shadow people who lived between the trees. They communicated in whistles, she'd said. And if you ever hear them and you whistle back, that's you agreeing. That's you accepting the invitation. That's you becoming theirs. He had laughed the way children laugh at stories meant to frighten them. That was 23 years ago. He wasn't laughing now. Lily, he shouted again, louder, desperation cracking his professional calm. Lily Chen, identify your location, a voice answered from the fog. Derek? He spun. That was impossible. That was his name, spoken in a voice he knew. But the voice belonged to his partner, Kelly, and Kelly was 40 miles away at the Marble Mount station. Kelly wasn't here. Kelly couldn't be here. Derek, I found her. Kelly's voice again, coming from somewhere in the trees. She's hurt. Come quick, I need help. Every instinct screamed at him to stay still. The voice was wrong, not in tone, not in pitch, but in some quality beneath the surface. The pauses fell in strange places. The rhythm was off, like a musician playing from sheet music they'd never heard performed. Derek. Closer now. Please. She's dying. He keyed his radio with shaking hands. Dispatch, Unit 7, emergency. I need immediate backup at 4th of July Pass. Possible injured hiker, possible... He didn't know how to finish that sentence. Possible what? Possible hostile contact. Unknown nature. Please respond. The radio gave him nothing but that breathing static, and then from somewhere behind him, Derek. He turned. Lily Chen stood at the edge of the clearing. She was pale, her hiking clothes soaked through, mud caked up to her knees. Her eyes were focused on something just past his shoulder, something he couldn't see. Lily, thank God, are you... Don't answer them, she whispered. Her voice was barely audible, throat raw. Whatever you do, whatever they sound like, don't answer them. Who? What's out there? She finally looked at him and he saw that her eyes were wrong. The pupils too large, the irises somehow faded, as if something had been looking through them for too long. I answered, she said. Yesterday, I heard my mother's voice calling from the trees, and I answered. The whistling started again. 1 note, 2 notes, 3, coming from every direction at once, surrounding them, closing in. Derek grabbed Lily's arm, pulled her toward the trail he'd come up. But the trail was gone. Where packed earth and boot prints had been 15 minutes ago, there was only undergrowth. Ferns, fallen logs covered in moss. Ancient, undisturbed forest. It does that, Lily said, her voice hollow. The paths move, or we do. I don't know anymore. Derek pulled out his compass. The needle spun lazily, refusing to settle. He tried the GPS. The screen flickered, showed coordinates that placed them 200 miles out in the Pacific Ocean, then went dark. The whistling grew louder, closer, harmonizing with itself in patterns that shouldn't be possible from any throat, human or animal. Derek could feel it now, a presence in the fog, something vast and patient and terribly interested. It had been watching them. It had been watching them for hours, maybe longer, herding them like sheep toward a pen they couldn't see. When I answered, Lily said, I saw them just for a second between the trees. She was crying now, silent tears cutting tracks through the dirt on her face. They look like people, almost. If people were made wrong. If someone tried to build a person from instructions they'd only read about. A shape moved in the fog to Derek's left. Tall. Too tall. The proportions subtly wrong, arms too long, joints bending at angles that made his eyes hurt to follow. Kelly's voice. Derek breathed. That was them. They learn, they listen and they learn. They've probably been listening to you for years, every radio call, every conversation, waiting. Another shape to the right, and another, directly ahead. The whistling had become something else now, layered, complex, a sound that was almost language. Derek felt an overwhelming urge to respond, to whistle back, to complete the pattern they were offering. It would be so easy. Just one note. Just one answer. Don't, Lily whispered, reading his face. I know. It feels like the right thing to do. It feels like the only thing, but if you answer... Derek. His father's voice now, dead 3 years, coming from somewhere impossibly close. Son, I'm lost. Help me. Please. The grief hit him like a physical blow. His father's voice, perfect. Exactly as he remembered it. I'm scared, son. It's dark here. Please help me. It's not him, Lily said, gripping his arm. It knows what hurts you. It knows exactly what to say. Derek closed his eyes. The shapes were closer now. He could feel them, the wrongness of their presence pressing against his skin like static electricity. The whistling rose to a crescendo, his father's voice layering over it, begging, pleading, and then, impossibly, his radio crackled. Unit 7, this is dispatch. Do you copy? Unit 7, we're showing your GPS beacon stationary for 30 minutes. Please confirm status. Real. The voice was real. Scratchy, distant, fighting through interference, but real in a way the other voices weren't. Derek keyed the mic with numb fingers. Dispatch Unit 7. I have one subject located at 4th of July Pass. Disoriented. Possible hypothermia. Request immediate helicopter evacuation. Do you copy? Copy. Helicopter. En route. ETA 20. Hold position? We hold position, Derek said, more to himself than to Lily. We don't move. We don't answer. We wait. The shapes in the fog went still. The whistling faded to a single sustained note, low and disappointed. Derek could feel their attention shift, recalculate. They had been so close. They had almost had him. The next 20 minutes were the longest of his life. He and Lily stood back to back in the clearing, not speaking, watching shapes move through the fog just at the edge of visibility. Twice more his father's voice called to him. Once, Lily made a sound like a sob when something spoke in a voice Derek didn't recognize. Her mother, probably, or someone else she'd lost. They didn't answer. The helicopter came in low over the ridge, rotors beating the fog into temporary submission. Derek saw the trees clearly for the first time in hours. Normal trees, normal forest. The trail visible again as if it had never disappeared. The shapes were gone. The whistling had stopped. Everything looked exactly as it should. Lily was airlifted to St. Joseph's in Bellingham. Severe hypothermia, dehydration, psychological trauma. She would recover, physically. Derek gave his statement to the ranger supervisor, sticking to the facts he could prove. Disoriented hiker, equipment failure, adverse weather conditions. He didn't mention the voices. He didn't mention the shapes in the fog. He didn't mention his father. Some things don't go in reports. He requested a transfer 3 days later. Desert assignment, somewhere flat and open, where you could see the horizon in every direction, where nothing could hide in the spaces between trees. The request is still pending. Budget constraints, staffing shortages. Derek returns to North Cascades tomorrow for his regular shift. The fog is supposed to roll in again by afternoon. Sometimes late at night he still hears whistling outside his cabin window. A single note, patient and clear, waiting for an answer.